that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. He should have agreed to marry into my Shen family. One of his men came over, took a look into the bottomless river and said, Master Long, the Ling River has always been known as the soul-stealing river. Not only is the water fast flowing, but there are also many undercurrents. Once you are caught in it, there is no chance of survival. In Yunsheng, no matter how good a person is at swimming, they dare not swim in the Ling River. Although the two of them jumped into the river to escape, it was just a different way of death. So, Master Long, don't be too angry. They won't survive. Long Xian'an narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I hope so. At this time, the men who were responsible for guarding Gu Hongxiang ran over. All of them were panicked. The leader said, Lord Long, when Sister Hong said she wanted to go to the toilet, we didn't dare to stop her too much, so we let her go. Who would have thought that she would run away from the ventilation duct in the toilet? Gu Hongxiang was Long Xian'an's forbidden lover. In the eyes of these subordinates, she had a very high status and no one dared to provoke her. Even if Long Xian'an gave an order to arrest her, these subordinates didn't dare to do anything too much, which gave Gu Hongxiang a chance to escape. Long Xian'an glared at those people and shouted, a bunch of trash. 30 lashes each. Go back and get it yourself. Yes, yes. Several people didn't dare to object and quickly agreed. Long Xian'an returned to Long Hao, squatted down and said, Ling Jiang is dangerous, Lu Chuan is seriously injured, and Gu Hongxiang is just a weak woman. If they jump down, they will not survive. Your revenge is avenged. You should recuperate during this period. When you recover, I will arrange a wedding for you and Chu Mingyao. No one can take away the woman my son likes. Who are Angaimio Beauty Company. In the president's office, Chu Mingyao sat at the desk, always feeling a little uneasy. Today, Long Hao suddenly sent her a message. I want to prove to you that I'm the only man in the world who can match you. She didn't understand why Long Hao suddenly sent such a message, but she had some guesses in her heart. She called Lu Chuan more than a dozen times, but she couldn't get through, which made her mood fall to the bottom all of a sudden. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door, and Chu Mingyao pulled back her thoughts and said, come in. Secretary Zhang pushed the door and walked in. Chu Mingyao quickly stood up and asked, have you heard the news? Secretary Zhang hesitated, but nodded solemnly. Master Long and young Master Long went back not long ago. I bribed a subordinate of the Long family and learned from him that young Master Long was seriously injured. Chu Mingyao frowned and asked quickly, where is Lu Chuan? Did they go to trouble Lu Chuan? Secretary Zhang sighed and said, yes. How is Lu Chuan? Secretary Zhang said slowly, I heard from that person that young Master Long and Lu Chuan had a fight. Lu Chuan was no match for young Master Long and was seriously injured. But in the end, I don't know what means were used to draw a thunder from the sky, which seriously injured young Master Long. Master Long ordered his men to kill Lu Chuan. At this time, Long Xian'an's lover, the one called Sister Hong, suddenly rushed out, helped Lu Chuan up, and the two jumped into the Lingjiang River together. When Chu Mingyao heard this, her legs softened, and she sat on the office chair at the back. Jumped into the Ling River. Did they survive? Secretary Zhang said helplessly, the Ling River is also known as the soul-stealing river. According to statistics, about 20 people fall into the river every year. Most of these people are fishermen who are good at swimming, but less than 1 in 10 can survive in the Ling River, and most people can't even find their bodies after falling in. Chu Mingyao's eyes were instantly filled with tears. She looked at Secretary Zhang in a daze and asked, so, is Lu Chuan dead? Secretary Zhang comforted him. President, although the Ling River is dangerous, there are also cases of people who have successfully survived after falling in. Maybe Lu Chuan was lucky enough to save his life. Chu Mingyao said with a dead face, you go out first, I want to be quiet. Secretary Zhang sighed, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Tears fell. Chu Mingyao fell on the table and cried bitterly. An unknown old city district. Suming came to a corner of the wall, and after confirming that there was no one around, he jumped over the wall and entered the courtyard. Munan King was waiting anxiously. When she saw Suming coming back, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "Is there any news about Xiao-Chun?" Suming pondered for a moment and said, "I found out that it was the man named Long Xian'ai who led people to kill him, but he was lucky and escaped by jumping into the river. I heard that he was seriously injured, so even if he escaped, he would not come to us in a short time. Sister-in-law, you can stay here for the time being. When he recovers from his injuries, he will definitely come to us." Munan King was relieved and said, "That's good, that's good." A hint of helplessness flashed in Suming's eyes, and he murmured in his heart, "The water of Lingjiang River is dangerous. An elder of Xuanzang accidentally fell into it and lost his life. Can he really survive?" The next day at noon, a small forest on the outskirts of the city. Shen Yuring leaned against the branch of a big tree boredly, imagining the scene of her wedding in her mind. That guy said that, if I want to completely cure my physical problem, I can only do that. If he agrees to marry into our family, then on the day of our wedding, do I have to do that? Should I take off my shirt or my pants first? Or should I just lie down and do nothing, letting him do whatever he wants? Oh, how embarrassing. Why did I start thinking about this? What if he doesn't agree to marry into our family? After a long time, Shen Yuring sat up, took out her cell phone, checked the time, and found that it was already 12 o'clock. She looked around and didn't see anyone, but she felt a little happy in her heart. This guy, has he agreed to marry into our Shen family? For some reason, she felt her heartbeat getting a little faster. Let's wait a little longer. What if he's delayed by something? Another half an hour later, Shen Yuring still didn't see Lu Chuan appear here, and made a judgment in her heart. He didn't come, so he should have agreed to marry into my Shen family. It seems that he is quite sensible. Wait, he didn't agree, because he coveted my beauty? Oh, forget it. Anyway, there is an engagement. No matter what this guy's like, I will marry him anyway. I'd better go back and talk to my parents first, and then come over after we have discussed it, to propose marriage? I always feel that this word is weird. Shen Yuring muttered to himself, turned around and walked towards the depths of the woods. A week later, the lower reaches of Lingjiang River, the border of Jiangnan province. In a remote village close to the river, in an adobe house, Gu Hongxiang, wearing a simple old farmer's clothes, was burning firewood and boiling medicine in the yard. Even though the clothes looked a little shabby, they still couldn't hide her charming face and proud figure. After half a day of busy work, Gu Hongxiang poured out a bowl of medicine soup and carefully carried it into the side room. On the earthen kang, Lu Chuan's face was pale, his breath was weak, his brows were furrowed, and he was still in a deep coma. A week ago, before Gu Hongxiang took Lu Chuan to jump into the river, she secretly took a set of life jackets from the crew on the boat. The two relied on this life jacket and barely did not sink directly to the bottom of the river. However, the undercurrent in the river was surging, and they were swept downstream. The river water kept pouring into the mouths of the two people. If this situation continued for a long time, they would be choked to death. Moreover, Lu Chuan was seriously injured and exhausted. Not long after falling into the river, he lost consciousness. Gu Hongxiang tried her best to prevent the undercurrent from washing them apart. Fortunately, God also favored them. When Gu Hongxiang was about to give up, they encountered a piece of wood floating in the water. Gu Hongxiang pulled Lu Chuan and put him on the wood. With amazing perseverance, he persisted for a day and a night. In the end, she had no strength left, but she held Lu Chuan's hand tightly and refused to let go. She thought she was going to die, but when she saw Lu Chuan unconscious beside her, she no longer felt much fear. At this moment, a fishing boat passed by and rescued both of them. Gu Hongxiang's tense nerves completely relaxed, and she also fainted. She was unconscious for 3 whole days before slowly waking up. The fishermen who rescued them took them back to the village, settled them in their own homes, and found a doctor in the village to stabilize their conditions, so that both of them saved their lives. Gu Hongxiang was not seriously injured, and after 3 days of recovery, she was alive and kicking again. It was just that Lu Chuan's condition was a little bad. He was seriously injured, and had been soaking in the river for a day. It was a blessing from God that he could still hold on. Fortunately, the doctor in the village was very skilled and used a folk remedy to stabilize Lu Chuan's condition. But Lu Chuan was too seriously injured, and the village doctor was helpless. He could only prescribe some Chinese medicine to see if Lu Chuan could wake up first. Zhang Yaod and his wife, who saved Lu Chuan and Gu Hongxiang, had to go out fishing during the day. Before Gu Hongxiang woke up, it was their 18-year-old daughter Zhang Huahua who took care of her. Now that Gu Hongxiang has woken up, the work of boiling medicine naturally fell on her shoulders. This was the first time Gu Hongxiang fed someone medicine. She brought the medicine soup to the earthen kang and placed it on the old table beside her. Then she took a spoon, scooped out the medicine soup, blew it cool, and put it into Lu Chuan's mouth. But maybe because the medicine soup was too bitter, Lu Chuan instinctively vomited it out. Gu Hongxiang frowned immediately. "You guy, I finally boiled the medicine. Why did you vomit it?" She didn't believe it and fed Lu Chuan a few more spoonfuls, but they were all vomited out. "You guy, you are so dishonest, even when you are unconscious. If you don't drink this medicine, when will you wake up?" Gu Hongxiang was so angry that she put her hands on her waist and wanted to pinch Lu Chuan a few times. "Hey, Sister Gu, I have a way to make him drink the medicine." At this time, a voice sounded at the door. Gu Hongxiang turned her head and found Zhang Huahua, who was wearing a ponytail, sticking her head in. At Zhang Huahua's age, she should go to high school, but because of her poor family conditions in the remote village, she can only go to the county town more than 100 kilometers away to go to high school. Zhang Yaod and his wife are considered to be relatively open-minded in the village for supporting Zhang Huahua to finish junior high school, so now Zhang Huahua has dropped out of school and stayed at home to help Zhang Yaod and his wife do some odd jobs in the village. In 2 years, when Zhang Huahua is old enough, Zhang Yaod and his wife will choose a suitable in-law family for her and marry her off. Zhang Huahua laughed when she heard Gu Hongxiang's question and asked, "What method?" Zhang Huahua walked in with a green and youthful look in her eyes. She then said with a sly smile, "Drink the medicine into your mouth first, and then feed it to him mouth to mouth. If he wants to vomit, just cover his mouth. Isn't that enough?" Gu Hongxiang's eyes widened, and then an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. She asked, "Is that how you fed him the medicine before?" Chapter 127 Feeding Medicine. Zhang Huahua blushed when she heard this and quickly explained, "What, Sister Gu, how can you have such a rich imagination? When you were unconscious before, it was the village doctor Wang who came to give you acupuncture. These medicines were just prescribed. How could I feed him medicine like this?" Gu Hongxiang was embarrassed. She didn't expect that she had misunderstood others. She coughed twice and said, I was joking with you. Haha, you took it seriously. Look at you, little girl, your face is so red. Tell me, do you want to have mouth-to-mouth sex with others like this?" Zhang Huahua turned her head and snorted, I don't want to. Mouth-to-mouth sex is so disgusting." Gu Hongxiang looked at the girl jokingly, knowing that she had reached the age of first love and was most interested in matters between men and women. It would definitely be a lie to say that she didn't want to. She turned her head and looked at Lu Chuan. The method Zhang Huahua said just now was indeed feasible, but the relationship between her and Lu Chuan was a little awkward, and she was not sure whether she should do it. Zhang Huahua on the side asked, "Sister Gu, what are you thinking about?" Gu Hongxiang smiled and said, "I'm considering whether to use the method you mentioned to feed him the medicine." Zhang Huahua said, "What's there to consider? Aren't you two a couple? Isn't it normal for couples to kiss each other? I see those couples on TV like this very much." After thinking for a while, she added, "I mean on TV. Anyway, I personally think this behavior is a bit disgusting." Gu Hongxiang smiled and pinched Zhang Huahua's nose, saying, "I see that you, a little girl, can't wait to find a boyfriend to try it out." Zhang Huahua's face turned red and she retorted, I don't have one." Gu Hongxiang stopped teasing the little girl and said, "In this case, I'll try the method you recommended." She told Zhang Yaod's family that she and Lu Chuan were a couple, and they went out to play and accidentally fell into the Lingjiang River. Since she has told others that they are a couple, she naturally has to do her best, otherwise it will be troublesome if she is suspected. I'm doing this to avoid being exposed. Well, Lu Chuan will definitely understand when he wakes up. Gu Hongseon comforted herself. She looked at Zhang Huahua and said, I'm going to feed him the medicine. You go out first and don't peek. Zhang Huahua raised her head and said, I don't want to watch. After that, she turned and left the room. Gu Hongseon picked up the medicine soup, drank a sip, then leaned over, leaned close to Lu Chuan's mouth, kissed him, and put the medicine into Lu Chuan's mouth little by little. Zhang Huahua quietly poked her head out and watched this scene with curiosity. Her heartbeat and breathing became rapid. Although it's disgusting, it's so exciting. After Gu Hongseon put the medicine into Lu Chuan's mouth, Lu Chuan instinctively wanted to vomit. Seeing this, Gu Hongseon quickly stopped him with her tongue. Lu Chuan was still very resistant at first, but perhaps he felt that the softness had no malice, so he slowly relaxed and stopped resisting. Then Gu Hongseon fed the medicine into Lu Chuan's mouth one mouthful at a time. Although the medicine was very bitter, for some reason, Gu Hongseon did not dislike it at all, but enjoyed the process. After feeding, her face even had a blush, and her body became hot. After feeding a bowl of medicine, Gu Hongseon took the paper to wipe her mouth, and wiped Lu Chuan by the way. She stood up with the bowl to go out, and saw Zhang Huahua peeking at the door. The whole person instantly became extremely shy and shouted, didn't I tell you not to peek? Zhang Huahua reacted, turned around and ran away, saying, I didn't, I just passed by, I didn't want to see it. Gu Hongseon was embarrassed and angry, stomped her feet hard, took the bowl out to wash it, and cleaned up the pot of boiling medicine by the way. After a while, Zhang Huahua licked her face, and returned to Gu Hongseon. Gu Hongseon glared at her resentfully. Zhang Huahua giggled and asked, Sister Gu, how did you and brother Lu Chuan know each other? Was it him who pursued you or you who pursued him? Gu Hongseon was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I was the one who pursued him. Zhang Huahua widened her eyes. Ah, you pursued him? You are so beautiful. Brother Lu Chuan is not worthy of you at all. Why did you pursue him? Gu Hongseon smiled and said, because he is talented. He gave me a calligraphy, and when I saw that calligraphy, I knew that I had fallen for him. Zhang Huahua was full of curiosity and asked, what calligraphy? Gu Hongseon said word by word, a smile that conquers the city. Zhang Huahua nodded thoughtfully and said, Sister Gu really looks good when she smiles, and this calligraphy suits you very well. Then she asked again, I can feel that Sister Gu likes brother Lu Chuan very much, so does brother Lu Chuan like Sister Gu? The smile on Gu Hongseon's face disappeared, and she sighed and said, I don't know. Zhang Huahua was immediately filled with anger and said, could it be that brother Lu Chuan still doesn't like you? Anyone with a good brain should be able to see that Sister Gu is good. A beauty like you is inferior to even the stars on TV. Gu Hongseon laughed at herself and said, who knows, but I don't ask for anything. As long as I can be with him during this period of time, I will be satisfied. Zhang Huahua said indignantly, when he wakes up, I must ask him carefully to see if he is the kind of scumbag that is said on the internet. If so, I will kick him out of our house. Of course, Sister Gu, I won't kick him out. You can stay in my house as long as you want. Gu Hongseon smiled and said nothing. In the next few days, Gu Hongseon fed Lu Chuan medicine according to the method suggested by Zhang Huahua. After a few days, Lu Chuan's complexion improved slightly, but he was still unconscious. That afternoon, Gu Hongseon did the same thing again, and fed Lu Chuan medicine. She put the medicine into Lu Chuan's mouth little by little. After feeding him, she turned her head and glanced at the door. She found that Zhang Huahua didn't peek. Recalling that Zhang Huahua said that she was going to the town with Zhang Yao and his wife today, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. She looked back at Lu Chuan, bit her lip, and a bold idea came to her mind. After taking a deep breath, she leaned down again and kissed Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's eyes moved. In a daze, he felt a touch of softness entangled with him. His consciousness gradually recovered, and his brain became clear little by little. He felt that he had a very long dream. In the dream, every once in a while, a soft tentacle would attack him and spit out a lot of bitter liquid, making him very uncomfortable. I should have woken up. Why did that soft touch appear again? Lu Chuan had a trace of doubt in his mind. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Gu Hongseong kissing him with a look of expression. He was stunned. Gu Hongseong also opened her eyes, and the air froze in an instant when their eyes met. Why did he suddenly wake up? Gu Hongseong felt her scalp tingling, and she became extremely flustered. She got up from Lu Chuan. Her face was burning, and her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. Her feet were so awkward that they could make a 3-bedroom apartment. You woke up. Lu Chuan still looked at Gu Hongseong in confusion. After a while, he asked, Sister Hong, were you kissing me just now? Gu Hongseong was very irritable and said anxiously, so-and-so kissed you. I was feeding you medicine. When you were unconscious, I fed you medicine with a spoon, and you spit it out. The doctor said that you couldn't wake up without drinking this medicine. I had no choice but to come up with this method. I don't want to kiss you at all. Although she said so, her embarrassed and nervous look had completely betrayed her. It turns out that the tentacle monster that complained to me was Sister Hong. This thought popped up in Lu Chuan's mind. He found it a bit funny to see Gu Hongseong, who was always calm, explaining so eagerly, but he couldn't expose it. After all, this kind of fact was really embarrassing. If he continued to pursue it, then both of them would not have to see anyone. Sister Hong, where are we? Lu Chuan skipped the previous topic. Gu Hongseong became calmer, then sat down on the earthen kang and told her what happened. The village we are in now is called Haing Village. It is very remote, more than 10 kilometers away from the town, not to mention the county seat. For the time being, there is no need to worry that Long Shai and I will find this place. Lu Chuan nodded. He didn't expect that he could still save his life. This feeling of surviving a disaster made him feel like he was in another world. He looked at Gu Hongseong seriously and said, Sister Hong, thank you. Gu Hongseong said, why thank you? I just saved myself. You are lucky. Lu Chuan knew that Gu Hongseong said this on purpose. After all, he fell into a coma after falling into the river. If Gu Hongseong hadn't desperately grabbed him, he would have died long ago. He didn't want to say anything polite. If there was a chance, it would be best to repay Gu Hongseong with practical actions. After dying once, his state of mind seemed to have become much more open-minded. He checked his body and then was stunned. Gu Hongseong said on the side, as long as you wake up, you are extremely talented. After you recover from your injuries, don't rush to take revenge. You can concentrate on practicing here for a while. When you are stronger than Long Shai and I, you can go back to take revenge on him. Of course, I don't have to let you stay here with me. If you don't want me to follow you, I will beat you after your injuries recover a little, and I won't bother you again in the future. When she said this, she obviously became a little aggrieved, but in order not to embarrass Lu Chuan, she could only say this. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and said, my injuries may not be healed. Gu Hongseong was stunned and asked quickly, why? Lu Chuan said, I just checked my physical condition and found that my danshin has been broken. I can't mobilize any strength now, and I have no chance to heal myself. And my body is already overwhelmed. With the danshin broken, I'm afraid it won't last long. Sister Hong, I may not have a few days to live. Chapter 128 Nunnery. Gu Hongseong was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react. She said in disbelief, how could this happen? Lu Chuan smiled bitterly, I was kicked by Long Hao, and his kick happened to hit my danshin. Gu Hongseong asked quickly, then there is no way to recover? Lu Chuan shook his head, it's very difficult. In our current situation, it is almost impossible. Danshin is a source of power for practitioners. In the world of cultivating immortals, although the shattering of danshin is serious, it is not a fatal problem. As long as there are corresponding heaven and earth spiritual treasures or elixirs, it can be recovered. Or you can ask practitioners who are good at treatment to help with treatment. In most cases, it can still be saved. But now on earth, let's not talk about whether there are other practitioners. Even if there are, I don't know where to find them. Before I find them, Lu Chuan is afraid that he will die. As for heaven and earth spiritual treasures and elixirs, the difficulty of finding them is no less than finding other practitioners. Gu Hongseong's eyes suddenly turned red, and she said firmly, it's difficult but it doesn't mean there is no hope. As long as there is hope, you can't give up. I saved your life. I won't allow you to die, so you can't die. Lu Chuan hesitated. He didn't want to die like this, but his tension was broken, and he couldn't absorb spiritual energy. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, he might only live for another month at most. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't speak, Gu Hongseong said angrily, "Don't take my words lightly. I will try my best to save you, but the premise is that you have to maintain an optimistic attitude first." Lu Chuan laughed, stared at Gu Hongseong for a while, and said, "Okay. Sister Gu, we are back." At this time, Zhang Huahua's shout rang out. Gu Hongseong wiped her eyes when she heard the sound, and then said to Lu Chuan, "I told them that we are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we accidentally fell into the river when we were out for fun. Don't let it slip." Lu Chuan nodded and asked, "How far have we developed into a boyfriend and girlfriend?" Gu Hongseong blushed and said, "The kind that only booked one room in a hotel." Lu Chuan smiled helplessly and said, "I know." At this time, Zhang Huahua entered the room and saw Lu Chuan wake up. She immediately widened her eyes and shouted, "Dad, Mom, brother Lu Chuan is awake." Zhang Yao and his wife ran over immediately and were very happy to see Lu Chuan wake up. Lu Chuan solemnly thanked Zhang Yao's family and thanked them for saving his life. Zhang Yao saw that Lu Chuan was weak and said quickly, "I'll go and call Dr. Wang to see you." His wife also said, "Then I'll go make you something to eat. You have been in a coma for so many days, you must be hungry." Both of them left the room. Zhang Huahua looked at Lu Chuan curiously and then asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, you must not know that when we found you, Sister Gu's hand holding you turned purple and she was reluctant to let go. After rescuing you, she was still calling your name in a daze. You said that you can find such a good girlfriend like Sister Gu. How happy it is." Gu Hongseong glanced at Zhang Huahua with a reproachful look and said, "Huahua." Zhang Huahua made a face at Gu Hongseong and then asked Lu Chuan, "Brother Lu Chuan, Sister Gu told me that she likes you very much, but she doesn't know if you like her. Let me ask you for her, do you like her?" When Lu Chuan heard this question, he suddenly became hesitant. He looked at Gu Hongseong, and Gu Hongseong quickly looked away. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and said, "I like it. Anyway, he won't live for long, so it's better to make Gu Hongseong happy, which can be regarded as repaying her for saving his life." Zhang Huahua nodded with satisfaction when she heard this answer and said, "Then it seems that you are not the kind of scumbag on TV." Gu Hongseong on the side also laughed. Although she knew that Lu Chuan said this just to deal with Zhang Huahua, she was satisfied to hear him say these two words. Not long after, Zhang Yao brought Dr. Wang to his home. Dr. Wang took Lu Chuan's pulse and asked about some situations. His brows were furrowed and his face did not look very good. Not long after, he stood up and packed up his medicine box. Zhang Yao hurriedly asked, "Dr. Wang, how is his condition?" Gu Hongseong hurried over to know what Dr. Wang thought. She was still unwilling to accept Lu Chuan's judgment on her physical condition. Dr. Wang shook his head and said, "His body is almost at the stage of scrapping. It is a miracle that he can wake up and talk to you now. Unless there is a god descending to the earth, he probably has no hope." Gu Hongseong instantly looked at Hen. It turned out that Lu Chuan did not lie to her. Give him whatever he wants to eat during this period. I won't prescribe any medicine. It's useless. Dr. Wang said, and then turned and left. Zhang Yao's family showed sympathy and helplessness to Lu Chuan. They were just the lowest level workers in society and were helpless about this kind of thing. "Well, you just woke up. Take a good rest first. We won't disturb you." Zhang Yao dragged his wife out of the room. Gu Hongseong forced a smile and said to Lu Chuan, "It doesn't matter. The doctors in the village are limited in level. It's normal that they can't cure you. I will find a famous doctor to treat you later. There will definitely be a way. You take a rest first. Call me if you have any problems." After that, she also left the room. Zhang Huahua followed him out, and seeing Gu Hongseong's lonely figure, she knew that she must be very upset. She walked up to Gu Hongseong, took one of her hands and said, "Sister Gu, don't be too sad. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. Big brother Lu Chuan will be fine." Gu Hongseong wiped her tears and said, "I'm fine. Zhang Huahua rolled her eyes and said, Sister Gu, if you really want to save big brother Lu Chuan, you can go to a nunnery on the mountain here. There is a nun there with great magical powers. Maybe she can cure big brother Lu Chuan. Gu Hongseon quickly looked at Zhang Huahua. Really? Zhang Huahua looked around and made sure that her parents couldn't hear her, then nodded and said, really, many people in our village have asked that nun for help. The child of Uncle Sun, who lives a few hundred meters away from her house, broke his leg while playing. He went to the big hospital in the provincial capital and was told that he had to have his leg amputated. Later, he went to the nuns in the nunnery for help, and within a few days, the child was alive and kicking again. He didn't look like he had a broken leg at all. Gu Hongseon's eyes lit up immediately and she said, okay, tell me where the nunnery is, and I'll go and ask for help. Zhang Huahua's voice lowered a lot at this time, and she became mysterious, saying, but I heard that the nun uses magic to heal people. If you ask her to heal you, you have to pay a price. Although Uncle Sun's child got better, Uncle Sun's leg became lame the next day. It's very weird. So my parents never let me go to the mountain, for fear that I would be caught by the nun, and made a maid. Chapter 129, Nun Yanayu. Gu Hongseon couldn't help but frowned when she heard this. Magic? Did the child of Uncle Sun have any abnormal condition later? Zhang Huahua said, no, the child grew up very healthy, but Uncle Sun's leg was lame and could never be healed. Someone in the village asked Uncle Sun why his leg was lame. Uncle Sun just said that it was what he deserved and didn't tell others anything else, so everyone thought that the nun on the mountain was evil. Gu Hongseon thought for a while and muttered to herself, it's not evil. If the child's broken leg is cured, the price is that Uncle Sun's leg becomes lame. If this is voluntary on both sides, then this nun is still doing good things. After all, there will always be people in this world who are willing to sacrifice some of their own things to help others. Everyone just suffers from not having a way to make sacrifices. Gu Hongseon thinks that this nun may be a Taoist master, otherwise she would never be able to do something that sounds impossible. She looked at Zhang Huahua and said, tomorrow you can help me take care of Lu Chuan. I'll go up the mountain to take a look. The next day, after getting up in the morning, Gu Hongseon helped Lu Chuan wipe his body and helped him change his clothes. After cleaning him up, she went out alone. She followed the address Zhang Huahua said and walked into the mountain on foot. After walking for most of the day on the winding mountain road, she had several blisters on her feet. Finally, she saw the rather mysterious nunnery at the top of a mountain. All the way to the door of the nunnery, Gu Hongseon saw a plaque hanging above the door of the nunnery, with the 3 words Yanayu Nunnery written on it. The door of Yanayu Nunnery was open, and looking inside, there were only a few rooms and a small courtyard, which was very simple. A person wearing a grey robe and a nun's hat was sitting cross-legged in front of a Buddha statue in the central room and meditating. The incense was lingering inside, adding a bit of mystery to this small nunnery. Gu Hongseon took a deep breath, entered the Yanayu temple, came to the door, and said carefully, hello, I'm here to seek help. Come in. The nun inside said to Gu Hongseon without moving. Gu Hongseon walked in, and the nun stood up and turned around. This was a nun in her 50s, with an ordinary but friendly face. There was nothing special about her just from her appearance. The nun bowed to Gu Hongseon and said calmly, I'm Nun Yanayu, what can I do for you? Gu Hongseon hurriedly said, hello, Nun Yanayu, my boyfriend is seriously injured, his danshin is shattered, and he doesn't have much time left. I heard that you have magical powers and the ability to regenerate broken bones and bring the dead back to life. Please save my boyfriend. Nun Yanayu smiled and said, okay. But everything in this world follows the principle of equal exchange. If you want to get something, you must sacrifice something. Are you willing to pay a certain price for your boyfriend? Gu Hongseon thought for a while and said, I'm willing. I wonder what price you want me to pay? Nun Yanayu said, tell me the details of your boyfriend. Gu Hongseon immediately talked about Lu Chuan's current situation. After listening to this, Master Yanayu raised her lips and said, I can help, but the price is your lifespan of 30 years. Gu Hongseon was stunned for a moment and repeated, my lifespan of 30 years. Master Yanayu nodded, yes, your boyfriend is dying. If he wants to live, he must sacrifice 30 years of your lifespan. Are you willing? Gu Hongseon was puzzled, but can something like lifespan be exchanged? Master Yan Yu said, you don't have to worry about this. You just need to answer whether you are willing or not. I have my own way to take away your lifespan of 30 years. Although she felt very surprised after listening to Zhang Huahua's story about Uncle Sun's family, she also understood that Master Yan Yu was not an ordinary person. She said that she would take away 30 years of her lifespan, and it was probably not a joke. 30 years is not a small number. A person only has a few 30 years in total. If I lose 30 years of lifespan all at once, how many years can I live? Gu Hongseon fell into a struggle. She didn't want Lu Chuan to die, but once she handed over these 30 years, there would be absolutely no possibility of being with Lu Chuan. And if Lu Chuan couldn't live, there would be no point for her to live. This dilemma is crazy. After a long time, Gu Hongseon sighed and made the final decision. Okay, I do. Master Yan Yu nodded and said, bring your boyfriend to see me tomorrow, and I will save him then. Gu Hongseon agreed, and then left Yan Yu Temple like a zombie, and rushed towards Haing village. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Hongseon returned to Zhang Huahua's house. She swept away the haze when she came back, and still kept smiling when she saw Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was very curious and asked, what did you do today? Gu Hongseon smiled and said, I went to find someone who can save you. God still favors me. I really found someone who can cure you. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. Really? Gu Hongseon nodded. I will take you there tomorrow. Lu Chuan didn't know if Gu Hongseon was fooled, but he still agreed with a smile. The next morning, Gu Hongseon asked Zhang Huahua to borrow a wheelchair from a family in the village. After putting Lu Chuan on the wheelchair, she pushed him into the mountains. The mountain road was rugged, but fortunately most of the paths were relatively flat and wheelchair accessible. Climbing a mountain is a physically demanding job. It was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task for Gu Hongseon to push Lu Chuan over the mountains. Gu Hongseon had no complaints. She pushed Lu Chuan all the way and finally arrived at Yan Yu Temple before dark. When she arrived at the door of Yan Yu Temple, she was completely exhausted and fell directly beside the wheelchair. Her face was as pale as paper and her body was sweating. Lu Chuan was anxious, but he had not yet recovered his ability to move, so he could only sit there. At this time, Master Yan Yu came out of Yan Yu Temple. She glanced at Lu Chuan, then looked at Gu Hongseon who was lying on the ground, walked over, took out a small bottle, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Gu Hongseon's mouth. In just a few minutes, Gu Hongseon opened her eyes, her complexion returned to normal, and her body had no problems. Lu Chuan saw that the pill was not ordinary, and he also judged in his heart that this nun was not an ordinary person. Gu Hongseon felt that all her fatigue was swept away, even the blisters on her feet were gone. She was very surprised. She hurriedly got up and said to Master Yan Yu, Master, thank you. Master Yan Yu said lightly, this is a gift. Push him in. Lu Chuan on the side didn't understand and glanced at Gu Hongseon. Gu Hongseon pretended not to see Lu Chuan's eyes and pushed him into Yan Yu Temple. The three of them stopped in the yard. Master Yan Yu looked at Lu Chuan, her eyes as deep as a torch, as if she wanted to see through Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything because he had something to ask for. After a long time, Master Yan Yu seemed to have discovered something interesting. She showed a playful smile on her face, stared at Lu Chuan and asked, you don't have Master Gu in your heart, am I right? Chapter 130 Old Pervert. Lu Chuan frowned slightly and said, what does this have to do with treating me? Nun Yan Yu smiled and said, it has nothing to do with it. It's just that seeing you reminds me of someone I met when I was young. Her expression became emotional, and she said slowly, at that time, I was also trapped by worldly feelings. I wanted to be with him forever, but he only regarded me as a passerby in his life. All my efforts were nothing but a joke in his eyes. Her eyes fell on Gu Hongseon, and she asked with a smile, love that cannot be obtained is the ultimate pain in the world, isn't it? Gu Hongseon lowered her head and said, Nun, don't talk about these irrelevant things, let's treat him first. Nun Yan Yu asked, is it worth it? Gu Hongseong did not hesitate. It's worth it. Nun Yanayu sighed, looked at Lu Chuan again, and asked, how do you feel about her? Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, in my heart, I regard her as a sister, respect her, and appreciate her. Nun Yanayu smiled and said, then don't you want to go further with her? Lu Chuan was a little flustered and said, Sister Han holds a special place in my heart. I respect her, and will not have any bad thoughts about her. I will treat her as my own sister. Gu Hongseong was disappointed when she heard this. Obviously, this was not the answer she wanted. Nun Yanayu smiled jokingly and said, okay, let's not talk about this. I will treat you. Lu Chuan hurriedly asked, what is the reward for your treatment of me? What did Sister Han promise you? Gu Hongseong on the side hurriedly said, it's just some insignificant things. Just accept the treatment with peace of mind. Lu Chuan hesitated. He always felt that this Nun Yanayu was a little unfathomable. He was a little worried that Gu Hongseong was fooled by the other party. Nun Yanayu didn't care about Lu Chuan's thoughts. She walked straight to him and began to check his physical condition. After a while, she stopped and said, you are a very special person. Lu Chuan was startled, thinking that this nun might have discovered my identity as a cultivator. Master Yanayu did not say much, but took out a green jade bottle from her arms and poured out a golden pill from it. Take this pill, your injuries will be completely cured, and the broken dantian will be reshaped. You should be thankful that I only have one of this pill. If you had come a few days later, I would have taken this pill to practice. Lu Chuan stared at the golden pill and felt that it was extraordinary. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could refine. Moreover, Master Yanayu only took his pulse and observed his facial features and judged that his dantian was broken. This method is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. At least the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm or even higher martial arts masters can't do this. Could it be that she is also a cultivator? I want to know what Sister Han promised you before you gave me this golden pill. Lu Chuan asked. Nun Yanayu smiled and said, this is a matter between her and me, you don't need to know. But, Lu Chuan wanted to say something. Nun Yanayu did not give him the opportunity. She just opened his mouth and stuffed the golden pill into it. The golden pill melted in his mouth and was instantly dispersed to Lu Chuan's limbs and bones, leaving him no chance to spit it out. Lu Chuan only felt a heat coming out of his whole body, and his meridians, dantian, bones, and flesh began to change under this heat. Waves of piercing pain came. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and injured it, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. But he could feel that his broken dantian began to get better little by little. Nun Yanayu did not lie to him. Seeing Lu Chuan in so much pain, Gu Hongseong, who was standing by, asked Master Yanayu anxiously, Master, what happened to him? Will he be okay? Master Yanayu said lightly, if you want to be reborn, you must endure the pain. Seeing Master Yanayu say this, Gu Hongseong had no choice but to stop asking, but she was still worried about Lu Chuan. Almost an hour later, the pain on Lu Chuan's face gradually dissipated. His face was no longer pale and weak, his eyes were rekindled with vitality, and his whole body was revived. It's just that the torture of the whole hour just now made him exhausted. His whole body was wet with sweat, and even his hair became wet. He quickly felt his dantian, and found that his dantian had recovered as before, with spiritual power full in it, and the drop of catalytic original liquid was also quietly suspended in it. All the injuries on his body were swept away, and he even felt that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of ki training at this moment, and he only needed an opportunity to break through to the foundation building realm. The effect of that golden elixir was truly astonishing. Even in the world of cultivation, such a golden elixir was a divine elixir that all parties fought for. Seeing Lu Chuan recover, Gu Hongseong hurried forward and asked, how do you feel? Are your injuries healed? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Sister Hong, I'm fine. Not only have my injuries recovered completely, but my strength has also improved slightly. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Gu Hongseong was relieved when she heard this, and a smile appeared on her face. I'm glad that you're okay. I told you that there must be a way. Lu Chuan looked at Gu Hongseong gratefully and said, Sister Hong, you saved my life again. I don't know how to repay you. Gu Hongseong's eyes were filled with tears, and she smiled and said, as long as you are alive and well, it is the best reward for me. Also, you must grow up to be stronger than Long Xian'er and avenge me. Lu Chuan said solemnly, Sister Hong, don't worry. If I didn't die this time, then the next time it will definitely be Long Xian'er and Long Heo and his son who will die. He turned his head to look at Master Yan'ai and bowed his hands and said, thank you for the elixir. Nun Yan'ai waved her hand. No need to thank me. This elixir is exchanged between you two at equal value. This is just a deal. Lu Chuan was stunned, turned his head to look at Gu Hongseong, and asked, Sister Hong, tell me, what price did you pay for this elixir? Gu Hongseong smiled slightly. For me, that is not a price. Really? Lu Chuan obviously didn't believe it. Really? Gu Hongseong looked firm. Lu Chuan knew that, even if Gu Hongseong really paid a very precious price, she would not tell him, so he could only sigh and stop asking. He looked at Nun Yan'ai and asked, Nun, are you a cultivator? Apart from cultivators like himself, he couldn't think of anyone else who could refine such a powerful elixir. Nun Yan'ai smiled slightly. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. I'm just a person who is devoted to asking questions. Lu Chuan was a little confused. Nun Yan'ai said, go take a bath and change your clothes. You are sweaty and smelly, which is really indecent. There is water and a wooden barrel in the side room over there. Lu Chuan nodded and turned to walk towards the side room. Nun Yan'ai looked at Gu Hongseong again and said, come with me and get him a monk's robe to wear first. Gu Hongseong followed immediately. Not long after, Lu Chuan finished his bath, changed into a monk's robe, and walked out of the side room. When he was taking a bath just now, he had seriously thought about his next plan. The master of the transformation realm is not easy to deal with, not to mention that Long Xian'er and his son are both in the transformation realm, so he must break through to the foundation building realm before he has the confidence to go back for revenge. Moreover, this life and death crisis made him realize that he underestimated the warriors too much, which led to him never thinking of getting some means to save his life. This time he must learn from experience and lessons, not only to get means to save his life, but also to get more trump cards. After all, no one can guarantee that he is in an absolutely safe situation. Just like this time, Long Heo concealed his strength, which almost caused him to die. Next time, there might be some unexpected situation. He must ensure that he can protect himself in the face of such unexpected changes. Moreover, Long Heo is so young, but he has reached the realm of the Grandmaster of the Realm of Transformation. It is not realistic to rely solely on Long Xian'er's training. After all, no matter how powerful Long Xian'er is, he is just a local tyrant in a small place like Yuncheng. So Lu Chuan guessed that there may be a master behind Long Heo. Lu Chuan had to consider all these situations before he could go back for revenge. When Master Yan'ai saw Lu Chuan coming out, she walked in front of him, took out another pill, handed it over and said, take this pill, it can assist the absorption of the golden pill just now. Lu Chuan took it. The golden pill just now had made him trust Master Yan'ai, so he didn't think much about it and ate it. At this time, Gu Hongseong walked out of the room on the other side. She came to Master Yan'ai and said, Master, I have cleaned up the room as you instructed. Do you want to rest? Master Yan'ai smiled and said, that room is prepared for you too. Gu Hongseong was puzzled. Prepared for us? Master Yan'ai nodded. He has just taken the yin yang hehuan pill I prepared. Within half an hour, he must find someone to have sex with to relieve the effect of the medicine. Otherwise he will bleed from all 7 orifices and die suddenly. Lu Chuan's eyes widened when he heard this, and he immediately reached out to pinch his throat. Nun Yan'ai smiled and said, don't waste your energy. This pill will work after you take it. You have no other choice. Lu Chuan looked at Nun Yan'ai in disbelief and asked, why? Why do you want to give me this pill? Nun Yan'ai said with a bit of amusement, when I was young, I was tortured by the love I couldn't get, so now I always like to see you young people go against your own ideas. You want to respect the Donagu and treat her as a sister. I want you two to go to bed. You don't have her in your heart, but what about after you have sex? Donagu treats you like this, but you don't have any feelings for her. I just want you to possess her and live in guilt for the rest of your life. You are such an old pervert. Lu Chuan cursed in his heart and wanted to use his spiritual power to dissolve the effect of the medicine, but found that it didn't work at all. His body began to heat up, and his thoughts became confused. Nun Yanayu said, "The effect of this pill will last for 3 days. You two will spend these 3 days here with me. Go to the house." After saying that, she gently flicked the whisk in her hand. Lu Chuan's body suddenly flew uncontrollably towards the room that Gu Hongseong had prepared. Master Yanayu looked at Gu Hongseong again and said jokingly, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go in and have fun with him?" Chapter 131 Grandpa's Romantic Debt. Gu Hongseong blushed. She didn't expect that Master Yanayu would give Lu Chuan that kind of pill, and even said that the effect of the medicine would last for 3 days. "Master, this won't work. I don't want to force Lu Chuan to do this with me." Master Yanayu smiled and said, "It's not you who forces him, but I force you. I'm not doing this for you. I also want to see the pain of you being possessed by him, but unable to be with him." Gu Hongseong was stunned, and the same idea as Lu Chuan came to her mind. This man is really a pervert. She gritted her teeth and said, "I won't go. If I can't be with him, I will be in pain, but I don't want him to live in guilt in the future." Master Yanayu looked indifferent and said, "There is no solution to the yin yang hehuan pill in the world. If he can't vent within half an hour, he will die. Whether to go or not is your choice. I don't care." After that, she turned around and went back to meditate in front of the Buddha statue. Gu Hongseong was full of shame and anger. Now she couldn't not go. After a while, after a fierce ideological struggle, she could only glare at Master Yanayu fiercely and came to the door of Lu Chuan's room, walked in, and closed the door. In the room, Lu Chuan was lying on the bed, looking painful. He saw Gu Hongseong coming in and hurriedly said, "Sister Hong, please go out quickly. I can't control myself anymore. If you are here, I'm afraid I will do something bad to you." Gu Hongseong looked at Lu Chuan's appearance, and her heart was relieved. She smiled and said, "If I go out, you will die. Even so, you don't want to touch me?" Lu Chuan said, I don't mean that." Gu Hongseong said, "I know it's not realistic to want you to like me in such a short time, but I saved you twice, and I will save you for the 3rd time soon. In view of my 3 times of saving your life, you like me for 3 days, and love me for 3 days, okay? I don't ask for anything. I just need you to have only me in your heart for these 3 days, okay?" Lu Chuan was silent. His rationality had been exhausted, and only animal instincts remained in his mind. Gu Hongseong smiled sweetly, "If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." She walked to the bed and took off her clothes bit by bit. When Lu Chuan saw that delicate body, how could he hold back? He dragged Gu Hongseong to the bed. Gu Hongseong hugged Lu Chuan and blew gently in his ear, "You must love me well for these 3 days." Master Yanayu stood in the yard. After stopping until the sound of lute music came from the house, she turned and walked towards the outside of Yanayu Temple. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something wrong, stopped again, frowned and looked at the room where Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseong were. She clearly felt that a special power appeared in the room. She was not unfamiliar with this power, Lan Guiyang power. Master Yanayu's face was surprised. Then she quickly counted with her fingers, and after a long time, she was stunned. True dragon fate. This kid is the descendant of that bastard. Master Yanayu stood there in a trance for a long time, and then a layer of mist floated in her eyes. She seemed to remember some things in the past, and sometimes a smile appeared on her face. Sometimes her face was full of pain, and sometimes her face was full of sadness. This state lasted for a long time. In the end, Master Yanayu returned to her original state, as if the emotional changes just now did not exist. She looked at the room, where Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseong were, and seemed to have made some decision in her heart. A playful laugh appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she turned and left. Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseong spent 3 days of drunkenness and dreams. During these 3 days, both of them forgot everything, immersed in joy, forgot time, forgot everything around them, and only happiness was left in their minds. Finally, after Lu Chuan consumed the last effect of the medicine in his body, both of them fell exhausted on the bed and fell asleep. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Chuan woke up in a daze, and what he saw was a charming face. Gu Hongseon was lying on the bed, with one hand supporting her head, and she was staring at Lu Chuan with a smile. The two of them were frank with each other. They were only covered with a thin quilt. Gu Hongseon's posture could not cover too much, and Lu Chuan was a little dizzy. "Hong. Sister Hong, you are awake," Lu Chuan said a little embarrassedly. Gu Hongseon looked at Lu Chuan with a smile on her lips and said, "I didn't expect you to know so much." Lu Chuan was instantly ashamed and just wanted to find a place to hide. But he didn't want to admit his weakness, so he said shamelessly, "Compared with Sister Hong, it's still slightly inferior." Gu Hongseon laughed, stretched out her hand, and pinched Lu Chuan's nose, and said, "Naughty. She has the charm of a mature woman, and naturally she will not be shy like Chu Mingyao." Lu Chuan stopped joking, and got up, and put on his clothes. A touch of loss flashed in Gu Hongseon's eyes. She knew that the 3 days that belonged to her had passed, and Lu Chuan was not her Lu Chuan after all. She also got up, and put on her clothes, turned her head, and said to Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, I'm very satisfied with these 3 days. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Go away. I will not bother you anymore in the future. We will never owe each other anything." Lu Chuan turned around and looked at Gu Hongseon with a complicated expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this time, the door of the room suddenly opened. Master Yanai walked in. Lu Chuan and Gu Hongseon were both startled. Or thought appeared in their minds at the same time. She couldn't have been listening outside? This person is too perverted. Lu Chuan muttered in his heart. Gu Hongseon thought of the various sounds she had made before, because she was out of control, and shame immediately climbed onto her face. Master Yanai's eyes fell on Gu Hongseon, and she said lightly, "I have done your business for you, and now it's your turn to pay." Gu Hongseon's heart skipped a beat, but she knew that this was a matter of time, so she didn't say much, and nodded to Master Yanai. Lu Chuan looked at Master Yanai and asked, "How much?" "I'll give it to you." Master Yanai laughed and said, "No money." Lu Chuan was puzzled. "Then what do you want?" Master Yanai didn't say anything else, but raised the whisk in her hand, and flicked it gently at Gu Hongseon. A strange power enveloped Gu Hongseon. Gu Hongseon's skin began to age instantly, her hair began to turn white, and wrinkles began to appear on her face. In a short while, she changed from a stunning beauty to an old woman full of vicissitudes. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted at Master Yanai, "What did you do to her?" Master Yanai said lightly, "Just collect the agreed reward." Lu Chuan's face was full of anger. "What kind of reward is this? You should change Sister Hong back." Master Yanai glanced at him and said, "The golden pill you ate was exchanged for her 30 years of life." Lu Chuan was stunned. He turned his head to look at Gu Hongseon, his face full of disbelief. 30 years of life, Sister Hong, you. He walked up to Gu Hongseon and looked at her at the moment, feeling extremely distressed. Gu Hongseon didn't dare to look at Lu Chuan and turned her head away. She seemed to be a little disgusted with herself now and said to Lu Chuan, "Go away, don't look at me. I must be very ugly now. I don't want you to see me like this." Lu Chuan reached out to hold her hand. Gu Hongseon quickly dodged, then ran into the room and closed the door tightly. "Go away. Let's not meet again in the future." Gu Hongseon's old voice came from the room. Lu Chuan felt like a needle piercing his heart with an indescribable taste. He turned his head to look at Master Yanai and asked, "What should I do to make her return to the way she was before?" Master Yanai smiled and said, "Take your life in exchange. Are you willing?" Lu Chuan's pupils stagnated. Nun Yanai looked at her with disdain. "You members of the Lu family are really heartless. She is willing to exchange her own life for yours, but you are not willing to exchange your life for her regaining youth." Lu Chuan immediately stepped forward and said, "Who said I don't want to? If you change Sister Han back, you can take my life at will." Nun Yanai was a little surprised and snorted coldly, "Hypocritical. You are the same as that old thing. You only know how to say nice things, but you have no responsibility at all." Lu Chuan frowned. "What do you mean? Who is that old thing?" Nun Yanai stared at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said, "Who is Lu Zihuan to you?" Lu Chuan was stunned and asked, "Do you know my grandfather?" Nun Yanai gritted her teeth and said, "More than that, I dream of finding him and stabbing him with my own hands." Lu Chuan was confused and couldn't understand why Nun Yanyu had such a big hatred for her grandfather. But soon he thought of something and looked at Master Yanyu with a shocked face and asked, "The person you said before that you couldn't get the love, is it my grandfather?" Master Yanyu smiled and said, "Besides him, is there another person in the world who is so heartless?" Lu Chuan suddenly had a headache. He never thought that his grandfather would leave such a romantic debt, and he even ran into it. Master Yanyu looked at Lu Chuan and said, "I was wrong about that. None of you Lu family members are good. Where is your grandfather now? Tell me, I have to give him a surprise." Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed and said, "Grandpa is no longer in this world." Master Yanyu was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of sadness climbed up her face. "No, gone." Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "Grandpa should still be alive, but I don't know where he went." Master Yanyu then eased a little, spit, and said, "It would be better if he died." Lu Chuan sighed, really didn't know what his grandfather did to Master Yanyu that caused her to have such a big hatred in her heart. Now it's probably impossible to ask her to return the life to Sister Han. She might even vent her anger on me, and I'm afraid I won't be able to save my life. Just when Lu Chuan was desperate, Master Yanyu looked at him coldly and said, "I can return the life to Mr. Gu, but you have to promise me one thing." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What is it?" Master Yanyu said lightly, "I have a daughter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 130 To the turning point comes today. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Master, this is not so good." Master Yanyu stared at Lu Chuan and asked, "What's not so good?" Lu Chuan asked back, "Master, don't you want to entrust your daughter to me?" Master Yanyu swept over with a whisk and pulled Lu Chuan 4 or 5 meters away. "You Lu family members are really full of dirty minds. My daughter is now in her 40s and married, and her daughter is 20 years old. You want this too?" Lu Chuan endured the pain and got up from the ground. He looked at Master Yanyu with embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood. Master, what do you want me to do?" Master Yanyu snorted coldly, restrained her anger, and said, "My daughter is the wife of Tang Shaoli of the Tang family in Qingyang City, Jiangnan province. Their family made their fortune in real estate and is now considered the leading family in Qingyang City. I recently calculated that their family has encountered some troubles. If you help them solve these troubles, I will return the life of Master Gu." Lu Chuan asked in confusion, "Master, you have great magical powers. Why don't you help them solve the trouble yourself?" Master Yanyu said lightly, "I haven't asked about worldly affairs for many years, and I have no contact with this daughter. This time, asking you to help them is just to get rid of a little concern of mine." Lu Chuan thought that the way you threatened to kill my grandfather just now didn't seem to be indifferent to the world of mortals. You were simply deeply trapped in the world of mortals and couldn't extricate yourself. He didn't dare to say anything more and quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll go to Qingyang City now." Master Yanyu glared at him and said, "Don't think I'm causing trouble for you. Helping my daughter solve the problem is also an opportunity for you. You are close to a breakthrough, and you can get everything you need in Qingyang City." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed. "Thank you, Master." Master Yanyu sneered and said, "No need to thank me. Any benefit has a price." As soon as the voice fell, a jade talisman shot towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan quickly reached out to catch it, and felt that there was a strange power on the jade talisman, which was extraordinary. "Take this jade talisman. When you find your grandfather later, crush it in front of him. I will be able to sense it, no matter where you are. This is your second request for you to get back your life." Lu Chuan's originally excited expression suddenly died down, and he felt that the jade talisman in his hand became hot. But for Gu Hongxiang, he could only cheat his grandfather. "Okay, I will do as you ask. When I find my grandfather." Master Yanyu nodded. "Master Gu will stay with me for the time being. You can leave." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the room where Gu Hongxiang was and shouted solemnly, "Sister Hong, believe me, I will restore you to your original appearance soon." After that, he looked at Master Yanayu again and asked, "I wonder what trouble your daughter has encountered?" Master Yanayu said, "You will know when you go there." Lu Chuan said no more, bowed to Master Yanayu, took the wheelchair and personal belongings he was sitting on when he came up, and walked down the mountain. On the way, Lu Chuan played with a bank card and said to himself, "Fortunately, I have this bank card with me all the time. I didn't lose it when I fell into the water. I don't have to worry too much about the money. Otherwise, I would have to borrow money from Brother Zhang for the trip to Qingyang City. Zhang Yao's family is the lifesaver of me and Sister Han. Now that I'm leaving, I should give them some reward. Time is limited. I will go and get some money for them." In the evening, at Zhang Yao's home, Zhang Yao and his wife are calculating this month's income. Zhang Yao frowned as he calculated, this month's expenses are a bit high. Adding the money for Lu Chuan's medicine, we can't save a penny this month. We also have to return the wheelchair to Brother Wang's family. It seems that we will have to tighten our belts again next month. Alas. Zhang Yao's wife looked helpless and said, "Money is a small matter. The key is that Hongxiang and Lu Chuan have been in the mountains for 4 days, and no news has been sent back. If something happens, how can we live with our conscience?" Zhang Yao immediately said angrily, "This is all Huahua's fault. She had to mention a nunnery. Now Lu Chuan and the other two must have been harmed by that evil nun." Zhang Yao's wife said, "Okay, Huahua meant well. Her eyes are swollen from crying these days. She even wanted to go up the mountain to find Hongxiang and Lu Chuan. If I hadn't stopped her, your daughter would have been gone. You'd better say less." Zhang Yao sighed and stopped talking. His wife took out needle and thread and began to mend one of Zhang Huahua's clothes. Come to think of it, we haven't bought Huahua new clothes for 3 years, and we don't know when these poor days will end. Zhang Huahua stood outside the door, listening to the conversation inside, her face full of guilt. She walked outside with red eyes, wanting to go to the yard to relax. "Sister Gu, Brother Lu Chuan, it's all my fault. I've hurt you." Zhang Huahua went to the yard with a face full of self-blame. As soon as she turned on the lights in the yard, she froze in her place. The wheelchair that Gu Hongxiang had pushed away was now quietly parked in the middle of the yard. On the wheelchair, there were several black plastic bags stacked, and on the top plastic bag there was a piece of paper. Zhang Huahua thought she had seen it wrong, so she quickly searched her eyes and found that the wheelchair was the one that Gu Hongxiang had pushed away, so she quickly ran over. "Sister Gu, Brother Lu Chuan, are you back?" Zhang Huahua shouted a few words, but there was no response. She took the paper off the black plastic bag and saw a lot of words written on it. "Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, Huahua, thank you for saving me and Hongxiang. The Nan on the mountain is very powerful. She cured my injury. You don't have to worry about us anymore. Since I still have important things to do, I won't say goodbye to you. This 5 million cash is my reward to your family. We will meet again in the future." Lu Chuan's name was written on the paper. After reading it, Zhang Huahua opened one of the black plastic bags and was stunned when she saw the piles of red banknotes inside. "Dad, Mom, come out quickly." Zhang Yao and his wife heard the sound and came to the yard. "What's wrong, my daughter?" Zhang Yao asked. Zhang Huahua handed the paper to Zhang Yao and his wife. The couple were also shocked after reading it. Zhang Yao didn't quite believe it at first, but when he saw the bags of cash on the wheelchair, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Dad, Mom, Sister Gu and Brother Lu Chuan are fine. It's so good." The family of 3 hugged each other and cried excitedly. Qingyang City. Tang Mansion. In a spacious bedroom, Tang Shaoli, the head of the Tang family, was lying on the bed with a weak breath. His eyes were black, his lips were pale, and his face was dark. If he was not still breathing, anyone would mistake him for a dead person. There were many people guarding the bed, all of whom were senior executives of the Tang family. Among them, 2 extremely beautiful women, one big and one small, were the most eye-catching. Tang Shaoli weakly raised his hand and pointed to the older woman, the one with excellent temperament, mature and charming. "Yundi, how is Yunwu Villa?" The beautiful woman called Yundi sighed and said, there are still various rumors outside that Yanwu Villa is haunted and has bad feng shui. Those who originally paid the deposit have come to return the money. Our Tang family has invested a lot in this project. After such a commotion, the project may be difficult to maintain. Our Tang family's capital chain will soon have problems. Over time, I'm afraid. All the senior executives of the Tang family were dejected. Although the Tang family is now in power in Qingyang City, there are also countless eyes watching covetously because of this. Now that the Yanwu Villa project has such serious problems, those who have long been dissatisfied with the Tang family may be behind the scenes to add fuel to the fire. If they are not careful, the Tang family may fall from the altar and never recover. When Tang Shaoli heard this, his face became even uglier, and he lamented, is the Tang family really going to be destroyed in my hands? At this time, the much younger, seemingly quite weak, and poetic girl stood up, looked at Yundi and said, Mom, when grandma left, didn't she give you 2 life-saving bags? Now that our family has encountered such a big change, you still don't want to take them out to sea. She is Tang Shaoli and Yundi's daughter, Tang Yurao. Yundi frowned when she heard this, and obviously didn't want to take out the 2 bags. At this time, Tang Shaoli said, Yundi, I know you have a lot of resentment towards your mother, but it is related to the survival of the Tang family. You should take out the 2 brocade bags. Yundi sighed and said, okay, I'll go get the brocade bags. After a while, Yundi took back the 2 brocade bags. Everyone gathered together, expecting Yundi to find a way to save the Tang family from the brocade bags. Yundi opened the first brocade bag and took out a note from it. It was written on it, the turning point is today. Everyone frowned immediately. The turning point is today. What is this? Could it be that, if we open this brocade bag, as soon as possible, the Tang family will be able to usher in a turning point, as soon as possible? Someone complained. Yundi also frowned, and said to herself, is she kidding me? Tang Shaoli, who was lying on the bed, was full of joy and said, the turning point is today. Doesn't that mean that my Tang family will be able to usher in a turning point today? Everyone was speechless and thought Tang Shaoli was stupid. Yundi rolled her eyes at Tang Shaoli and said, you are the only one who believes her words. Tang Shaoli said, your mother is a fairy-like figure, so I believe her words. Yundi didn't say anything, and opened the second brocade bag. It was written on it, let Yurao # Lu surnamed person. Because of the long time, the 2 words in the middle of the note have become blurred, and it is impossible to tell what is written. What does this mean? Yundi was confused. The people around were also confused. Tang Yurao looked at it herself and said, let me what Lu surnamed person, this brocade bag is specially left for me. Tang Shaoli stretched out his hand and said, let me see. Yundi handed the note over. Tang Shaoli looked at it for a long time and suddenly shouted loudly, I know. Everyone looked at him. Yundi hurriedly said, what do you know? Tell me quickly. Tang Shaoli smiled and said, this note should say that Yurao should marry someone with the surname Lu. Tang Yurao was stunned. Marry someone with the surname Lu? Why? Tang Shaoli said, your grandmother is very powerful, she must have her reasons for saying so. Yundi muttered to the side, but I seem to remember that she hates people with the surname Lu very much. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Just as everyone was discussing the meaning of the 2 tips, a servant ran in. Master, madam, there is a man named Lu Chuan outside who wants to see you. Everyone's expression was stagnant. Tang Shaoli's face was full of excitement. The turning point is today. My mother-in-law really doesn't lie. Go and invite the person in. Chapter 133. This is not a disease at all. Lu Chuan stood at the gate of Tang Mansion, looking at this magnificent house. On the way here, he had asked people about the situation of Tang family, and learned that Tang family had recently invested heavily in a real estate project called Yanwu Villa. But for some reason, this project has been in trouble recently. 3 people jumped off the building in Yanwu Villa one after another, and some people claimed that they saw ghosts when they passed by Yanwu Villa at night. For a time, Yanwu Villa project was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. The prime location that was sure to sell well became an unpopular project that no one dared to buy, causing the Tang family to suffer a heavy blow. Even Tang Xiaoli, the head of the Tang family, was bedridden because of this incident. He found countless doctors, but could not be cured. There were rumors that he was possessed by a ghost, which made people even more afraid to touch the house in Yunwu Villa. It seems that the trouble that Master Yanai asked me to solve is to find out the reason why Yunwu Mountain Villa is haunted and help the Tang family get through this. But then again, Master Yanai kept saying that Grandpa had failed her, but in the end, didn't she still find someone else to have a child? It's been so long since the incident, why did she have to find my grandpa? Lu Chuan sighed, feeling that the emotional lives of these elderly people are even more bloody than those of young people. After a while, the servant who went in to report came back, made a gesture of invitation to Lu Chuan, and said, "Mr. Lu, the head of the family invites you in." Lu Chuan nodded and followed the servant to the interior of the Tang mansion. The servant took him to the bedroom, where Tang Xiaoli was. Everyone turned their heads to look over. Yundi looked at Lu Chuan for a few times and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do in my Tang family?" Lu Chuan cupped his hands and said, "I'm Lu Chuan, entrusted by someone to help the Tang family overcome this crisis." Entrusted by someone. Yundi murmured to herself, could it be that my mother really calculated a long time ago that my Tang family would be in this disaster, and that the person who would help my Tang family would come today, so she left those words in the brocade bag? If that's the case, then the second brocade bag. She turned her head to look at Tang Yurao. Maybe Xiaorao's other half is really a person with the surname Lu? Did mother calculate this? She also subconsciously thought that the note said, "Let Yurao marry someone with the surname Lu." After all, this sounded reasonable. No matter what, it couldn't say let Yurao stay away from people with the surname Lu or let Yurao avoid people with the surname Lu. Tang Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed, was excited and said, "Great. With the help of little friend Lu Chuan, our Tang family will definitely be able to survive this crisis." Yundi also nodded to Lu Chuan and said, "Thank you very much." Lu Chuan was confused and thought that under normal circumstances, shouldn't the Tang family doubt him first? Why do they all look like they can definitely help the Tang family through the difficulties? Could it be that the people of the Tang family have reached the point of seeking medical treatment in desperation? Just when Lu Chuan was puzzled, Tang Yurao stood up a little angrily and said, "Dad, Mom, this guy looks ordinary and doesn't look like someone who can help our Tang family through the difficulties. You can't just believe him because of what is written on the note. Those two notes may be written by Grandma as a prank." She didn't have any opinion on the content of the first note, and the reason she stood up to oppose was because of the content of the second note. She also thought that the note asked her to marry someone with the surname Lu, and the guy who came to help happened to be named Lu. Isn't it obvious that she was going to marry this ordinary guy? Tang Yurao has shown great intelligence since she was young. She has always been the best among her peers. After graduating from a prestigious university, she was praised by the literary masters of Qingyang City as the first talented woman in Qingyang. All kinds of honors made her proud since she was a child. Although she is not ostentatious and has always been low-key in her cognition, her other half must at least be a young talent. And now this Lu Chuan looks unremarkable and has no talent at all. Of course, she is very unhappy. That's why she stood up to oppose. Lu Chuan didn't know what the note Tang Yurao was talking about was, but he was slightly relieved to see that there was finally a normal person in the Tang family, and said with a smile, "Girl, I know it's a bit suspicious that I came here on my own initiative, but I do have a way to help the Tang family overcome the difficulties." Tang Yurao looked at Lu Chuan with disdain and said, "I don't see any hope in you. If you really think you have this ability, why don't you cure my father's illness first? If you can, I will believe you. If you can't, you better leave quickly and don't cheat in our house." Lu Chuan heard this, turned his head, and glanced at Tang Xiaoli lying on the bed, smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll cure him first." Tang Yurao's eyes suddenly widened, thinking, why is this guy still pushing him so hard? "I just want you to retreat when you know the difficulty." She quickly said, "You don't pretend to be rich. My father's illness has been treated by countless famous doctors, but none of them can cure it. This is not something you can cure just by talking about it. Don't show off." Lu Chuan smiled and said, they can't cure your father, because your father's illness is not a disease at all. Tang Yurao was stunned for a moment. If it's not a disease, what is it? Lu Chuan did not answer, but walked to the bed, checked Tang Xiaole's condition, and said, go get a bowl of water, a bowl of chicken blood, a brush and some yellow talisman paper. When he entered the room, he felt the evil spirit in the room, and there was a dark evil force. The source of these dark evil forces was in Tang Xiaole. This situation is usually caused by too much contact with dark evil things. For people who practice, it is easy to break. Yundi wanted to see if the brocade bag left by her mother was reliable, so she ordered, go and get what he said. Someone immediately went to prepare what Lu Chuan needed. Tang Yurao said, Mom, this guy is unreliable at first glance. What if he causes trouble to Dad? In my opinion, we should just kick him out. Yundi stared at Lu Chuan and said, your dad won't live long anyway. The Tang family is in danger. If he is the turning point, what's the big deal? If your dad sacrifices a little? Tang Yurao was speechless. Tang Xiaole, who was lying on the bed, smiled awkwardly and said, that's right. He was really complaining in his heart. Thank you. Soon, someone brought what Lu Chuan needed. Lu Chuan picked up the brush, dipped it in water first, then in chicken blood, and drew a strange talisman on the yellow talisman paper. He rolled up the talisman, walked to Tang Xiaole, and said, open your mouth. Tang Xiaole immediately did as he was told and opened his mouth wide. Lu Chuan stuffed the talisman directly into Tang Xiaole's mouth. Tang Xiaole was caught off guard and almost choked to death by the spell. He swallowed it down with great difficulty. Tang Yurao, who was standing by, said anxiously, I think you are just fooling around. Get out of here. My Tang family doesn't need a liar like you to save us. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xiaole lay on the bed and couldn't stop shaking. At the same time, thick black air began to emerge from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, which looked extremely scary. Seeing this, the people of the Tang family quickly hid to the side. Lu Chuan held his hands together and gently pointed at the black hair that came out, and they all gathered at the tip of Lu Chuan's finger. Lu Chuan did not hesitate. He picked up a piece of yellow talisman paper with his other hand, dipped it in some chicken blood, and shouted softly, and the yellow talisman paper began to burn. He aimed the flame at the condensed black air. Boom. The black air was instantly ignited, and the temperature in the whole room rose a few degrees, scaring everyone to shiver. However, after the flames burned, the black air completely disappeared, and the room, which was a little cold, returned to normal. Yundi looked at Tang Xiaole and found that his face had regained its rosy color. The dead look on his face was gone, and he became more energetic, but he looked a little weak after staying in bed for many days. Lu Chuan smiled and asked Tang Xiaole, Master Tang, how do you feel? Tang Xiaole let out a long sigh and said with a look of enjoyment, I feel much better. Everyone in the Tang family was surprised. They didn't expect that the disease that countless famous doctors couldn't cure was actually cured by Lu Chuan in this way. Tang Yurao looked at her father in disbelief and said to herself, I was actually cured by him. Yundi looked at Lu Chuan with satisfaction and said with a smile, it seems that you are indeed the turning point of my Tang family. She walked to the bed, looked at Tang Xiaole, and said angrily, damn it, you made me worry for so long. Tang Xiaole grabbed Yundi's hand and said with a smile, I knew that my wife has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, just like my mother-in-law. Yundi glared at him, get out of the way. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing, thinking that this was indeed true. Tang Xiaole sat up from the bed, waved to Lu Chuan, and said, brother Lu Chuan, come here quickly. Lu Chuan walked over. Tang Xiaole grabbed Lu Chuan, looked left and right, as if he was looking at a cultural relic, trying to understand every detail of him. After a long while, he nodded with great satisfaction and said, good, very good. My mother-in-law's vision is definitely not wrong. This saves me a lot of trouble. Lu Chuan didn't understand and asked, Master Tang, what do you mean by this? Tang Xiaole laughed and said, nothing, nothing, I just like young people like you. Look, a talent like you standing with my daughter, it's really a perfect match. Hearing this, Tang Yurao immediately shouted angrily, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Tang Xiaole ignored Tang Yurao's attitude at all. In his heart, he had already determined that Lu Chuan was his son-in-law. Lu Chuan couldn't figure out what was wrong with this family. He didn't want to waste time, so he asked directly, Master Tang, why don't you tell me why you are haunted by evil spirits so that I can help your Tang family solve the trouble? Chapter 134. Is he coming for me? Hearing this, Tang Xiaoli's expression suddenly became a lot more serious, and he said, I can't explain this matter clearly, but what is certain is that my body started to become weak after the completion of Yunwu Villa. At that time, Yunwu Villa was the most popular project in Qingyang City, and the price per square meter even reached more than 30,000, but everyone was still scrambling to buy it. But suddenly, someone ran to the newly built high-rise building of Yunwu Villa and jumped off the building, and 3 people jumped at once. Later, rumors of ghosts spread, causing even the property management to dare not enter the community. I had no choice. In order to find out the reason, I checked in the community for a long time, but there was no clue. Instead, my health got worse and worse, and later I couldn't even get out of bed. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and said, it seems that the root cause is in the community. When you recover, I will go to Yunwu Villa with you to see if we can find out what is causing the trouble. Tang Xiaoli nodded and said, by the way, although my Tang family is the leader in Qingyang City's real estate, it is not without competitors. The old man from the Sun family, who ranks second in the real estate industry in Qingyang City, is my mortal enemy. I now strongly suspect that he is behind this. Lu Chuan smiled and said, let's go to Yunwu Villa to see it first. We can't confirm who is behind it now. Tang Xiaoli nodded and said, brother Lu Chuan, don't worry. As long as you can help my Tang family get through this difficult time, I will give you all the 300-year-old medicinal herbs I have collected, even my daughter. At this point, Yundi pinched him hard, and he had to swallow the rest of the words and coughed violently. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, even what? Tang Xiaoli smiled awkwardly and said, nothing. There is no rush for this matter, let's talk about it later. Yundi laughed along with him. She wanted to observe Lu Chuan for a while to see his character. After all, she couldn't give her precious daughter away just because of a brocade bag. Tang Yurao, who understood what he meant, could only stamp her feet anxiously. Lu Chuan did not ask any more questions. His mind was on the 300-year-old herbs. Now the remaining catalytic liquid in his danshan is enough to support the breakthrough, but he still needs the foundation building pill to cooperate. A foundation building pill requires at least 300-year-old herbs to be successfully refined. No wonder Master Yan Yu said that helping the Tang family solve the problem is also an opportunity for him. This can save him a lot of trouble. Tang Xiaoli said, I feel that my body is fine. I will recover for one more day at most, and I will be as energetic as before. Lu Chuan, you stay here first. When I recover tomorrow, I will accompany you to Yunwu Villa. Lu Chuan bowed, sorry to bother you. Tang Xiaoli smiled and said, no, you Ro, go and help Lu Chuan arrange a room. Lu Chuan, if you have anything, just find Yu Rao. You are both young people and have common topics. You will definitely be able to chat. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Tang Yurao and said, sorry to bother you, Miss Yurao. Tang Yurao was reluctant, but Lu Chuan really cured her father, which made her think of this guy a little differently. In addition, the matter of Yunwu Villa still needed this guy to deal with, so she did not refuse. Come with me. The two left the bedroom together. Tang Yurao has a slender body. Although she is full of poetic temperament, there is a natural charm between her eyebrows. She is the type who can be charming with a smile. When Lu Chuan walked beside her, he could still smell a faint fragrance that was refreshing. Tang Yurao brought Lu Chuan to the door of a guest room and said, you can live here. There are all the things you need in it. If you need anything, just tell the servants in the yard. No need to find me. How much do you dislike me? I don't think I have offended you. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Miss Yurao, I don't know what I did wrong to make you angry. You can just say it out loud. I won't mind. Tang Yurao was embarrassed and said, you did a good job, but I just don't like you. Everyone has their own preferences. You should understand this. I can't tell you that I don't like you because the lucky bag left by my grandmother told me to marry someone with the surname Lu. Lu Chuan was speechless when he heard what Tang Yurao said. He didn't take it seriously and said, "It's my fault that I didn't make it look like Miss Rao likes. But I'm in Qingyang City and I have to trouble Miss Rao for many things. Please bear with me. For some reason, I need some special treasures. Miss Rao, do you know where to buy rare treasures or antiques in Qingyang City?" The purple cloud pearl was destroyed. Now Lu Chuan urgently needs to refine a magic weapon again. In addition to the experience of escaping death this time, he has to prepare a few life-saving items for himself. If there is a chance to get a formation plate suitable for refining formations, gemstones and the like, he will certainly take them without hesitation. When Tang Yurao heard what Lu Chuan said, she thought to herself, "Why is this guy so troublesome? Could he be coming for me?" Considering that the other party had just saved her father's life, she did not refuse. After a little thought, she said, "I know there will be a treasure exchange meeting tonight. Some rare treasures will appear at that time. I will take you there then." Lu Chuan hurriedly thanked her and said, "Thank you, Miss Rao. Miss Rao, you are not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and helpful. No matter who sees you, they will like you." Tang Yurao stared at Lu Chuan with a strange look, snorted and turned away, muttering, "Slippery tongue, still hinting at me here. It seems that this guy is really coming for me." Lu Chuan did not hear what Tang Yurao said, and turned into the room. After packing up, he went out to find a mobile phone store, and bought a mobile phone. He originally planned to call Munanking and Chumingayao to report his safety, but he couldn't remember the mobile phone number at all, so he had to give up in the end. He didn't dare to find his previous mobile phone number now. Once Long Xian'er asked a hacker to monitor his previous mobile phone number, his whereabouts would be immediately exposed. In order to reduce the risk, he could only wait until he was strong enough before looking for Munanking and Chumingayao. At night, Lu Chuan was reading the inherited memory about the formation in his room. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Dang dang dang. He hurriedly got up, walked to the door, opened the door, and found Tang Yurao standing outside. At this time, Tang Yurao changed into a light pink ancient costume dress, with a hairpin in her hair and light makeup on her face. With her elegant temperament, she looked like a fairy from a painting. "The treasure exchange meeting is about to start. Are you going?" Tang Yurao asked. "Of course." Lu Chuan stared at Tang Yurao, who had changed her clothes, and asked, "Did you change this outfit just for me?" Tang Yurao blushed and scolded, "You are so shameless. How could I change clothes just for you? There are many antiques in the treasure exchange tonight, and the location is also in an ancient style dragon boat. I just came for the occasion." Lu Chuan laughed and said, "I'm just kidding you. Why do you have to explain so seriously? Let's go, or you won't be able to catch up." Tang Yurao was stunned for a moment. Thinking of how much she had said to explain, she felt guilty and then explained, "The reason why I want to explain it clearly is because..." Lu Chuan interrupted her, I know. The treasure exchange is important." The two came to the gate of Tang's house, where a black business car had already parked. Lu Chuan was about to get in the car. Tang Yurao said with a sullen face, "Wait a little longer, someone else hasn't arrived yet." She hadn't been able to explain clearly to Lu Chuan just now, and she always felt as if she was hiding something, which made her very upset. Lu Chuan asked, "Who else?" Tang Yurao said, "A master in the magic world. You will know when he arrives." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a fairy-like appearance came over. Tang Yurao hurriedly greeted him and said respectfully, "Master Wu, you are here." Then she looked at Lu Chuan and said, "This is the leading figure in the magic world of Qingyang City, Mr. Wu Daolang. He is a legendary Taoist master who has also made deep research on Feng Shui metaphysics. I also used a lot of connections to invite him. Tomorrow, Master Wu will go to Yunwu Villa with you to find the cause of the haunting. Tonight, he will go to the treasure exchange with us to watch the fun. After that," she explained, "I didn't invite Master Wu because I don't believe you, but I just think it's more reliable to have Master Wu here." Then he still doesn't believe me. Lu Chuan was a little speechless, but he didn't say much, and nodded to Wu Daolang. Tang Yurao introduced Lu Chuan to Wu Daolang again, just a few simple words. "Master Wu, this is Lu Chuan." Wu Daolang nodded to Lu Chuan, and then looked away, obviously not taking Lu Chuan seriously. The three of them got in the car together and rushed to the location of the treasure exchange. Soon, the driver drove the car to the largest scenic lake in Qingyang City. There was a 3-story dragon boat parked there, magnificent and luxurious. Those who could get on the boat must be big shots with status. Lu Chuan and Wu Daolong boarded the dragon boat under the leadership of Tang Yurao. The space on the dragon boat was very large, much larger than that of ordinary cruise ships. There were various entertainment facilities inside, and many people were having fun. The location of the treasure exchange meeting was on the 3rd floor of the dragon boat. The three people did not stay and went directly to the 3rd floor and came to an antique living room with 2 rows of tea tables in it. In the middle, there were several dancers dancing ancient style dances. Tang Yurao took Lu Chuan and Wu Daolong to sit in front of one of the tea tables. Many guests who had already sat down cast their eyes in their direction. When they saw that the eldest lady of the Tang family was sitting here, they retracted their eyes and dared not look at them anymore. Tang Yurao was one of the people with the highest status in this treasure exchange meeting. Soon, the dance ended and the dancers withdrew. A middle-aged man came up to the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, I'm glad you can come to today's treasure exchange meeting. Don't be shy, just treat this place as your home. I will introduce the treasures brought by the guests later. You can discuss them together. If you are interested, you can bid for them. Of course, the final ownership of the treasures will still follow the principle of the highest bidder." Tang Yurao waited for the middle-aged man to finish speaking, and after a little thought, she turned to Wu Daolong on the side and said, "Master Wu, Lu Chuan wants to buy a few treasures at today's treasure exchange meeting, but his vision may not be good, and he may be cheated, so he will have to ask Master Wu to help him choose later." Chapter 135 Good. When Lu Chuan heard this, his eyes widened. "Why is my vision so bad?" Wu Daolong stroked his goatee with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Miss Tang, I will naturally help to take care of this." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Tang Yurao and said, "Miss Yurao, even if you don't like me, you don't have to belittle me like this, right? If my vision is not good, would I let you bring me to such a place?" When Tang Yurao heard this, she got angry and said, "Hey, why are you like this? You are young and have little experience. No matter how good your vision is, it can't be better than Master Wu. I kindly ask Master Wu to help you judge. Why do you say that I belittled you?" Lu Chuan was speechless. "Vision has nothing to do with age. I thank you for your kindness, but I won't need others to help me judge the things I like later." Wu Daolong, who was standing aside, heard this and his face turned cold in an instant, and said, "Why, do you mean that, although I'm older, my vision may not be better than yours?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "If you want to understand it this way, there is no problem." Arrogant. Wu Daolong snorted coldly, "Do you know how many people in Qingyang City want me to help them check and approve, but I ignored them? You are so ignorant." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "I didn't ask you to help me check." This person didn't take him seriously at all, and he was his competitor. It was about 300-year-old medicinal herbs, so of course he wouldn't be polite to this person. Wu Daolong clenched his fists in anger, and there was a lot of magic power flowing on them. It can be seen that he really wanted to teach Lu Chuan a lesson. But in the end, he could only restrain his anger and said, "For Miss Tang's sake, I won't bother with you." Tang Yurao looked at Lu Chuan angrily and said, "You are really a dog-biting Lu Danbin. If I had known this, why would I ask Master Wu to help you?" Lu Chuan glanced at her and said, "Thank you, I can do it myself." "You." Tang Yurao gritted her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about Lu Chuan. "Grandma actually asked me to marry such a hateful person. Did she really not make a mistake?" But the note said someone with the surname Lu. There are many people with the surname Lu in the world. Grandma may not be referring to this Lu Chuan. Well, it must be like this. I don't want to marry such an arrogant guy. She snorted at Lu Chuan angrily, and then ignored this guy. Not long after, the middle-aged man who was talking at that time brought up a beautifully crafted sachet, and said with a smile, "Everyone, our first treasure is a sachet. This sachet has no name, but the fragrance it exudes can make people feel refreshed and sharp-eyed. Wearing it for a long time can not only improve one's own charm, but also help sleep, improve mental state a little bit, and thus improve the quality of the skin. This sachet is very suitable for the female friends present. The base price of this sachet is 50,000. You can raise the price at will. The highest bidder wins. Everyone present soon smelled the faint fragrance of the sachet. Wow, the smell of this sachet is so unique and smells so comfortable. I smelled it and felt refreshed. It's really not a lie. Can this thing really improve skin if worn for a long time? If the price does not exceed 100,000, I think I can make a move. Tangyurao naturally had no interest in this kind of sachet. She was born with body fragrance, so why did she need to use this kind of thing to embellish herself? Wu Daolong on the side also looked disdainful and closed his eyes and began to meditate. Lu Chuan had no interest in the sachet when he saw it, but soon he caught a glimpse of something unique in the scent of the sachet and his eyes lit up immediately. It's the boneless flower. There are boneless flower ingredients in this sachet. The boneless flower is a relatively rare plant, belonging to the category of spiritual medicine, and is mostly used as an auxiliary material for refining magic tools. Generally, magic tools that incorporate boneless flower ingredients will have the effect of refreshing the mind, which can make people clear-headed and accelerate their practice, which is a bit similar to the effect of the purple cloud beads before. Now Lu Chuan is thinking about refining magic tools, and he is naturally excited when he comes across this sachet containing boneless flower ingredients. Although the boneless flower has been made into a sachet and has lost its original appearance, Lu Chuan has a way to extract its main ingredients and use it to refine magic tools. The lady who was thinking of spending 100,000 to buy the sachet said, "I'll offer 100,000. If no one competes with me, then I'll buy this sachet." Many other ladies were also quite interested in the sachet and were thinking about whether to bid. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly said, "I'll pay 200,000. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Even the middle-aged host was surprised. He thought that only women would pay attention to this sachet, but he didn't expect that a man would be willing to bid for it. Of course, he was relieved soon. This man might have bought it for someone else. Tangyurao didn't expect Lu Chuan to bid. She looked over in surprise and said, "It's just an ordinary sachet." Lu Chuan said, "It's not ordinary." Wu Daolong sneered, thinking that this kid's vision is really not good. He actually regards a broken sachet as a treasure. He wants to compete with me. It's ridiculous. Tangyurao originally wanted to scold Lu Chuan and tell him that buying this sachet is basically a waste of money. After all, no one would put the real treasure at the beginning to sell. But she changed her mind and another idea popped up in her mind. Could it be he wants to buy this sachet and give it to me? This guy's trick is too clumsy, right? Did he think that if he bought me a sachet, I would not be angry with him? Tangyurao murmured in her heart, but she did not say anything to stop Lu Chuan. At this time, another woman made a bid. "I'll bid 210,000. Hearing this, Lu Chuan shouted directly, "I'll bid 300,000. Now the women who wanted to bid were suddenly silent. Although they were all from wealthy families, it was not cost effective for them to spend 300,000 to buy a sachet. No one would foolishly buy something that was not worth the price. Seeing that Lu Chuan made such a straightforward bid, Tangyurao could not help but glance at him, and a hint of arrogance appeared on her face. This guy is willing to spend so much money to make me happy. I feel more and more that he came for me. But I never like this kind of guy who likes to use sweet words to deceive girls. Even if he buys me this sachet, I will never take it. But if he insists on giving it to me, considering that he also wants to save face, I can accept it first and then find a chance to return it to him later, so that everyone won't be too embarrassed. Well, I'm really a considerate girl." Seeing that no one bids anymore, the host smiled and said, "If no one bids anymore, then this sachet belongs to this gentleman." No one said a word. The host put the sachet in front of Lu Chuan. Soon, a staff member came to Lu Chuan with a pose machine and asked Lu Chuan to pay. Lu Chuan took the sachet and took a look. After confirming that there was really boneless flour in it, his face was a little more happy. Tangyurao coughed twice and said, "Even if you want to use this sachet to please me, I won't accept it." Lu Chuan felt puzzled and said, "Who said I want to use this sachet to please you?" Tangyurao glared, clenched her fists, looked at Lu Chuan angrily, and turned her head back. "You are such a stubborn guy. You are embarrassed to give it to me because there are too many people here. Wait for me. When you give it to me in private, I will embarrass you. The exchange meeting continued. The host took out several treasures one after another. Everyone discussed enthusiastically and finally bid. Lu Chuan took a fancy to a piece of jade with a strange texture and planned to refine it into a formation plate to carry the formation. Although some of the items after that were strange, they were not very useful, so Lu Chuan did not continue to participate in the bidding. Not long after, the host brought up another item. It was a purple gourd that looked a bit shabby, the size of a palm, and there was nothing strange about it. Everyone, the origin of this treasure is not ordinary. Maybe you can't see how powerful it is, but I can tell you responsibly that it is a magic weapon. Everyone perked up after hearing this. Magic weapon? Is it the kind of magic weapon that can suck people in on TV? Are there really all kinds of magic weapons in the world? Aren't they all made up to deceive people? Even if there are magic weapons, they shouldn't appear at an exchange meeting like ours, right? When Wu Daolang heard that there was a magic weapon, he immediately stopped meditating and opened his eyes to look at the gourd in the host's hand. He carefully observed the gourd, and soon a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Tang Yurao asked quickly, Master Wu, is that gourd really a magic weapon? Wu Daolang said, it is indeed a magic weapon, but there is not much magic power left on it, and its power has long been gone. It is just a decoration after buying it. Tang Yurao was disappointed when she heard this. She thought she could see the legendary magic weapon that could swallow clouds and spit out mist and possess great power. When the host heard Wu Daolang's words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he said, Sir, please don't talk nonsense. We specially asked a Taoist master to look at this gourd. This is a genuine magic weapon. Wu Daolang snorted coldly, Taoist master? You look down on me so much. I'm not as good as a mere Taoist master. Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Daolang. At this time, someone recognized Wu Daolang and quickly stood up and asked, excuse me, are you Wu Daolang, Master Wu? Wu Daolang raised his head and said, it's me. Many people who have heard of Wu Daolang's name were shocked. It's Master Wu. It is said that he is the number one in the magic world of Qingyang City. He said that this gourd is a decoration, so how can it be false? I didn't expect to see such a big figure as Master Wu at our exchange meeting. I really came to the right place today. Compared with a Taoist master and a Taoist master, there is a world of difference. It seems that this gourd is really used to cheat people. The host's face changed drastically after learning about Wu Daolang's identity. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He smiled awkwardly. It turned out to be Master Wu. I'm so rude, he said with a stiff face. The starting price of this magic gourd is 500,000. Does anyone want it? The whole audience was silent. The host had expected this situation and wanted to take the gourd down and exchange it for another treasure. At this moment, Lu Chuan stood up, staring at the gourd in the host's hand, and asked, can you show me the gourd? Chapter 136, Sword Raising Gourd. Tang Yurao heard this and said, Master Wu said that this gourd only has the shell of magic weapon, and its power has long gone. Why are you still looking at it? Wu Daolang snorted coldly and said, he naturally wants to prove that his vision is higher than all of us, but it's a pity that he picked the wrong thing. Miss Tang, just let him show off his ability, and then we'll see how he ends up. Tang Yurao sighed and said to Lu Chuan, why are you doing this? Lu Chuan ignored the two people and kept his eyes on the gourd in the host's hand. The host smiled helplessly and said, no one will buy it anyway, so I'll show it to you. After that, he handed the gourd to Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan took it, he immediately wrapped the gourd with his spiritual power, observed it carefully, and couldn't help but smile. It's actually a sword-raising gourd. I've really found a treasure this time. The so-called sword-raising gourd can only be refined by the real great powers in the cultivation world. Moreover, this kind of magic weapon usually belongs to the cultivator's life magic weapon. It is nurtured by the cultivator's own power every day, so it is extremely powerful, and its grade can also be improved as the master's strength improves. However, the sword-raising gourd cannot be opened with spiritual power, but needs to be controlled by spiritual consciousness. Therefore, even Wu Daolang, who has achieved success in cultivation, Cannot tell whether this sword raising good is good or bad. Spiritual consciousness can only be opened after reaching the foundation building stage. Lu Chuan naturally does not have it at present, but he is a true dragon fate with outstanding talent. Even if he has not reached the foundation building stage, he can release a power similar to spiritual consciousness, but the power is much weaker than spiritual consciousness. Practitioners call this power spiritual consciousness. Lu Chuan released his spiritual consciousness and entered the sword raising good. He soon discovered the sword intention space inside. This sword intention space was filled. 3 small swords were suspended, which contained infinite power. Lu Chuan felt a tremor just by observing with spiritual consciousness. This sword raising good is at least the lifelong magical weapon of a Yuan stage master. Even if it only nurtures 3 flying swords, with these 3 flying swords, I'm afraid it can easily kill any master of the same level. Now I can't even drive a flying sword with my spiritual consciousness, but once I successfully build my foundation, this sword raising good will be my biggest trump card. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He originally just wanted to buy some raw materials for refining magic weapons, but who would have thought that he would come across a peerless magic weapon? Because he was worried about something going wrong, he quickly said, I want this good. Everyone was a little surprised. Didn't they say that this good is just a decoration? Why does he still want it? Yes, even if this thing was indeed a magic weapon before, its power is exhausted now. What's the use of buying it back? Besides, it has been personally identified by Master Wu. I guess he is pretending to know something when he doesn't. Who cares? Anyway, it's not my money that is being compensated. Seeing that Lu Chuan wanted to buy it, Tang Yurao frowned and said, why do you like to sing a different tune? You buy something that even fools don't buy. Aren't you asking for trouble? Wu Daolang smiled and said, this good currently only has the shell of magic weapon, but it is actually not much different from an ordinary good. You are willing to spend 500,000 to buy a broken good. No one can compare to this courage. Lu Chuan smiled and said, not only will I buy this good, but I will also pay 3 million to buy it. Everyone was shocked. Is this person crazy? Spending 3 million to buy an ordinary good? Is he just burning money? Many people felt that Lu Chuan's behavior was too arrogant. Tang Yurao's face darkened, and she clenched her fist subconsciously. This guy's deliberately going against me. Wu Daolang's face also became a little ugly, and he said coldly, you have money, you can do whatever you want. No one will stop you. The host originally thought that this good was destined to not be sold today, but he didn't expect that someone would be willing to pay 3 million to buy it. Of course, he was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity, and hurriedly said, okay, deal. This magic good belongs to this gentleman. As soon as the host finished speaking, the staff ran to Lu Chuan and asked him to swipe the card, as if they were afraid that Lu Chuan would regret it if he was a second late. Lu Chuan swiped the card without hesitation. He was also afraid that the host would regret not selling it to him. After the transaction was completed, both parties breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chuan looked at the good with joy. If he encountered a life and death crisis again in the future, he would be more confident. Wu Daolang was very unhappy when he saw Lu Chuan playing with the good. As a big shot in the cultivation world of Qingyang City, he had already said that this good was of no value, but Lu Chuan still insisted on buying it, and even offered a price of 3 million. This was simply a slap in his face in public. He was a person of status and position after all. How could he be insulted by such a junior? He had to teach this kid a lesson. He thought about it and suddenly said, Lu Chuan, since you believe that this good is not ordinary, you must be able to see the specialness that even I can't see. Why don't you show us what's so great about this good that it's worth spending 3 million to buy it? How about it? Everyone immediately became interested. They also wanted to know why Lu Chuan had to spend 3 million to buy useless good. Yes, tell us about it, so that we can also learn something. That's right, I'm curious why you still offered 3 million to buy it when no one was bidding against you. Wu Daolang showed a sneer on his face. He felt that Lu Chuan offered 3 million just to refute his face. If Lu Chuan's explanation is not worth 3 million, everyone will laugh at him for not knowing the value of the goods. If he can't explain it, everyone will think he is a fool. And so many people asked Lu Chuan to explain. He was already at a loss. But Lu Chuan said generously, okay, since you are so interested, then I will let you know why this gourd is worth 3 million. After that, he put the gourd on the palm of his hand and raised it. Everyone's eyes fell on the gourd. Lu Chuan released his spiritual consciousness, and a strange connection was established between him and the sword-raising gourd. The worn-out outer skin of the sword-raising gourd cracked a little bit and fell off, revealing the exquisite jade gourd inside, like a treasure. There were complex patterns engraved on it, and as Lu Chuan's spiritual consciousness was injected, it emitted golden light. Then, infinite sword intent was released, filling every corner of the dragon boat. Everyone felt as if a sword was hanging in their hearts, and they were frightened, and pale and trembling. They felt that, as long as the person controlling the sword intent had a thought, they might die on the spot. After Wu Daolang felt the infinite sword intent released by the jade gourd, he stood up and shouted in shock, This is a supreme magic weapon. A supreme magic weapon that can release a terrifying field. How is this possible? The host on the side was also dumbfounded. He originally believed Wu Daolang's words very much and thought that the gourd might really be a mistake made by the experts and was not worth much at all. But now seeing Lu Chuan showing the power of the gourd, he suddenly felt that selling such a top-level magic weapon for 3 million was a big loss. Seeing that it was almost done, Lu Chuan took back the sword intent. Now he can barely release some of the sword intent in the sword-raising gourd, and just for a short while, it consumes a lot of his spiritual consciousness. But this is enough to shock Wu Daolang and the ordinary people present. He smiled and said, now you know why I'm willing to spend 3 million to buy this gourd. Some things require vision. If you can't see it, of course you will think I'm spending money on junk. Everyone looked at Lu Chuan with admiration, completely without the contempt they had before. After hearing what Lu Chuan said, many people showed regret on their faces, as if they had originally planned to buy this gourd, but because of a moment of hesitation, they missed such a powerful magic weapon. Tang Yurao looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, and for the first time felt that she had misunderstood this guy. His vision seems to be better than Master Wu's. The host wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just based on the power that Lu Chuan had just shown, this magic weapon would have been sold for hundreds of millions, and there would be people scrambling to buy it. As a result, he sold it for 3 million. Anyone would be heartbroken. He looked at Wu Daolang and said with a face full of resentment, Master Wu, you really screwed me over. Wu Daolang's face was full of embarrassment. He coughed twice and said, it's normal to make money and lose money in business. I just expressed my opinion. You can't stop people from speaking here, right? The host had no way to refute and could only swallow his bitter water. Wu Daolang turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still said shamelessly, Lu Chuan, can you let me see the gourd? Lu Chuan said categorically, no. Wu Daolang's face was immediately full of embarrassment. Tang Yurao looked at Lu Chuan and said, why are you so stingy? Let Master Wu see what's wrong. Lu Chuan glanced at her, lowered his eyes, and said, take off your clothes and let me see. Tang Yurao immediately covered her chest, and said with shame and anger, rogue, why should I let you see? Lu Chuan curled his lips, and imitated Tang Yurao's tone just now, saying, why are you so stingy? Let me see what's wrong. Tang Yurao was embarrassed and annoyed, but for a moment she couldn't find a way to refute Lu Chuan's words, so she could only bite her lips and turn her head away, no longer paying attention to this bastard. Wu Daolang saw that Lu Chuan didn't give him face, snorted coldly, and said, you are just lucky to pick up a loophole. I also have a magic weapon like this. I don't want your gourd. People who practice Taoism still rely on their own strength. When we go to Yunwu Villa tomorrow, you will know how small you are in front of me. Lu Chuan laughed and ignored Wu Daolang. Then the host endured the heartache and continued to introduce the treasures. Lu Chuan had no interest in the subsequent things, so he simply observed the sword-raising gourd to see if he could comprehend some sword meaning from it and apply it in future battles. After a long time, the dragon boat docked and the treasure exchange meeting ended. Wu Daolang stood up angrily, Miss Tang, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. He turned his head and glanced at Luchuan and said, I advise you to stay away from such arrogant guys. It's not good for you. After that, he left as if he was very angry. Tang Yurao didn't take Wu Daolong's words to heart. She was still angry and blushing because of Luchuan's dirty words at that time. However, the ability shown by Luchuan far exceeded her expectations, which made her have fewer opinions about Luchuan. The two of them got off the dragon boat together. Tang Yurao suddenly turned around, stared at Luchuan and said, apologize to me. Luchuan smiled and said, okay, I'm sorry. I was offended by what I said before. Don't take it to heart. But to be honest, I was just making an analogy. I don't want to see it at all. After all, I have seen more than one person older than you. Tang Yurao blushed all the way to her neck and said, how can there be such a shameless person like you in this world? If you want to see it, just want to see it. Why are you so hypocritical? Luchuan was speechless. In order to end the topic, he didn't say anything. Tang Yurao covered her face and walked forward. For some reason, she was not as angry with Luchuan as before. After walking for a while, Tang Yurao's embarrassment was relieved a lot. Thinking of easing the relationship, she turned her head and stretched out her hand to Luchuan, saying, give me the sachet. I accept your gift, because you have good taste. Chapter 137 Soul Control Bell. Luchuan was stunned for a moment and said, I didn't say this is a gift for you. Tang Yurao was a little speechless and said, why are you so awkward? There were so many people on the boat just now, so you were embarrassed to give it to me. Now there are only two of us. What are you embarrassed about? Luchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, I'm not embarrassed. I really didn't think of giving you this sachet. Tang Yurao asked back, then why did a big boy like you buy a sachet? Luchuan said, there is an ingredient in this sachet that can be used to refine things. I bought this sachet to extract the ingredient that can be used. Tang Yurao was stunned for a moment, and her body froze when she saw that Luchuan didn't look like he was joking at all. Really not giving it to me? Luchuan said helplessly, if you really want it, I'll give it to you after I extract the ingredients inside. Tang Yurao felt what social death was for the first time in her life. Thinking of how she had shamelessly asked Luchuan for the sachet just now, she felt that she would have no face to see anyone in the future. She pretended to be calm so that she didn't look so embarrassed. After a long while, she took a deep breath and said to Luchuan, very good. I was actually testing you just now. It seems that you are not the kind of guy who loses himself when you see a beautiful girl. You have your own ideas. I admire people like you. Luchuan was confused. Test me? That's right. Well, you have passed my test. Let's go back quickly. Tang Yurao said, and quickly turned and walked towards the parking lot. Luchuan chased after her and asked, explain to me what this means. I don't understand. Explain what? This girl doesn't want to save face. Tang Yurao shouted in her heart. She had lost enough embarrassment today. Now she just wanted to go home quickly and get into bed to isolate herself from all contact with the world. Seeing her like this, Luchuan quietly smiled evilly. In fact, he did it on purpose. I don't know why this girl had a preconceived prejudice against him from the beginning. In order to punish her a little, he let her taste the taste of social death. The two of them walked and made a scene. Luchuan looked at this girl who was several years younger than him and looked ashamed to face people, but he found it a bit funny. Just when the two were about to reach the parking lot, a group of people stopped them. The leader was a young man with dyed hair, earrings, and luxury brand clothes. He looked like a rich second generation. Yurao, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Tang Yurao frowned immediately. Sun Shaoan, you seem to be getting more and more lonely after not seeing you for a few days. Sun Shaoan laughed and said, your temper is still as bad as ever. I know you don't like me, but there is no need to slander me like this. Tang Yurao curled her lips and said, sorry, I'm just telling the truth. Let your people get out of the way. I'm going home. Sun Shaoan took 2 steps forward and said, don't worry, I'm here to give you a gift. As he said that, he took out a sachet from his clothes and handed it to Tang Yurao. Smell it, isn't it fragrant? Tang Yurao only felt a burst of fragrance, and her irritable mood calmed down immediately. She even answered honestly, yes, it smells very good. Sun Shaoan showed a playful smile on his face, walked up to Tang Yurao, tied the sachet to her clothes, and said, this sachet is for you. You can remember this smell in the future. This belongs to me alone. Tang Yurao's eyes became unfocused, and then she nodded obediently. Thank you. Sun Shaoan took out a bell from his clothes, shook it at Tang Yurao, and said, say you like me. Tang Yurao said obediently, I like you. Sun Shaoan's face was full of excitement. Master Zhang really didn't lie to me. This thing is really amazing. The group of younger brothers behind him also showed shocked expressions, and many of them had evil flashes in their eyes. Boss, the eldest lady of the Tang family is controlled like this? Then can't we do whatever we want? One person said obscenely. Sun Shaoan glared at him and said, do whatever you want. I was the one who started it. You all stand aside. After I'm done, you will have your share. He looked at the well-behaved and obedient Tang Yurao and said, I've fantasized about your pretty face countless times. This time I finally have the chance to feel the real person. Your Tang family is doomed. Qingyang City will belong to my Sun family in the future. You just be a dog by my side. After saying that, he rang the bell and said, come back with me. Tang Yurao immediately wanted to follow Sun Shaoan and leave. At this time, Lu Chuan stopped Tang Yurao, looked at Sun Shaoan with cold eyes, and said, who gave you this thing? The soul bewitching incense and the soul controlling bell. Sun Shaoan frowned and said, how are you still conscious? After being poisoned by the soul bewitching incense, you should have stood still. How did you wake up? Lu Chuan said lightly, this thing is useful for ordinary people, but it has no effect on me. You haven't answered my question yet. Sun Shaoan showed a trace of vigilance and cursed, answer you, brothers, come on. This guy heard what we said just now. We can't let him leave alive. A group of people immediately rushed towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan curled his lips, raised his hand, and cleaned up the gangsters. Sun Shaoan didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so powerful, and turned around to run. Lu Chuan rushed behind him in one step, and pulled him back. Sun Shaoan gave Lu Chuan an awkward smile and said, brother, please show mercy. I will tell you everything you want to know. Lu Chuan said coldly, tell me where you got this soul controlling bell. Sun Shaoan picked up the soul controlling bell in his hand and said, this thing is mine. Before he finished speaking, he immediately pointed behind Lu Chuan and said, look what that is. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked behind him, but saw nothing. Sun Shaoan took this opportunity to quickly shake the soul controlling bell in his hand and ordered, come over and hug him, kiss him hard. Tang Yurao immediately ran towards Lu Chuan, hugged him, and kissed him on tiptoe. Sun Shaoan took the opportunity to escape. Lu Chuan frowned and wanted to catch Sun Shaoan back, but Tang Yurao blocked him, and he failed to catch him. He just snatched the soul controlling bell from him. Stop right there, Lu Chuan shouted. Tang Yurao stroked Lu Chuan's face with her slender hands, preventing him from looking anywhere else, and then said tenderly, don't talk, kiss me. Chapter 138 The first kiss is gone. Seeing Tang Yurao's thin lips about to kiss him, Lu Chuan quickly pushed her away, and rang the soul controlling bell in his hand. Wake up. Tang Yurao's eyes immediately returned to normal, but there was obviously a hint of confusion. She saw that Lu Chuan was only a few centimeters away from her, and her two hands were still holding his face, and her toes were still on tiptoe, obviously looking like she was going to kiss him. She was immediately panicked and asked, what are you going to do? Lu Chuan looked helpless and said, you should ask yourself. Tang Yurao quickly let go of Lu Chuan, and took a few steps back. She asked shyly and confusedly, what's wrong with me? Lu Chuan walked over, and took off the sachet on her clothes, and said, this sachet contains soul bewitching incense. People who smell it will lose consciousness, and be at the mercy of others. He shook the soul controlling bell in his hand and said, this is called the soul controlling bell. It is a matching set with the soul bewitching incense. It can control people who are hit by the soul bewitching incense. After shaking the bell, no matter what kind of order is given, the person who is hit by the soul bewitching incense will follow it. But this soul controlling bell can only control the person closest to the soul bewitching incense sachet. This kind of thing is a crooked thing, and it is not worthy of being in a refined place. After saying that, he sealed the sachet to prevent the fragrance inside from coming out again. Tang Yurao was shocked after hearing this and said, this thing is too evil. What did Sun Shaoan ask me to do? Lu Chuan said, let you kiss me. Tang Yurao blushed immediately and asked quickly, did I kiss you? Lu Chuan smiled jokingly and said, yes, we kissed for most of the day, and I was so devoted. If I hadn't felt it myself, I would have thought you couldn't kiss. Who did you learn this technique from? Tang Yurao was suddenly struck by lightning and froze in place. She didn't expect that her first kiss, which she had kept for 20 years, would be gone just like that. After she came to her senses, she quickly said, I didn't learn it from anyone. This is my first kiss. I must have been controlled. That's not the real me at all. Lu Chuan laughed, not expecting this girl to actually believe it. He changed the subject and asked, who is that Sun Shaoan? In order to divert the embarrassment, Tang Yurao quickly said, that bastard is the son of Sun Guoxing, who is ranked second in the real estate industry in Qingyang City. Their Sun family and our Tang family have always been mortal enemies. I didn't expect that the beast Sun Shaoan would use this method to deal with me. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and said, this soul bewitching incense and soul controlling bell are not something that ordinary people can get. There must be someone behind him directing him. Your family's Yunwu Villa project has frequently encountered problems, and I'm afraid it is related to the Sun family. Tang Yurao gritted her teeth and said, I knew that the people in the Sun family are not good people. My father also sent people to investigate before, but couldn't find any evidence at all. Now that Sun Shaoan has taken action against me, it can be basically confirmed that it is their family who is playing tricks. Lu Chuan nodded and said, let's go to Yunwu Villa tomorrow to see if we can find some clues. Tang Yurao nodded and obviously became more obedient. The two came to the parking lot, got into the black business car, and asked the driver to drive home. On the way, Tang Yurao asked cautiously, you said that people who were hit by the soul-loving incense would lose consciousness, so how come you are fine? Lu Chuan said, I have great magical powers, so this kind of trick is naturally useless to me. Tang Yurao glared and said, then why didn't you stop me from kissing you? Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to himself, why are you still thinking about this? He thought for a while and said, you were too enthusiastic at the time, and I couldn't stop you. Tang Yurao immediately covered her face, feeling that she would never have to see anyone again. She looked at Lu Chuan playing with the sachet and the soul controlling bell, and asked, is this thing really useless to you? Could it be that you were also controlled at that time, so what you saw was an illusion? Lu Chuan smiled and said, when I'm awake, they can't have any effect on me, but after I fall asleep, my vigilance is at its lowest, and it is possible that I will be controlled by this thing. Oh. Tang Yurao's face was full of disappointment. In this case, she might have really given her first kiss to Lu Chuan. The two returned to the Tang mansion. Tang Yurao returned to her room with a lot of thoughts in her mind, and Lu Chuan also returned to his guest room. The next day, Tang Shaoli had almost recovered, so he came to find Lu Chuan to go to Yunwu Villa together. Lu Chuan said that he would go there at night. Tang Shaoli was puzzled and asked, why do we have to wait until night to go? Lu Chuan said lightly, if you are a ghost, would you come out in broad daylight? Tang Shaoli thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, that's right, then we will go at night. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chuan and Tang Shaoli came to the gate of Tang Mansion together. Wu Daolang had been waiting there for a long time. A young man followed him. This person was his apprentice, Liu Bo. Tang Shaoli quickly greeted him, Master Wu, it is an honor for our Tang family that you can come to help our Tang family solve the problem. Although Lu Chuan easily saved his life, he still trusted Wu Daolang, who had been famous for a long time, more out of stereotype. Besides, no one could predict the matter of ghosts and gods. With the help of a real person, he could feel a little more at ease. Wu Daolang greeted Tang Shaoli, then glanced at Lu Chuan and said coldly, Master Tang, I can handle today's matter by myself, so it's better not to bring other burdens. Tang Shaoli heard Tang Yurao's story about last night, and knew that Wu Daolang and Lu Chuan were not on good terms, so he quickly tried to smooth things over and said, Master Wu, Lu Chuan is also very powerful. He cured my illness in no time. If you two joined forces today, won't we be safer? Wu Daolong didn't want to offend Tang Xiaoli, so he could only snort coldly and said nothing. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at Wu Daolong, thinking to himself, people who can take out things like the soul control bell are not something you, a master, can deal with. I want to see what you are capable of today. Several people took a car and rushed to Yunwu Villa. When they arrived at the gate of Yunwu Villa, there were already many people waiting. All of them were bodyguards of the Tang family. They also didn't want to go into Yunwu Villa, where there were dirty things, but Tang Xiaoli threatened them with 3 months salary, so they had to give in. Take your flashlights and follow us in. If anyone dares to back down, I will fire him tomorrow. Tang Xiaoli shouted to the bodyguards. Then he followed Lu Chuan, Wu Daolong and Liu Bo into Yunwu Villa. The bodyguards took out their flashlights and tried to illuminate the surroundings. Yunwu Villa was built very luxuriously, with all kinds of supporting facilities and greenery that is unique in Qingyang City. But because of the recent rumors and the fact that the community has not yet been powered on, it looks a bit gloomy here at night. Everyone went deeper and wanted to see the building where someone jumped off the building. On the way, they passed a small forest, and the wind blew the leaves, rustling, which seemed a bit creepy. Originally, everyone walked very calmly, and seeing that nothing happened, the bodyguards also calmed down. But at this moment, a bodyguard walking at the back suddenly said, "Did you hear someone calling your name? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 139 Female Ghosts Are King. Everyone stopped immediately and turned to look at the last bodyguard. The bodyguard suddenly got a little nervous and asked, "You, what are you looking at me for? Seriously, someone really called my name just now, and it was a woman's voice." The voice was ethereal and quite pleasant to hear. Everyone immediately became nervous. "I'm afraid there is a female ghost calling your name. I didn't hear anything." "Yeah, no one was calling you. Are you trying to scare us on purpose?" The bodyguard turned pale and said tremblingly, "I really heard it. I didn't lie to you." Tang Xiaoli turned his head to look at Wu Daolong and asked, "Master Wu, what's going on?" Wu Daolong looked around vigilantly and said, "This place has a very heavy yin energy. No matter what happens, it's normal. He may be hallucinating." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "He is not hallucinating. There really is a female ghost calling his name." Wu Daolong frowned immediately. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Wu Daolong's apprentice Liu Bo immediately pointed at Lu Chuan and shouted, "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense here. My master is a Taoist master. What he said is absolutely right. If there really is a female ghost calling his name, then why can only he hear it, but we can't?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Ghosts are only seen by people who are physically weak and lack energy. In other words, the reason why he could hear a female ghost calling his name is because he has kidney deficiency." He turned his head to look at the bodyguard and asked, "Am I right?" The bodyguard was embarrassed, but nodded honestly and said, "Yes, I'm a little weak. My new girlfriend works in a bar and is a little fierce." Wu Daolong snorted and said, "Even so, how do you know it is a female ghost? Why can't it be a male ghost?" Lu Chuan said, "Because I saw it." Liu Bo asked directly, "Do you also have kidney deficiency?" Lu Chuan. He pointed to a big tree not far from the woods and said, "The female ghost is there, wearing red clothes. You can see for yourself." Everyone turned their heads immediately, and sure enough, they saw a female ghost wearing red clothes, her face covered by hair, and with a gloomy and terrifying feeling next to the big tree over there. All the bodyguards panicked. "Ghost. It's really a ghost." A gust of cold wind suddenly rose in the woods. The flashlights in the bodyguards' hands began to flicker, and soon they all exploded. The woods fell into darkness, and they could only rely on the moonlight to barely see some of the surroundings. Wu Daolong was as if he was facing a great enemy, and quickly took out a peachwood sword and several yellow talisman papers from his clothes. He looked at the place where the female ghost was just now, but found that the female ghost had disappeared. A bodyguard took out a spare flashlight and said, "I have a spare flashlight here. Then he turned on the flashlight. A ray of light appeared, and then he saw that the female ghost in red had appeared in front of him at some point. The long hair was blown by the wind, revealing a face with black pupils and as pale as paper. The bodyguard fainted on the spot. Wu Daolang rushed towards the female ghost in red with a peachwood sword, and used his magic power to make the peachwood sword light up yellow. He thrust his sword forward, and a powerful force appeared, instantly locking onto the red-clothed female ghost. Seeing this, the red-clothed female ghost immediately floated into the air and dodged Wu Daolang's attack. Then the female ghost stretched out her pale hand, which had green nails on it, which was extremely creepy. She made a pinching gesture. The next second, Wu Daolang felt that something was pinching his neck, and he couldn't breathe. His face changed drastically, and he quickly used the peachwood sword to cut off the female ghost's means, and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. This is a fierce ghost. My Taoism is not enough to deal with her. Everyone run, otherwise we will all die here today, Wu Daolang shouted. After hearing this, everyone was so scared that they immediately fled in all directions. Tang Xiaoli didn't expect that the ghost in Yunwu Villa couldn't even deal with Wu Daolang. He was so scared that his legs became weak, his whole body trembled, and he couldn't even run. When the female ghost saw that everyone was trying to escape, she instantly became hideous, as if she was going to rush up and eat everyone. Wu Daolang quickly threw the yellow talisman paper in his hand. The talisman painted on it emitted a bright light, instantly pinning the female ghost in midair. Wu Daolang controlled the power of the talisman, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said, I can only control the evil ghost for 5 minutes at most. After 5 minutes, I will have no means to deal with her. Although I don't like you, I know you are also capable. Take everyone away from here. Liu Bo heard it, and shouted at Lu Chuan, what are you still standing there for? Take us away quickly. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite responsible. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, I can deal with this female ghost. Seeing this, Wu Daolang frowned and said, are you crazy? This is your only chance to escape. Even if you want to die, don't joke with everyone's lives. Liu Bo was horrified and shouted, my master can't deal with this female ghost. How can you deal with it? Come back quickly. If this female ghost escapes from the control of the master, we will all die. Lu Chuan ignored them, but looked up at the female ghost in the air, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper from his clothes, bit his finger and quickly drew a talisman, and then shouted, come down. Then, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, the ghost actually fell down obediently and came to Lu Chuan's side, trembling. Lu Chuan put the talisman in his hand on the ghost's forehead. A dazzling light emanated from it. The ghost was enveloped by the light and screamed instantly. A stream of yin qi emerged from the ghost's body, as if it had emptied her of her strength, and her body began to twist and deform in pain. Wu Daolang stared at the scene in amazement, muttering, this is a fierce ghost. How could he be subdued so easily? Tang Xiaoli exclaimed, so Lu Chuan is so powerful. Liu Bo was dumbfounded. Didn't the master say that this fierce ghost is difficult to deal with? How come it's like bullying a kindergarten ghost in this guy's hands? After a long time, all the yin qi and evil spirits in the ghost's body were sucked out. She also changed from the image of a fierce ghost in red to a girl wearing a white long skirt, with long flowing hair and a beautiful face, but her figure was a little ethereal. If we didn't know that this guy was a female ghost, everyone would probably think that this was a school beauty from some school. The female ghost's eyes were full of intelligence. She looked around and then quickly knelt in front of Lu Chuan and said respectfully, thank you, master, for helping me get rid of the evil spirits. Lu Chuan waved his hand and said, get up. The female ghost stood up and stood beside Lu Chuan obediently. Tang Xiaoli was dumbfounded. He quickly ran to Lu Chuan and asked, Lu Chuan, what's going on? How did the scary ghost just now become a fairy? Lu Chuan said, she is not a fairy. She is essentially a healing ghost. It's just that I helped her get rid of the evil spirits around her body and purified the fierceness in her heart so that she became a kind ghost. Tang Xiaoli was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Chuan to have such a method. Wu Daolang walked over, looked at Lu Chuan a little embarrassedly, then bowed to Lu Chuan and said, Lu Chuan, I'm sorry, I underestimated you. Compared with yours, my skills are just a show of skill in front of an expert. No wonder you treated me like that. I have realized my ignorance, and I hope you can forgive my previous stupidity. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, "The fact that you were able to sacrifice yourself for others at that time has already made me look up to you. You don't have to take the previous things to heart." Wu Daolong breathed a sigh of relief. A happy smile appeared on his face. Lu Chuan didn't want to waste time, so he turned his head to look at the well-behaved female ghost beside him and asked, "What's your name?" The female ghost quickly replied, "Master, just call me Zaya King." Lu Chuan nodded. "Zaya King, tell us why you became a fierce ghost and harm people here." Zaya King was immediately aggrieved, biting her lips and said, "Master, you are wronged." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there another hidden story?" Tears flashed in Zaya King's eyes, and she nodded seriously. Zaya King was made into a fierce ghost by a human being and sealed here. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially the bodyguards. They thought that fierce ghosts were scary enough, but they didn't expect that such scary fierce ghosts were made by humans. It seems that what is more terrifying than fierce ghosts is often people themselves. Lu Chuan frowned and said, "Tell me in detail." Zaya King immediately sobbed and told her story. "I was originally a student at Qingyang University. Because my family was poor, I studied very hard. In addition, I looked pretty good, so my classmates gave me the title of school beauty. Once, Sun Shaoan, the eldest son of Sun Real Estate, a real estate giant in Qingyang City, came to our school to play. I don't know where he heard about me, so he wanted to meet me. He gave me a lot of brand name gifts and asked me to have dinner with him. I didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of rich young man, so I rejected all his invitations and returned all the gifts. But who knew that Sun Shaoan would go further and find out my daily routine, chase me and block me, and he wanted me to be his girlfriend. My classmates were also bribed by him, and they tried every means to bring us together. In the end, I couldn't resist Sun Shaoan's offensive and agreed to have dinner with him. But who would have thought that the bastard put drugs in the food? I only took a few bites and became confused and had no strength in my body. Sun Shaoan wanted to do something indecent to me, so I gritted my teeth and broke free from his arms. I took the opportunity to get into the elevator and went up to the top floor of the building that day. I dragged my weak body to the edge of the building and told Sun Shaoan that if he pushed me again, I would jump down. Sun Shaoan was not afraid at all. He felt that it was an honor for me that he liked me and I should cooperate with him and let him vent his animal desires. He didn't believe that I dared to jump off the building and propose to do that kind of thing with me on the top floor of the building. He said he had never done it in such a place and found it very exciting. After that, he came over and tried to pull me back. I almost lost consciousness at the time. In order not to be defiled by this beast, after a fierce ideological struggle, I jumped from the building. Chapter 140 Make the ghost feel comfortable. Afterwards, the Sun family used their connections to suppress the matter, and I became a wandering ghost in this world. I thought the matter was over, but I didn't expect Sun Shaoan to send someone to secretly steal my ashes and work with the master to use my ashes as a core to refine the 9-wheel yin sha formation here, which changed the feng shui here. I was affected by the yin sha formation and turned into an uncontrollable evil ghost. Fortunately, I was rescued by the immortal master. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in despair for eternity and would not even have the chance to reincarnate. The 3 people who jumped off the building here were all affected by the 9-wheel yin sha formation, not Zaya King who did evil. After listening to Zaya King's story, everyone fell silent. Tang Shaoli clenched his fists, his eyes were red with anger, and he shouted angrily, "It is indeed the beasts of the Sun family. Although I can guess that they are doing something secretly, I didn't expect them to be so vicious. In order to deal with me, they even used such a heartless method." Wu Daolong on the side also became more solemn and said, "It is rumored that the 9-wheel yin sha formation is extremely evil. As the evil spirit gathers, it will affect more and more people. Some people say that this formation can use human lives to improve one's own Taoism, because in this formation, the more people die, the more the strength of the person who sets up the formation will increase, and the person who can set up this formation is at least at the level of a heavenly master. The person behind the Sun family is probably not simple. Lu Chuan's expression was also a little gloomy. He has always hated those people with evil intentions the most. This behavior of taking other people's lives to improve one's own Taoism is really resented by heaven and man, and anyone who hears it will be angry. No matter who is behind this Sun family, using this evil method to harm people's lives will be punished by heaven. Since I have encountered it, I will never let it go. Wu Daolang heard this and hurriedly said, Lu Chuan, I know you are young and hot-tempered, and can't stand this kind of thing, but I must remind you that the Heavenly Master is not easy to mess with. Although your methods are brilliant, they are still much worse than the Heavenly Master. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, is the Heavenly Master so powerful? Wu Daolang nodded and said, the Heavenly Master in the cultivation world is basically equivalent to the Master of the realm of transformation in the martial arts world. Don't provoke it easily. Lu Chuan frowned. He didn't expect that this so-called Heavenly Master would be so powerful. With his current strength of the peak of the 9th level of key training, he really can't deal with it. It seems that I have to break through to the foundation building realm first. He looked at Xia King and said, take me to see the so-called 9-wheel yin sha formation. He planned to help the Tang family solve this trouble first. When the 300-year-old medicinal herbs are in hand, he can try to break through. Once you break through to the foundation building stage, dealing with a mere heavenly master will be no problem. Xia King nodded and led everyone to the depths of Yunwu Villa. Not long after, everyone came to an artificial lake. The temperature here was several degrees lower than elsewhere, and the atmosphere was even more gloomy. Many people began to shiver and wrap their clothes tightly. Xia King pointed to the center of the artificial lake and said, the 9-wheel yin sha formation is here. Wu Daolang took out a compass, observed the artificial lake for a while, and finally said, there are indeed unclean things at the bottom of this lake. Lu Chuan nodded and released his spiritual power to sense the surrounding situation. After a while, he twisted his hand seal, formed a complex seal, and shouted at the artificial lake, open. The water of the artificial lake began to ripple, and in the blink of an eye, it automatically separated to both sides, revealing the situation at the bottom of the lake. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They actually separated the lake water out of thin air. Is this a divine trick? Some bodyguards exclaimed. Tang Shaoli swallowed his saliva and said to himself, the person sent by my mother-in-law is indeed extraordinary. It seems that he is my future son-in-law. Wu Daolang was surprised and said, I clearly can't feel any breath of a heavenly master on him, but he can use the methods of a heavenly master. Could it be that he is a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the cultivation world? Lu Chuan ignored the surprise of the crowd and jumped directly into the lake and walked to the center of the lake. There were many filthy and terrifying things there, including skulls, finger bones, hair, corpse oil, nails of dead people, etc. These things formed a specific connection and presented a peculiar formation. The cement floor at the bottom of the lake was engraved with complex patterns, which were the patterns of the 9-wheel yin sha formation. In the center of the formation, there was a porcelain jar, which contained Xia King's ashes. Lu Chuan reached out to take the urn. The array pattern on the ground instantly glowed with black light, and a highly corrosive force blocked Lu Chuan and tried to invade his body. Lu Chuan immediately crushed the force with his spiritual power, thus stopping the invasion. This array is so powerful. It seems that the methods of this so-called heavenly master cannot be underestimated. Lu Chuan looked at the array in front of him with concentration, knowing that with his current strength, he could not forcibly break the array. Wu Daolang jumped down and came to Lu Chuan and said, why don't we think of another way? This is the array arranged by the heavenly master. Forcibly breaking the array will only be counterattacked. If we want to resolve this array, I'm afraid we can only ask another heavenly master to come. Although he was surprised by Lu Chuan's methods, he knew from Lu Chuan's reaction just now that this young man had not reached the level of heavenly master. Lu Chuan smiled at Wu Daolang and said, although I'm not the opponent of the heavenly master now, it is not that difficult to just break the array. There are many inherited memories of arrays in his mind, including many exquisite ways to break top arrays. Although this 9-wheel yin-sha formation is powerful, it is still far inferior to the formation of real practitioners. Therefore, Lu Chuan can break the formation by understanding the principles of the formation. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged in front of the 9-wheel yin-sha formation and began to study the structure of this formation. Almost an hour later, Lu Chuan bit his finger, walked to the south of the 9-wheel yin-sha formation, and dripped blood on a long blue-black nail placed there. In the blink of an eye, the formation pattern on the ground began to be penetrated by the blood-red light, and the evil things placed on it began to tremble violently. After a while, the entire formation turned blood red, and all the evil spirits contained in it were completely eliminated. The 9-wheel yin-sha formation also completely disintegrated and lost its original function. The long nail just now was the core of the 9-round yin-sha formation, and Lu Chuan was born under the fate of a true dragon. His blood was extremely strong and yang, which was the nemesis of some evil things. Therefore, dripping the blood containing the true dragon's energy into the core of the formation would naturally easily break the 9-round yin-sha formation. The moment the formation was broken, the haze lingering over the entire Yunwu mountain villa instantly dissipated, and the gloomy feeling around it also disappeared without a trace. The bodyguards who were trembling at first were no longer afraid at this moment, and felt that this place was not much different from other communities. Lu Chuan stood up and picked up the urn in the center of the formation, and then left the artificial lake. After Lu Chuan left, the separated lake water flowed back, and everything returned to calm. Lu Chuan glanced at Tang Xiaoli and said, "The formation has been broken, and the feng shui of this community has returned to normal. There will be no more hauntings or people jumping off buildings in the future. You can go back and find someone to drain the water from this artificial lake and clean up everything inside." Tang Xiaoli nodded quickly and said gratefully, "Lu Chuan, you are the savior of my Tang family. I will give you the 300-year-old medicinal herbs I promised to give you when I go back." Lu Chuan's mouth curled up and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, Master Tang." At this time, Xiao King floated over, looked at Lu Chuan with tears in her eyes, knelt directly in front of him, and said, "Thank you, Master, for saving me from the sea of suffering. If it weren't for the Master, I'm afraid I would be trapped in this place forever." The Master is Xiao King's reborn parent. Xiao King is willing to dedicate everything to the Master. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, you have become a ghost. What else can you give me? Get up quickly." Xiao King stood up and said shyly, "Although Xiao King is a ghost, I have heard from some ghosts passing by here that, as long as the method is appropriate, people and ghosts can also be tender. And I don't know why, I always feel that there is a warm power on the immortal Master, which makes ghosts feel very comfortable." Xiao King can't help but want to lean on the immortal Master. Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became strange, thinking, "What are you thinking about in your mind? This is not what I mean. But let's go home. Can the true dragon fate attract ghosts?" Looking at Xiao King's intoxicated look, it doesn't seem like she is lying. He coughed twice and said, "Don't make trouble. I will ask the head of the Tang family to find a suitable place for you to bury the ashes, and you can reincarnate with peace of mind. In your last life, you were unlucky to meet a beast like Sun Shaoan, but there was nothing you can do about it. I hope you will have better luck in your next life and can live a peaceful life. Well, when you reincarnate, I will try to help you once so that you can reincarnate into a good family." When Xiao King heard this, she became anxious and said, "Master, Xiao King doesn't want to reincarnate yet. Can you please allow me to stay with you?" Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, "Why? If you don't reincarnate for a long time, your strength will become weaker and weaker, and eventually disappear from this world." Xiao King showed determination on her face and said, "Sun Shaoan killed my life. If I don't avenge this, my resentment will not dissipate. Even if I reincarnate, it will not be smooth. I want to see Sun Shaoan get the punishment he deserves. I ask the Master to help me." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Well, then you stay with me for the time being." Xiao King was immediately filled with joy, and she clasped her fists towards Lu Chuan. "Thank you, Master." Lu Chuan took out the jade he bought at the auction for refining the array plate, and said, "This jade has the effect of warming the soul, so stay inside when you have nothing to do. Well, Xiaoqing looked well behaved and then turned into a wisp of light smoke and floated into the jade. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Tang Xiaoli, Wu Daolong and others and said, the trouble here has been eliminated. Let's go back. At the same time, the old house of the Sun family. In a remote room, a middle-aged man wearing a grey Taoist robe, with his hair pinned up, and a thin and gloomy face suddenly opened his eyes, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly got up, and came to the room where Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan were. Someone broke my 9-wheeled Yinsha array. Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan were both shocked. Sun Guoxing asked quickly, Master Zhang, who can break your formation? Could it be a mistake? Zhang Bei's house nodded coldly and said, it can't be wrong. With the help of the formation, I can barely see the man's appearance. He is a boy in his 20s. Sun Shaoan rolled his eyes immediately after hearing this, and then took out a photo of Lu Chuan, handed it to Zhang Beizhao, and asked, Master Zhang, is it this guy? He was the one who stole my soul-loving incense and soul-controlling bell yesterday. Zhang Beizhao took a look, murderous intent in his eyes, and said, it's this person. Sun Shaoan thought about it, smiled evilly and said, Master Zhang, this kid is so bold that he even dared to destroy your formation. You can't let him go. He was just worried about how to seek revenge on Lu Chuan. Zhang Beizhao said coldly, the formation was broken, which caused my true essence to be damaged. After I recover for a day or two, I will personally take this man's life. Chapter 141 You have to control yourself. On the way back, Lu Chuan and Tang Xiaoli sat in the back seat of the car. Xiaoqing sat between the two. Although she was a ghost and would not actually occupy any seat, Tang Xiaoli still politely gave up the middle seat. Master. Xiaoqing leaned towards Lu Chuan. For some reason, she always felt that this man of similar age and great power had a strange smell on him. 1 sniff would make ghosts feel refreshed, and 2 sniffs would make ghosts feel excited. And she also found that when she was close enough to Lu Chuan, her yin yuan would be nourished, and her power would no longer be lost, but would increase by a few points. So she instinctively wanted to get close to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said, don't call me master, it sounds weird, just call me Lu Chuan. Xiaoqing nodded happily and said, brother Lu Chuan, you smell so good, I don't know why, I always want to be closer to you. As she said this, she also moved closer to Lu Chuan and sniffed gently. Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed and said, it smells good, but you don't have to get so close. I almost kissed you. Xiaoqing blushed immediately, sat down quickly, and said, I'm sorry, brother Lu Chuan, I don't know why, I couldn't help but lean over. Lu Chuan sighed. He had just flipped through the inherited memories in his mind, and knew that what Xiaoqing said was true. People with the true dragon fate will be surrounded by the true dragon key. This true dragon key has a strong attraction to women and things with feminine attributes, and it also has a nourishing effect. Normal humans cannot see the existence of the true dragon key, nor can they perceive it. Even girls will only think that Lu Chuan is easier to get along with and easier to trust him, and will not have other reactions, unless the two of them have yin and yang intercourse, which will be very beneficial to both parties. Ghosts and other things have strong spiritual intuition, and are easily dependent on things that can nourish themselves. That's why Xiaoqing couldn't help but lean on Lu Chuan. Not only did she want to lean on him, she even wanted to kiss Lu Chuan, because her instinct told her that she could get more nourishment this way. However, because there were other people in the car, and it was her first day meeting Lu Chuan, she refrained from doing anything out of the ordinary. Lu Chuan also saw a record in the inherited memory that a big man in the Lu family once created a dual cultivation technique, which was specifically for practicing with female ghosts. There are countless female ghosts in this world, and most of them are beautiful female ghosts. The big man relied on this secret technique to become a great man in the tribulation period in just 3 years, becoming a unique legend at the time. Moreover, the power of those female ghosts who practiced dual cultivation with him would increase greatly. The more they practiced, the stronger their power would be. At that time, many female ghost kings were created. However, the only disadvantage of this secret technique is that it consumes too much essence. The big man of the Lu family was in a state of kidney deficiency all day long. Although his strength was getting stronger and stronger, his body was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, he could not withstand the thunder tribulation, died, and became the earliest member to die in the Lu family tree. Later, the descendants of the Lu family felt that the advantages of this secret technique outweighed the disadvantages, so they listed it as a forbidden technique and forbade future generations to practice it. Even Lu Chuan, who had inherited the memory, could not see the content of this secret technique now. Thinking of the ancestors' thin body and the appearance of a skeleton, Lu Chuan couldn't help but shudder. Indulgence kills people. Tang Xiaoli looked at Xiaoqing and Lu Chuan so close and was obviously a little unhappy. He coughed twice and said, "Xiaoqing, you are a sensible ghost. Although I know that Lu Chuan saved you and you have the idea of repaying him, people and ghosts are different. You should not always rely on him. Lu Chuan is my future son-in-law. I don't want my daughter to be jealous of a female ghost." Xiaoqing was embarrassed when she heard this and said, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just think that brother Lu Chuan smells good. Then I'd better go back to the jade. As soon as the voice fell, she turned into green smoke and got into the jade on Lu Chuan's body. Tang Xiaoli was relieved. He looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, although Xiaoqing is beautiful, she is still a ghost. You have to control yourself. Ghosts can absorb people's essence. You see those men who have been taken by female ghosts on TV, but they will lose their lives. You have to be careful." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Tang." The two returned to the Tang mansion. Tang Xiaoli immediately asked someone to send 300-year-old medicinal herbs. Lu Chuan looked at the 3 medicinal herbs with excitement. With them, he could start to break through. Of course, the premise is that these 3 medicinal herbs must be refined into foundation building pills. In the room, Lu Chuan put away the 300-year-old herbs, thought for a moment, and called out, "Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing suddenly appeared in the room, looked at Lu Chuan with a sweet smile, and asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, what's the matter?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I need to refine the elixir later, but I still need some auxiliary herbs. It's so late now, and the Chinese medicine store must be closed. Why don't you bring some back for me? Those auxiliary herbs are not expensive. You can just leave the money after you take them." After that, Lu Chuan found some cash and handed it to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing looked excited and said, "Leave it to me." Then her figure disappeared in the room. Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be a ghost. You can come and go freely and go wherever you want. Not long after, Xiaoqing returned to the room with the herbs that Lu Chuan needed. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Have you given the money to them?" Xiaoqing smiled and nodded, saying, "I gave it to them. I put it under their pillows. I also sent them a dream, saying that I bought the herbs." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that when they woke up tomorrow and saw the money under their pillows and the missing herbs, they would be scared to death. Without thinking much, he immediately started to refine the elixir. "I will start refining the elixir now. You help me protect the law. Don't let anyone or any ghost disturb me." Xiaoqing said solemnly, "Brother Lu Chuan, don't worry. With me here, those lonely ghosts can't even think of disturbing me." Although she has only been dead for a few years, because of the nourishment of the 9-wheel yin sha formation, her magic power is not comparable to that of ordinary ghosts. Even if Lu Chuan dissolves the evil spirit on her body and weakens her magic power, it is still not to be underestimated. Wu Daolong, who has reached the realm of real people, is not Xiaoqing's opponent, so it is more than enough for her to protect the law. Lu Chuan immediately began to refine the foundation building pill. He used his spiritual power to melt all the herbs into liquid, then extracted the essence and fused it with the help of auxiliary herbs. The refining lasted for a day and a night. When Tang Xiaoli came to find Lu Chuan the next day, Xiaoqing drove him away directly, saying that Lu Chuan was refining pills and did not allow others to disturb him. Tang Xiaoli was skeptical and a little suspicious about what this man and ghost were doing. He even sneaked to the window to peek. When he saw that Lu Chuan was really refining pills, he was relieved, but still had doubts. It was normal for them to refine pills during the day, but would they do anything out of the ordinary at night? Just as he was thinking about it, Xiaoqing suddenly showed a face on the window quietly, which scared him so much that he almost fainted. After this fright, Tang Xiaoli did not dare to come to disturb him again. He could only choose to believe in Lu Chuan's character and would not have anything unethical with the female ghost. It was not until 12 o'clock the next night Lu Chuan stopped refining. At this moment, a peanut-sized pill was suspended in front of him, emitting invisible fluctuations, which made people know at a glance that this pill was extraordinary. This pill was exactly the foundation building pill required to break through to the foundation building stage. Finally, I succeeded in refining it. Fortunately, I have a good talent in alchemy. Otherwise, if I fail, I will have to spend time looking for century-old medicinal materials. With the current environment on Earth, century-old medicinal materials are becoming less and less, and they are not that easy to find. Lu Chuan smiled and stood up, putting away the foundation building pill. A day and a night of refining consumed all the spiritual power in his body. At this moment, he felt extremely tired and just wanted to sleep quickly. Xiaoqing, Lu Chuan said. Xiaoqing, who was patrolling over the yard, immediately appeared in the house. Brother Lu Chuan, are you okay? Lu Chuan nodded and said, I'm a little tired now. I need to take a nap to recover. You have been protecting me for so long. You must be tired. Go back to the jade to rest. Xiaoqing smiled and said, Brother Lu Chuan, I'm a ghost. I won't be tired. You go to sleep. I'll watch you sleep. Lu Chuan had no choice but to lie down on the bed. Xiaoqing floated over, sat on the edge of the bed, and stared at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed to be looked at, so he said, chat with me for a while. Xiaoqing told Lu Chuan about her life. Through chatting, Lu Chuan also learned that, although Xiaoqing's family conditions were not good, she was still an optimistic and cheerful girl, beautiful and kind, with excellent academic performance, and a young person with a bright future. This also deepened his anger towards Sun Shaoan in his heart. He was more disgusted with the Sun family. Xiaoqing is not an exception. I'm afraid there are not a few who were ruined by the father and son of the Sun family. After I break through, I will definitely get rid of the scourge of the Sun family. Lu Chuan looked at Xiaoqing, who had turned into a ghost, but still had an innocent smile on her face, and asked, Xiaoqing, do you have any wishes? I mean the ones you failed to fulfill in your lifetime. Xiaoqing thought about it, and suddenly became a little shy, saying, actually, I always wanted to have a relationship in my lifetime. Although many people pursued me, I didn't meet the one I liked. She changed the subject and said, Brother Lu Chuan, I actually think you are very good. Although I have become a ghost now, you have great magical powers. Why don't you let me feel the taste of love before I reincarnate? After she said this, she lowered her head and waited for Lu Chuan's reply. But Lu Chuan didn't respond for a long time. She thought Lu Chuan didn't like her and raised her head with a look of disappointment, wanting to apologize to Lu Chuan, but found that Lu Chuan had fallen asleep and snored. So he fell asleep. Xiaoqing's disappointment was slightly relieved. She got up and wandered around Lu Chuan's room, wanting to know more about Lu Chuan through the details in the room. After a while, her eyes fell on the soul bewitching incense bag and soul controlling bell on the table. What is this? She thought the sachet was pretty, so she picked it up and played with it for a while, then opened it and smelled it. It smells pretty good, but it feels a bit strange. At this time, she had a bad taste in her heart. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Chuan on the bed. With a wicked smile, she walked up to Lu Chuan with the sachet and tied it to Lu Chuan. It looks pretty good. Xiaoqing was very satisfied with the image of Lu Chuan wearing the sachet, and then picked up the soul controlling bell and played with it. What is this bell used for? With full of curiosity, she gently shook the bell. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Chuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, sat up instantly. Seeing this, Xiaoqing quickly bowed to Lu Chuan and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu Chuan, I'm just a little curious and didn't mean to wake you up. Lu Chuan did not respond. Xiaoqing felt a little strange, looked up at Lu Chuan, and found that he was still asleep and did not wake up. What's going on? Confused, Xiaoqing looked at Lu Chuan, then at the soul controlling bell in her hand, and couldn't help shaking it again. This time, Lu Chuan didn't respond. Xiaoqing muttered, why didn't you respond? I thought Brother Lu Chuan would stand up. The next second, Lu Chuan stood up directly. Seeing this, Xiaoking's eyes widened immediately, and she seemed to understand a little bit what this bell was for. Chapter 140 Qinglang Academy. Brother Luchuan, sit down. Xiaoking shook the bell and said to Luchuan. Luchuan immediately sat down obediently. Brother Luchuan, come over to me. Xiaoking said again. Luchuan stood up and walked in front of Xiaoking. Show me a yes. Luchuan raised his hand and made a yes sign. Xiaoking immediately giggled. I didn't expect this bell to be so powerful that it could make Brother Luchuan obey my orders. Her eyes fell on the sachet she had tied to Luchuan just now, and she muttered to herself, I think there must be some kind of connection between this sachet and the bell, so it can control others like this. Brother Luchuan too. Such a powerful magic weapon was just placed on the table casually. Fortunately, I'm a kind-hearted ghost, otherwise I would be in trouble if I met those people with bad intentions. Xiaoking looked at Luchuan and thought that she could give any order to Luchuan now, and her originally calm mood suddenly became excited. A blush crept up on her face, and then she shook her head vigorously and said, Oh, what am I thinking about? Brother Luchuan is my benefactor, how can I think about that kind of thing? But, in this case, he won't know anything. Contradictory thoughts appeared in Xiaoking's mind. She stared at Luchuan with her big eyes, blushing and said, Brother Luchuan, no matter what happened tonight, you must forget it completely. Luchuan nodded and said, okay. Xiaoking suddenly became more shy. She took a deep breath, and with the idea of, since it can be this way, why not that way, she slowly gave Luchuan a new order. Brother Luchuan, I think. The next day, near noon, Luchuan woke up in a daze, and after glancing at the time, he said to himself, I actually slept for so long. It seems that refining the elixir this time has consumed a lot of my energy. He got out of bed and felt an inexplicable fatigue in his body. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. I obviously slept for so long. Why do I still feel so tired? It's like I have done physical work all night. It seems that I'm getting old, and my health is getting worse and worse. Xiaoking did not appear in the room this time, but a voice came from the jade. Brother Luchuan, the sun is too strong outside now. I can't bear it, so I won't go out. Luchuan turned his head to look out the window, and found that it was a sunny day today, so he nodded and said, okay, you stay in the jade. Did anything happen when I was sleeping last night? He always felt that it was a bit abnormal that he was still so tired after waking up. Xiaoking's guilty voice came. No, you slept well last night. Nothing happened. Luchuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems that it was my illusion. Without thinking too much, he went to wash up and then went to Tang Xiaoli's room. He wanted Tang Xiaoli to help contact Wu Daolong and ask Wu Daolong to help him find a place with rich spiritual energy to make a breakthrough. Tang Yurao was also in Tang Xiaoli's room. When Luchuan entered, the two were talking about something. Seeing Luchuan coming in, Tang Yurao blushed immediately, then quickly got up and left here like a fleeing. Luchuan looked puzzled and asked Tang Xiaoli, Master Tang, what were you talking about just now? Why did Yurao leave in such a panic when she saw me? Tang Xiaoli laughed and said, nothing, we just talked briefly about her lifelong events. He stared at Luchuan and found that he had serious dark circles under his eyes and looked a little weak. He frowned and asked, Luchuan, didn't you get enough rest last night? Why do you look so haggard, as if you were taken by a female ghost? He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, you wouldn't have been with that female ghost. Luchuan was speechless and said, Master Tang, what are you thinking? I, Luchuan, am an upright person. How could I do that kind of thing with a female ghost? You are really thinking too much. I just consumed too much energy in refining the elixir, and I haven't recovered yet. Tang Xiaoli was skeptical, and then asked, are you here for something? Luchuan said, please help me contact Wu Daolong. I want to ask him for help. Tang Xiaoli immediately contacted Wu Daolong. Half an hour later, Wu Daolong arrived at Tang's residence. Luchuan, if you have anything to say, just ask me. I will never refuse. Wu Daolong smiled and walked up to Luchuan. After seeing Luchuan's methods, Wu Daolong was extremely polite to Luchuan and no longer put on airs like before. Luchuan smiled and said, it's not a big favor. I want Master Wu to help me find a Feng Shui treasure land. I plan to try to break through. Finding a suitable environment will increase the probability of success. Master Wu is a local and is good at Feng Shui metaphysics. He must know the Feng Shui treasure land here very well. Wu Daolong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "But are you going to break through to the Heavenly Master Realm?" Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Almost." Wu Daolong looked at Lu Chuan with a little more respect in his eyes and said, "Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely find the best place for you to break through." Then he began to think about what place would be most suitable for Lu Chuan to break through. After a while, Wu Daolong raised his head, looked at Lu Chuan, and said, "If we say that the most suitable Feng Shui site for breakthrough in Qingyang City is Qinglong Mountain, it must be the best. The scenery there is beautiful and it gathers precious energy. It is considered the best Feng Shui place in Qingyang City, but what?" Lu Chuan asked. Wu Daolong said, "It's just that this place has been bought by someone, and a place called Qinglong Academy has been built on the mountain, which specializes in teaching calligraphy to students. The dean of Qinglong Academy is a great calligrapher with a lonely personality, and likes to compete in calligraphy. Anyone who wants to visit the interior of Qinglong Academy must leave a calligraphy work. Only those who can be appreciated by the dean are qualified to enter the interior of Qinglong Academy." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This is not a big deal. Let's go to Qinglong Academy now." Wu Daolong hurriedly said, "This is not as simple as you think. I wanted to visit the interior of Qinglong Academy at the beginning, so that I could improve my realm by taking advantage of the uniqueness of Qinglong Mountain. Moreover, I have been practicing calligraphy since I was a child. Even if my level is not at the master level, it is definitely better than ordinary people. Even so, the words I write are still not in the eyes of the dean of Qinglong Academy, so I have never visited the interior of Qinglong Academy until now." Lu Chuan thought for a while and asked, "What level do you need to be in the eyes of that dean?" Wu Daolong said, "There is no standard for this. It depends purely on the mood of the dean on that day. If there is potential, he will like even the graffiti of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But I heard that the dean is very obsessed with the calligraphy of a famous calligraphy master in the calligraphy world recently. I heard that many people have won the favor of the dean by imitating the calligraphy of this master." Lu Chuan was a little curious and asked, "Which master?" Wu Daolong thought for a while and said, "It seems to be called Master Qingyang." Lu Chuan was stunned. Wu Daolong saw Lu Chuan's reaction and said, "You haven't heard of it." "I haven't heard of it either. It is said that he has only become famous recently. I have heard many people mention it. Everyone praises the calligraphy of this Master Qingyang. It's just that it's not that simple to imitate the calligraphy of a calligraphy master. If we want to take advantage of this method, it's not that easy." Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "No need to take advantage of it. We can just go directly. If this dean really likes Master Qingyang's calligraphy, we should still be able to get in easily." Wu Daolong was full of doubts, wondering why Lu Chuan was so confident. He did not ask any more questions and took Lu Chuan away from the Tang family and rushed to Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy is located in the suburbs of Qingyang City, at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. When the academy was built, the entire Qinglong Mountain was included. It is said that the dean paid an astronomical amount of money to the city to buy Qinglong Mountain, which was equivalent to the fiscal revenue of Qingyang City for several years. This also made the dean more mysterious. No one knew why the dean spent so much money to buy Qinglong Mountain, and no one knew what the dean's identity was, and he could come up with so much money to buy a mountain that was not well known in the past. Lu Chuan followed Wu Daolong to the suburbs of Qingyang City. Not long after, a green mountain appeared in his eyes. It was Qinglong Mountain. From a distance, Lu Chuan had already felt the spiritual energy on the Qinglong Mountain. The further he walked, the richer the air became. It was not at all like the place on earth, where the spiritual energy was close to exhaustion. This Qinglong Mountain is indeed a Feng Shui treasure land, and the richness of the spiritual energy can almost reach the level of some secret realms in the cultivation world. It seems that this place either has a peerless treasure or a relic left by some great man. The dean of this Qinglong Academy is probably not simple. Lu Chuan made a judgment. Soon, the two came to the foot of the mountain. There are many retro buildings here, lined up in a row, and together with the surrounding environment, they form a quiet and elegant picture of a paradise. The main entrance of Kinglang Academy. There is a row of tables here, with rice paper and brushes on the tables, and many people are standing in front of the tables writing. Many people gathered around, some watching others write, and some looking into the academy. It was very lively. These tables are specially prepared for those who want to enter Kinglang Academy. As long as you write here, someone will send it in for the dean to see. Once you are appreciated by the dean, you will be qualified to enter the academy. Wu Daolong explained. Lu Chuan nodded, then asked with some doubt, calligraphy is also a kind of popular art. Both men and women like it, but why are most of the people who come here men, and rarely women? Is it possible that women in Qingyang City don't like calligraphy very much? Wu Daolong immediately laughed and said, what you said is indeed true, but only a small number of these people who come here to join in the fun are here to visit the holy land of calligraphy. The vast majority of the rest don't actually want to visit Kinglang Academy. Their real purpose is to meet the dean. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Wu Daolong smiled slightly and said, because the dean of this Kinglang Academy is a woman with a face that is against the sky and stunningly beautiful. Chapter 143, Book Maniac Wang Ziqiu. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that the dean of Kinglang Academy was actually a woman. After listening to Wu Daolong for a long time, he always thought that the dean was an old man. But when he thought that Gu Hongxiang also liked calligraphy very much, he didn't think it was strange. He smiled at Wu Daolong and said, no wonder these people are so hard to write calligraphy here. It seems that the dean's appearance is really extraordinary. Wu Daolong smiled and said, her appearance is really amazing. I was lucky enough to meet her in the past. However, this dean is already in her 40s. Although she is well maintained and looks no different from a girl in her 20s, she is past her most beautiful age after all. Otherwise, this place would attract more than just people from the magic world. Lu Chuan nodded and said, let's go and write a calligraphy and have someone send it in. Otherwise even the paper will be snatched away by then. After that, the two came to a table. Lu Chuan picked up the brush and wrote 4 characters on it, green mountains and green waters. Wu Daolong watched curiously, wondering why Lu Chuan had such great confidence that his writing would be favored by the dean of Kinglang Academy. Lu Chuan's writing was smooth and majestic. Although it was calligraphy, every stroke seemed to be a beautiful scenery on the paper. After Lu Chuan finished writing, he turned around and asked Wu Daolong, how is my writing? Wu Daolong nodded and said, it is quite distinctive, but I don't think it is much better than mine. Are you sure the dean will like your writing? Lu Chuan looked helpless, reached out and patted Wu Daolong on the shoulder, and said, no wonder your writing is not in his eyes. It seems that you still need to improve in calligraphy. After that, he wrote his name on the paper and handed it to the student, arranged by Kinglang Academy. Next, he had to wait for the dean to see the calligraphy and let someone come out to notify him. The dean of Kinglang Academy stipulates that at most one guest is allowed to enter Kinglang Academy for a visit every day, and the guest is allowed to bring 2 friends in. Once someone's calligraphy catches the dean's eye that day, the tables will be taken away, and the dean will not look at anyone else's calligraphy later. Wu Daolong explained to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled and said, then we are lucky. No one has written a work that the dean appreciates today. At this time, it suddenly became noisy not far away. Many people looked over in the distance, with surprise on their faces. Look, it's the calligraphy maniac Wang Ziqiu. My god, Wang Ziqiu actually came to Kinglang Academy, so what can we write for? There is no hope today. I'm unlucky today. I have already mastered some skills in imitating Master King Gan's works, but I'm still too far behind the calligraphy maniac. I must have no chance today. Lu Chuan followed the people's gaze and found that the visitor was an old man over 50 years old, with grey hair and a refined temperament. The old man was followed by several students, all of whom were full of pride. It was obvious that it was their honor to be able to worship under Wang Ziqiu. When Wu Daolong saw Wang Ziqiu coming, he frowned and said, why is Wang Ziqiu here? It will be a bit difficult for us to enter Kinglang Academy now. Lu Chuan asked, is this person very powerful? Wu Daolong said, this person can be said to be the number one in the calligraphy world of Qingyang City. He has the name of a book maniac. He is very famous not only in Qingyang City, but also in the calligraphy circles of the whole country. His attainments and research in calligraphy have reached a state of perfection. A piece of calligraphy can be sold for millions of yuan. We are definitely not able to compete with him. It seems that we can only come here tomorrow. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and did not take it to heart. Get out of the way, don't you see my teacher coming? Don't get in the way, so as not to affect my teacher's performance. One of Wang Ziqiu's students said angrily. Everyone did not dare to neglect and quickly made way for Wang Ziqiu and others. Wang Ziqiu walked to the table, picked up the brush, and wrote 4 characters with great force. Looks like a fairy. Lu Chuan almost laughed when he saw these 4 characters, thinking that this old man was also attracted by the dean's beauty. After Wang Ziqiu finished writing, he said with a touch of pride on his face, send this calligraphy in for the dean to comment on. The students of Qingyang Academy did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly took the calligraphy into the academy. Many people around were full of admiration and envy after seeing Wang Ziqiu's calligraphy. You are indeed a book maniac. The calligraphy just now is simply the pinnacle. It is not comparable to ordinary people. Alas, when I saw this calligraphy, I knew I had no hope. It is not on the same level at all. Disperse, disperse. There will be no chance if you continue to stay here. Those who come to visit Qingyang Academy today must be book maniacs. Many people left here dejectedly. After all, staying here is just a waste of time. Wu Daolong sighed and said to Lu Chuan, let's go too. We definitely can't get in today. Lu Chuan didn't move and said, don't worry, the academy hasn't announced the results yet. It won't be too late to leave after the results are announced. Wu Daolong wanted to say that there was no suspense about today's result. It must be Wang Ziqiu, but he didn't want to attack Lu Chuan directly, so he had to say, okay, then let's wait a little longer. Not long after, the people in front of the Qingyang Academy left, leaving only Lu Chuan, Wu Daolong and Wang Ziqiu. Wu Daolong was obviously a little embarrassed and said to Lu Chuan, do we really have to wait? In fact, I think we can come back tomorrow. Lu Chuan said lightly, wait. Wu Daolong had no choice but to say nothing more. At this time, one of Wang Ziqiu's disciples stared at the two of them and then said in a condescending tone, you two can go. Didn't you see that everyone else left very tactfully? The person who came to visit Qingyang Academy today must be my teacher. You won't have a chance. Lu Chuan glanced at the man and said, I don't think so. The student was immediately annoyed and stared at Lu Chuan and said, what do you mean? Do you think your level is higher than my teacher? Haven't you heard of the name of the book maniac? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, if the disciples taught by this so-called book maniac are as uncultured as you, I don't think his level will be that high. As soon as these words came out, several of Wang Ziqiu's disciples were immediately furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a casual comment about our teacher here? You ignorant fellow. Our teacher's calligraphy level is 100 blocks ahead of yours. Only a half-baked person like you dares to say such a thing. Are you a country bumpkin from somewhere? I advise you to go and find out the name of the book maniac first, and then consider whether to say what you just said. Wu Daolong frowned, not understanding why Lu Chuan had to provoke the book maniac student, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only sigh helplessly. Wang Ziqiu glanced at Lu Chuan and said lightly, okay, don't waste time with an ignorant kid like him. If the dean of Qingyang Academy sees us later, he will laugh at us. A student glared at Lu Chuan and said, if it weren't for our teacher's generosity, today I'll let you know how much you weigh. Lu Chuan curled his lips and ignored this group of uncultured guys. After a while, a student from Qingyang Academy ran out. The dean wants to invite a guest to visit the academy today. Wang Ziqiu stood up straight immediately after hearing this, with a hint of excitement on his face. He knew that the person the dean of Qingyang Academy wanted to invite must be him. His several disciples also showed joy on their faces. I said that the teacher's work would definitely be accepted by the dean of Qingyang Academy. Today, we can also take advantage of the teacher's honor and go to Qingyang Academy together. That's right. In the whole Qingyang city, I'm afraid that only the teacher has this level. He can go in and visit Qingyang Academy for the first time. A student glanced at Lu Chuan and sneered, "There are still two ignorant guys waiting here. They really think they can beat the teacher. Ridiculous." Wu Daolang was embarrassed. He pulled Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, the results are out. Let's go." Lu Chuan shook his head and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's see what the dean wants to invite." Wu Daolang looked helpless, thinking that you are also suffering for your face. When they announce who it is, won't we be even more embarrassed? At this time, the students of Qinglang Academy came to the front of the few people and were a little surprised to see that there were only a few people left at the door. One of Wang Ziqiu's students stepped forward and said, "You must be here to invite our teacher, right? We will take our teacher in right now." Wang Ziqiu was also ready to enter Qinglang Academy and was about to step forward with a proud look on his face. The students of Qinglang Academy glanced at Wang Ziqiu and the others and said, "Wait a moment." He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and Wu Daolang and asked, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Lu Chuan? Is he still here?" Chapter 144 Melan Zuan. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, "It's me." The student of Qinglang Academy quickly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Mr. Lu, our dean asked me to come out and invite you in." Lu Chuan nodded and asked, "Can I bring a friend in?" The student of Qinglang Academy said, "Yes." Lu Chuan looked at Wu Daolang and said, "Let's go." Wu Daolang was stunned. He couldn't figure out why the dean of Qinglang Academy would invite Lu Chuan in when Wang Ziqiu, a book fanatic, was here. Could it be that Lu Chuan's calligraphy level is far better than Wang Ziqiu's? But why can't I see it? Is it really because I have a low understanding of calligraphy? Wang Ziqiu and his teachers and students also widened their eyes. One of Wang Ziqiu's students stepped forward and asked, "Hey, did you make a mistake? Open your eyes and take a good look at who is next to me." The book maniac Wang Ziqiu. "You didn't invite our teacher in, but invited such an aimless person. Are you out of your mind?" Wang Ziqiu showed a hint of anger on his face and said coldly, "I guess this person misunderstood the dean's words. It doesn't matter as long as we make it clear to the dean about how to get in." The students of Qinglang Academy were speechless and said unhappily, "Are you sick? Our dean invited Mr. Lu Chuan. How could he make a mistake?" Wang Ziqiu's face turned as hen in an instant, and he said, "Could it be that my calligraphy is not as good as this kid?" The student of Qinglang Academy looked as if he remembered something and said, "Oh, I know. You are the so-called book maniac Wang Ziqiu, right?" Wang Ziqiu immediately raised his head and said, "Yes, it is me. I think your dean should be a capable person. When my works are put together with those inferior goods, she will definitely be able to tell the good from the bad." The student of Qinglang Academy sneered and said, "Our dean did comment on your work individually." Wang Ziqiu asked quickly, "What did she say?" The student of Qinglang Academy said coldly, "Bullshit." After that, he turned to Lu Chuan and Wu Daolang and said, "Let's go in." The three of them entered the gate of Qinglang Academy together. Wang Ziqiu stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. She actually said that my work is bullshit? So I'm so unbearable in her eyes. Several of his students hurried to comfort him. "Teacher, this can only show that the dean of Qinglang Academy has a bad vision. Your level is known to the world. Don't let one person's judgment affect your mentality. What do you know?" Wang Ziqiu roared. He stared at the gate of Qinglang Academy, then turned around with a look of disappointment on his face, as if he had broken up and left here. Inside Qinglang Academy, the student brought Lu Chuan and Wu Daolang to the door of a quiet courtyard full of bamboo. "Our dean is inside, please go over." Lu Chuan nodded and went into the courtyard with Wu Daolang. Soon they saw a woman in a dark green dress, with skin as white as snow and stunning appearance, sitting in front of the stone table in the middle of the courtyard. This woman had a light and elegant temperament, with a little sadness between her eyebrows, which made her look aloof and a little worldly. This person was the dean of Qinglang Academy, Melan Zuan. She was over 40 years old, but her figure and appearance crushed many girls in their 20s. In addition, she had a mature look that had seen a lot of things, and her every frown and smile had a charm that young women did not have, which made many men want to go to the academy to see her. At this time, there were two calligraphy pieces in front of Melan Zuan. One was Green Mountains and Green Waters written by Lu Chuan just now, and the other was the self-improvement that Lu Chuan had sold to someone else for 10 million yuan before. Nalan Zuan stared at the two calligraphy pieces in a trance and did not notice the arrival of Lu Chuan and Wu Daolang. Lu Chuan stepped forward and greeted him. Dean. Nalan Zuan came back to her senses. She looked up at Lu Chuan and Wu Daolang, then stood up, stared at Wu Daolang and asked, "Are you Lu Chuan?" Wu Daolang was stunned for a moment, then said with embarrassment, No, here's Lu Chuan. My name is Wu Daolang." Lu Chuan on the side was full of black lines on his face, thinking, does my name sound so old? How can I even make a mistake? Nalangsen also showed surprise on her face. She turned her head to look at Lu Chuan and said in surprise, "You are so young." Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, Dean." Nalangsen looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "What is your relationship with Master King Gun?" Lu Chuan said modestly, "It's me." Wu Daolang on the side was shocked and said, "You are Master King Gun. Is it true?" Lu Chuan said, "Why would I lie to you?" Wu Daolang then understood why Lu Chuan was so confident that he would be able to enter Qinglang Academy today. It turned out that he was the Master King Gun who was famous in the calligraphy world. Lu Chuan said that my attainments in calligraphy are not good, and it seems that it is indeed not good. Wu Daolang finally had a new understanding of his level in calligraphy. Nalan Zuan walked around Lu Chuan with a faint smile on her lips and said, "I didn't expect you to be so young. What a pity." Lu Chuan looked puzzled and asked, "What's a pity?" Nalan Zuan said, "I have been looking for people with the same ideals as me. Your calligraphy is very much to my taste. It's a pity that I don't like old cows eating young grass. There is too big an age difference between us." Lu Chuan's face was full of embarrassment. Before he could speak, Wu Daolang on the side said with a smile, "What the dean said is not right. In today's era, matters between men and women no longer consider the age difference. What's more, the dean is so well maintained that many 20-year-old girls feel inferior in front of you. Moreover, men of Lu Chuan's age are most difficult to resist with women with full charm like you. So I think, if the dean is interested in Lu Chuan, it's not impossible to give it a try." Lu Chuan was stunned and turned to look at Wu Daolang. Wu Daolang blinked at him, as if to say, "How is it? My assists are okay, right?" Nalan Zuan laughed when she heard it, then stared at Lu Chuan and asked, "What he said makes sense. What do you think?" Lu Chuan quickly said, "Dean, don't listen to his nonsense. I also know that the dean is just joking. The two of us are here for serious business today. Please don't tease me, a junior." Nalan Zuan chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be a principled kid. Well, I won't joke with you anymore. Tell me, what's the matter with coming to my Qinglang Academy?" Lu Chuan quickly said, "Qinglang Mountain is a Feng Shui treasure land. I want to use this place to make a breakthrough." Nalan Zuan frowned and asked, "Are you a warrior or a cultivator?" Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Neither, but it's almost the same. The dean can rest assured. I just want to increase the probability of a successful breakthrough and will not cause any damage to Qinglang Mountain." Nalan Zuan stared at Lu Chuan for a moment, then counted with her fingers, smiled, and said, "I didn't expect there are pure practitioners on earth. No wonder I felt you were extraordinary the first time I saw you." Lu Chuan's face changed, and he quickly asked, "Does the dean know about the existence of practitioners?" Nalan Zuan smiled and said, "I know a little." Lu Chuan was shocked. Until this moment, he realized that he couldn't see through the depth of this dean. Could it be that she is also a hidden boss like Master Yanyu? He cupped his hands and said, "Since the dean knows my background, he should also know that my breakthrough will not affect Qinglang Mountain and Qinglang Academy. Please let me have a breakthrough here for the sake of calligraphy." Nalan Zuan waved her hands and said, "Sorry, I can't let you break through here." Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Nalan Zuan laughed and said, "Because this place is not as simple as you think. You don't have to ask too much. This involves the secrets of our Qinglang Academy." As she said this, she took out a seed from her clothes and handed it to Lu Chuan. "But since your calligraphy is very much to my liking, I will give you a seed. You take it back and bury it in the soil. It will change the feng shui around and provide you with an excellent place for a breakthrough." Lu Chuan took the seed and felt a strange fluctuation on it, which was extraordinary. He didn't pretend to be hypocritical. After all, this was someone else's territory. They said that you were not allowed to break through here, and they also gave him a seed. He couldn't get too far. He bowed to Melanzuan and said, "Thank you, Dean." Melanzuan raised her lips and handed Luchuan a note with a phone number on it, saying, "If you have any ideas about an old lady like me, just call me. I don't mind discussing calligraphy with you in depth." After saying that, she blinked her eyes, which was quite charming. Luchuan shuddered, feeling that if he agreed, he would be eaten to the bone in the end. A woman in her 40s who still maintained herself so well was simply a model of bone-melting ecstasy. I will call the Dean if I have any ideas. Goodbye, Dean. We will leave first. After saying that, Luchuan hurriedly dragged Wu Daolang outside. When they arrived outside Qinglang Academy, Luchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Daolang looked confused. After coming out, he came to his senses and asked, "How did we get out? What did you talk about at that time? Why do I seem a little confused, like I fell asleep?" Luchuan was a little surprised and asked, "I just talked to the Dean. Didn't you hear it?" Wu Daolang said, "I heard it in front, but when it comes to your breakthrough, I don't know anything." Luchuan was shocked. It was obvious that the Dean didn't want Wu Daolang to hear their conversation, so he used a trick. He also knows this trick, but to use it quietly like Melanzuan, he must be at least in the Jindan realm. The Dean of Qinglang Academy is definitely not simple. There must be some unknown secrets hidden in Qinglang Mountain, otherwise the Dean would not have stopped him from breaking through here. But these have nothing to do with him, and he doesn't need to explore other people's secrets. The most urgent task is to improve his own strength. Luchuan said to Wu Daolang, "We didn't say anything later. The Dean didn't want us to break through here and disturb her peace. Let's go back." Wu Daolang didn't ask any more questions and followed Luchuan to leave Qinglang Academy. While walking, Wu Daolang suddenly said, "Luchuan, I'm not kidding. I really think you can try with the Dean of Qinglang Academy. Although she is over 40, I can tell you clearly that women of this age are the sexiest, and the Dean is so well maintained. There are so many men in Qingyang City who want to fall at her feet, but don't even have a chance. But she appreciates you so much. This is a great opportunity. Once you miss it, you will definitely regret it." Luchuan's face was full of black lines, and then he asked back, "How do you know that women in their 40s are the sexiest?" Wu Daolang was instantly choked by this question, and then said with embarrassment, "I also heard it from others." "Okay, let's go back quickly. You still have to break through." Chapter 145 How Vicious. When he returned to Tang Mansion, it was already dark. Luchuan found a secluded courtyard and said to Wu Daolang, "I will break through here. You help me protect the law. Don't let anyone disturb me." Wu Daolang nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one will disturb you." Luchuan thought about it, still felt a little worried, and then shouted, "Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing immediately appeared in front of him. Compared with before, Xiaoqing seemed to have become more solid, and her face was full of spring, as if she had more flavor than before. She looked at Luchuan shyly and called out, "Brother Luchuan." Luchuan was a little surprised and asked, "Xiaoqing, why do I feel that you are different from the past?" Xiaoqing immediately looked guilty and said, No, brother Luchuan, you must have felt it wrong. Xiaoqing has always been like this." Luchuan felt that he might have felt it wrong and didn't think much about it. He said, "You and Master Wu will help me protect the law together. Don't let anyone disturb me." Xiaoqing nodded seriously, "Yes." Luchuan said nothing more and turned into the yard. Wu Daolang and Xiaoqing also separated and stood outside the yard to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Luchuan came to the center of the yard, sat down cross-legged, and took out the seed that Melanzuan gave him. He buried the seed in the soil, and almost in an instant, a strange plant broke out of the soil. This plant exuded a strange power and soon enveloped the entire yard. Luchuan clearly felt that the feng shui around him had changed, and the spiritual energy in the yard was dozens of times richer than elsewhere in a short period of time. Seeing this change, he couldn't help but admire Melanzuan's strength, and even suspected that Melanzuan was a practitioner who had reached a high level. In this way, my chances of successfully breaking through will be greatly increased. Maybe the fortune of the Tang family will change because of this. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan took out the foundation building pill and ate it. At the same time, he began to activate the catalytic liquid in his danshan so that it could continuously release power and transport it to his limbs and bones. The foundation building pill also began to work, and Lu Chuan officially began to break through. Outside the yard, Xiaoqing and Wu Daolong, one ghost and one person, closely watched the situation around them. They all found that the yard where Lu Chuan was located had undergone different changes. Just now, a strange force appeared, making them feel like spring breeze. Wu Daolong guessed that Lu Chuan must have received something from the Dean of Qinglang Academy, otherwise he would not have returned to Tang Mansion to break through. After a long time, Xiaoqing felt a little bored, so she floated to Wu Daolong and asked, Master Wu, you are knowledgeable. I want to ask if humans and ghosts are really different. Is there no example of humans and ghosts being together? Wu Daolong laughed and said, there are many cases of humans and ghosts being together, but they don't have a good result in the end. In the final analysis, it is because humans and ghosts are essentially different. This is a constant and cannot be changed. Xiaoqing's face was immediately full of disappointment. Wu Daolong stared at her and asked with a smile, what? Do you like Lu Chuan? Xiaoqing blushed, but still nodded. Wu Daolong laughed and said, you don't have to be depressed. If you reincarnate now, when you grow up, Lu Chuan will be only in his 40s. You two will still have a chance to be together. Xiaoqing heard this and showed a hint of expectation on her face. She said, actually, I think so too. Seeing this, Wu Daolong said, but this is just a beautiful thought. You will definitely not have any memory of your past life after reincarnation. By then, Lu Chuan will be just a stranger in front of you. Even if you meet, you will not remember each other, and you may even become enemies. Xiaoqing was not depressed when she heard this. Instead, she showed a hint of pride and said, I know this, but it's not a big problem. Wu Daolong looked strange and thought, do you still have a way to retain the memory of your past life when you reincarnate? He didn't ask any more questions and continued to pay attention to the situation around him. 9 o'clock in the evening. Tang Yurao ran to Wu Daolong in panic and said anxiously, where is Lu Chuan? The angel behind the Sun family came to the door and threatened to kill Lu Chuan. Let him run away. Wu Daolong frowned and said, Lu Chuan is breaking through and cannot be disturbed. At this time, several figures fell not far from them, wailing in pain. Then a man in a Taoist robe appeared in front of them. The person who came was Zhang Beizhao. Where's that little thief named Lu Chuan? Tell him to roll over here. Tang Shaoli and the people of the Tang family chased up and said in a panic, Master Zhang, I have promised not to pursue the Sun family's actions. Why do you insist on finding trouble with Lu Chuan? Let's forget about this matter. Zhang Beizhao snorted coldly and said, your Tang family is just an ant-like existence in my eyes. Whether you pursue the Sun family or not has nothing to do with me. Lu Chuan broke my formation and caused my true essence to be damaged. I must kill him and let him know that the Master of Heaven cannot be insulted. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his hand and waved it and actually drew arcs of electricity, blasting in front of the Tang family and directly blew a big pit in front of them. If you Tang family members meddle in other people's business again, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone in the Tang family was trembling with fear and dared not move forward. Even Tang Shaoli's face was pale, and he dared not say another word. The power of the Master of Heaven is really terrible. It is not something that ordinary people like them can easily provoke. Wu Daolong narrowed his eyes as he watched Zhang Beizhao display his skills, and said to himself, Master Zhang Xianxi's thunder magic has reached this level. It's really scary. He glanced at Tang Yurao and said, go back to your father, leave this to me. Tang Yurao nodded quickly and ran behind Tang Shaoli. Zhang Beizhao looked at Wu Daolong with a contemptuous smile on his face and said, I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be you. You are just a real person, and in my eyes, you are just a stronger ant. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Wu Daolong took a deep breath and said, I promised Lu Chuan to help him protect the law. Since I said it, I must do it. No matter whether you are a heavenly master or not, I will not let you enter this door today. Zhang Beizhao sneered and said, do you think you can stop me? Wu Daolong took out a peachwood sword, posed a fighting posture, and said, "I have to stop you even if I can't." Xia King floated down to the side of Wu Daolong, stared at Zhang Beizhao angrily, and said, "Asshole Taoist, you can't disturb Lu Chuan while I'm here. I will seek revenge on you today." Zhang Beizhao was a little surprised and asked, "Are you the female college student?" Xia King snorted, "Yes." Zhang Beizhao showed an evil smile on his face and said, "It seems that Lu Chuan is really capable. He can remove the evil spirit from you and turn you into such a beautiful female ghost. Even I can't do this. I'll give you a chance now. Be my ghost servant and let me feel the taste of a female ghost. I can save you from the pain of soul flying away. How about it?" Xia King was full of anger and shouted, "Dream on. I want to kill you." After that, Xia King rushed towards Zhang Beizhao, releasing all her strength, trying to kill the evil man who sealed herself in the 9-wheel Yinsha formation. Zhang Beizhao's face turned cold, and then he used the thunder method to block Xia King's attack. Then a bolt of lightning struck Xia King and knocked her out more than 10 meters away. Seeing this, Wu Daolong did not dare to hesitate any longer. He held the peachwood sword, took out the yellow talisman paper, and attacked Zhang Beizhao. He shouted, and a piece of yellow talisman paper burned instantly, turning into a fireball and smashing towards Zhang Beizhao. Zhang Beizhao dodged immediately and then used magic to dissolve the fireball completely. "Your level of Taoism is far behind mine." Zhang Beizhao shouted and used thunder magic again to hit Wu Daolong. Boom. Wu Daolong's body exploded, and he finally managed to stabilize his body, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He and Xia King looked at each other, and neither of them had the intention of retreating, and rushed towards Zhang Beizhao again. The two people and the ghost fought, causing lightning and thunder in the yard, flashing fire, and gusts of cold wind. Although Zhang Beizhao is a heavenly master, facing the joint efforts of Wu Daolong and Xia King, it is not easy to win as soon as possible. After all, he still has to save his strength to deal with Lu Chuan. Wu Daolong and Xia King cooperated to find Zhang Beizhao's flaws. But the opponent is a heavenly master after all, and the gap in realm makes them have no chance of winning. Not long after, Zhang Beizhao seized the opportunity and attacked Wu Daolong with another thunder magic. This time, Wu Daolong fell directly to the ground, his skin torn, and his peachwood sword broke into 2 sections, completely losing his ability to fight. Then Zhang Beizhao used magic and grabbed Xia King with his hands. He pinched Xia King's neck, a hideous smile on his face, and said, "I'll give you another chance to be my ghost servant. Otherwise I will make you never reincarnate." Xia King gritted her teeth, struggled hard, and said resolutely, "You're dreaming." Zhang Beizhao narrowed his eyes, and an arc of electricity appeared on his hand, instantly flowing to Xia King's whole body. Lightning has a very strong restraint on things like ghosts. Xia King's whole body was wrapped in ox, and she screamed instantly. Her face was full of pain, and her figure began to become illusory. If it continued, she might really be shattered, and even have no chance to reincarnate. "Are you sure you don't want to be my ghost servant? I can let you exist in the world for a long time, and even teach you the ghost cultivation method. As long as you serve me well, you can get endless benefits. If you don't agree, I can make your soul fly away now." Zhang Beizhao threatened. Xia King's painful expression has begun to twist, but she still has a firm face and said, "So what if my soul flies away? I would rather be damned forever than be a ghost servant like you." Zhang Beizhao snorted coldly, and the arc on his palm became stronger. "You don't know what's good for you. In that case, I will let you taste the pain of being damned forever." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to perform the thunder method to completely shatter Xia King's soul. However, at this moment, an invisible force came from the air and hit his chest directly, forcing him to let go of Xia King. Then everyone saw Lu Chuan walked out of the backyard door with a calm face. He looked ordinary, but everyone felt an invisible sense of oppression, as if the person in front of them had a body of 10,000 feet, making people instinctively want to surrender. This is the momentum brought by the foundation building stage. Lu Chuan hugged Xia King and sent a force into her soul, stabilizing her existence so that her soul would not fly away. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Beizhao and said coldly, "It's not enough for you to use her to refine the evil formation, but you even want to let her soul fly away. How vicious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 146 Foundation Establishment. Zhang Beizhao felt Lu Chuan's aura and narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come out on your own initiative. This saves me a lot of trouble. Lu Chuan looked calm and said to Xia King, you go and have a rest first and leave the rest to me. Xia King nodded seriously and said, brother Lu Chuan, you must be careful. Lu Chuan didn't say anything, turned around and walked towards Zhang Beizhao. You used evil methods to refine formations to harm people, and I broke your formation in the name of justice. Instead, you come to make trouble for me. Do you really think there is no reason in this world? Zhang Beizhao laughed and said, reason? Let me tell you, in today's world, strength is the reason for everything. So what if it's evil methods? So what if you harm people's lives? As long as you can improve your strength, any method is a good method. Haven't you heard of the saying? All roads lead to Rome. That's what it means. Lu Chuan was speechless and said, you are the first one who can talk about harming people so fresh and unworldly. Zhang Beizhao snorted coldly and said, boy, I know you have some abilities, but you have to know that I'm in the realm of Heavenly Master. In front of the Heavenly Master, you are nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, violent arcs of electricity flashed around him, his hair exploded, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in lightning, making everyone in the Tang family look terrified and have to retreat to the back. He had reserved his strength to deal with Wu Daolong and Xia King, but now he was going all out. Boy, my thunder method has reached its peak. Let's see how you deal with it. Zhang Beizhao released lightning bolts and rushed towards Lu Chuan at high speed. Everyone in the Tang family, Wu Daolong and Xia King were all worried. His thunder method is so scary. Can Lu Chuan handle it? Tang Yurao was worried and clenched her fists subconsciously. Tang Shaoli sighed and said, I hope we can handle it. At their level, we have no chance, even if we want to intervene. Xia King stared at the two of them with a firm look and said, brother Lu Chuan will definitely defeat this villain. Seeing that the lightning bolts were about to surround Lu Chuan and crawl on him, Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and an invisible force appeared, which stopped the lightning bolts. Zhang Beizhao's face turned pale when he saw this, and he exclaimed, this is impossible. How could you block my thunder method so easily? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, you can also be considered thunder method? Isn't it just a bunch of irritating static electricity? Just now I saw that you were so powerful, and I thought that your so-called heavenly master was so powerful, but now it seems that you are just so-so. Zhang Beizhao's face was livid. The thunder method that he has always been proud of was actually described by Lu Chuan as irritating static electricity. This is simply a great shame for him. Wu Daolong, who had been hiding on the side to recover from his injuries, was also ashamed when he heard Lu Chuan's words and said to himself, isn't it a bit too embarrassing that I was injured like this by static electricity? Don't pretend here. I don't believe you can survive my thunder method. Zhang Beizhao shouted, and lightning gathered in his hand, forming an electric whip, and swung it towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the electric whip. Not only did the electric arcs not cause any harm to him, but they became much dimmer in his hands. Zhang Beizhao's eyes froze, as if he had seen a ghost. He pulled the electric whip hard, but failed to pull it back. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, let you have a taste of your thunder magic. After that, he swung it violently, and the electric whip broke free from Zhang Beizhao's hand, and then hit Zhang Beizhao hard. Zhang Beizhao's skin was torn apart in an instant, and he screamed. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that this power is quite strong, but it's a pity that it has no effect on me. Zhang Beizhao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had no idea why Lu Chuan was so powerful. He wanted to use other means, but the next second, Lu Chuan was already in front of him. Don't bother. After I break through, if I were a warrior, I might be able to fight with me for a few moves. But you, a cultivator, are no different from a lamb, to be slaughtered in front of me. Do you think I will give you time to perform magic? Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Beizhao and showed a teasing smile. Then he gathered the electric whip in his hand into a ball, then pried open Zhang Beizhao's mouth and stuffed the ball of lightning directly into it. Zhang Beizhao's eyes widened, and then his body trembled violently. He turned into a luminous body flashing with lightning, and everyone could even see his bones through the lightning. The ball of lightning reached Zhang Beizhao's abdomen little by little, and then exploded directly. There was a bang in Zhang Beizhao's body, and then accompanied by a loud bang, he exploded directly into pieces, and there was no intact meat left. Tang Yurao was so frightened by this bloody scene that she quickly covered her eyes. The others were shocked. They didn't expect that the great heavenly master would die so easily in Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan watched Zhang Beizhao explode and quickly released his spiritual power to prevent the blood from splashing on him. After Zhang Beizhao died, he began to seriously feel his own strength. At that time, he had just broken through and found that Zhang Beizhao wanted to make Xia King's soul fly away, so he hurried out to stop him and failed to feel his own strength in time. The feeling of the foundation building stage to him was completely different from that of the key refining stage. If the key refining stage is just laying the foundation, equivalent to a primary school student, then now he is an extremely strong adult, and the two are not at the same level at all. At the beginning, he could only be beaten when facing a master of the transformation realm like Long Hao, but if he met him now, Lu Chuan was confident that he could beat Long Hao to death in 3 moves. As for Long Xianaya, Lu Chuan was not too sure. After all, there were also strong and weak levels in the transformation realm. He heard Xuming say that the transformation realm was divided into 9 levels. Long Hao must have just entered the transformation realm, and the strength of the first level of the transformation realm. As for how many levels Long Xianaya reached, it was unknown. However, after building the foundation, Lu Chuan has undergone essential changes in both strength and body, and his spiritual power has become 10 times more than before, which is not the case when a warrior breaks through. Moreover, unlike the 9 stages of the transformation realm, the foundation building realm only has 3 stages, the early, middle, and late stages. The improvement of each stage will bring about an amazing transformation of power. Coupled with the various dazzling martial arts, secret techniques, magic tools, etc. of the practitioners, the strength is unpredictable and can no longer be distinguished by the simple realm division. So even if Long Xianaya has reached the 9th level of the transformation realm, even if Lu Chuan can't beat him, no one can stop him if he wants to escape. What's more, after reaching the foundation mirror, Lu Chuan has successfully opened his spiritual consciousness and can initially control the flying sword in the sword raising gourd. You must know that the sword raising gourd that Lu Chuan got is likely to be the personal magic tool of the Yuanying stage boss, so when the opponent is not prepared, once the flying sword comes out, even the strong man at the peak of the foundation building may not be able to resist. Of course, in Lu Chuan's current state, he can only drive one flying sword for a few seconds at most, after which he will become weak and at the mercy of others. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, I can learn many powerful martial arts that I couldn't learn in the past, and I can also refine many powerful formations. My strength has increased exponentially. At present, as long as I don't encounter a martial artist above the transformation realm, no one should be able to threaten my life. Of course, if a group of transformation realm warriors come to beat me up, I can only wait to die. It seems that I will find a way to refine a formation to deal with being beaten up and carry it with me. Without thinking anymore, Lu Chuan took a look at the pieces of meat on the ground and shuddered. How disgusting. He turned his head to look at the Tang family and found that a group of people were looking at him as if he were a monster. Master Tang, I'm so sorry, please find someone to clean up this place, Lu Chuan said. Tang Shaoli nodded quickly and said, don't worry, I'll find someone to clean it up right away. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Xia King and said, Xia King, your soul is damaged, go back to the Jade to recuperate first. Xia King didn't have any friendship with him and turned into a wisp of smoke and got into the Jade that Lu Chuan carried with him. Lu Chuan walked up to Wu Daolang again and said, thank you for risking your life to stop this shitty heavenly master for me today. I'll remember this favor. Wu Daolong laughed and said, since I promised to protect you, I must do what I say. Lu Chuan didn't act pretentiously and immediately asked Tang Xiaoli for some medicinal materials and directly rubbed out some healing pills with his hands. After reaching the foundation building stage, his alchemy level has been greatly improved and some simple pills can be refined at will. He gave the pills to Wu Daolong and said, take one and your injury will be relieved. Wu Daolong smiled and said, no, I have my own healing pills. For this level of injury, taking healing pills is useless. I still need time to recover. Lu Chuan smiled and said, my healing pills are different from yours. Try one first. Wu Daolong had no choice but to take one. The pill melted in his mouth and then began to repair his injuries. In just a few breaths, Wu Daolong's injuries recovered by 80%. Wu Daolong's eyes widened in disbelief, turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, and stuttered, This healing pill is too powerful. Lu Chuan smiled and said, the rest is your compensation. Wu Daolong looked at the dozen or so pills left in his hand with excitement. You know, this kind of magic pill is a treasure that is priceless. Lu Chuan gave him more than a dozen pills at once. He made a fortune. In order to express his gratitude to Wu Daolong, Lu Chuan also taught him a powerful magic. After reading it, Wu Daolong remained silent for a long time and finally knelt down and asked to worship Lu Chuan as his master. After Lu Chuan refused many times, he finally gave up, but said that even if Lu Chuan did not accept, he would treat Lu Chuan as a master. After sending Wu Daolong away, Lu Chuan planned to go back to the room to find a way to help Xia King recover her soul. At this time, Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan, father and son, came to the Tang mansion with gloating. Is that guy named Lu Chuan dead? Where is Zhang Xianqi? Let us see Zhang Xianqi quickly. We must kowtow to him this time to thank him for getting rid of a scourge for us. Sun Shaoan shouted loudly. At this time, Tang Xiaoli had just cleaned up Zhang Bei's house remains and put them in a black plastic bag, intending to take them out and find a place to destroy them. When he saw Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan running to provoke him, he showed a sneer on his face, then walked up to the two and said, you came at the right time. Zhang Xianqi is here. You can take him back. After that, he stuffed the bag into Sun Shaoan's hand. Sun Shaoan was puzzled. What are you talking about here? How can Zhang Xianqi be in this plastic bag? What do you put in it? After that, he opened the bag and took a look. Then his whole face turned green and he vomited directly. Seeing this, Sun Guoxing said, what is it that has such a big reaction? Let me see. He took the bag, took a look, and then vomited as well. Tang Xiaoli smiled and said, there is no such person as Zhang Xianqi in the world. You Sun family should be honest in the future, otherwise the next unlucky ones will be you and your son. Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan looked at each other and both thought of a horrifying result, and then they both threw away the plastic bag and fled. Tang Xiaoli was speechless and said, when you leave, take this thing with you. I have to clean it up myself now. Lu Chuan smiled at the scene and then returned to his room. Xia King, with a weak face, appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Her figure became extremely transparent, as if she would disappear at any time. Brother Lu Chuan, Xia King may really be dead and can't be reincarnated. Xia King will have no way to repay brother Lu Chuan. Xia King said with a sad face. Lu Chuan was silent for a while and said, don't worry, I have a way to save you. Xia King's eyes lit up and she said shyly, brother Lu Chuan, are you going to use that method? Chapter 147 Xia King's Resurrection Day Trip. Lu Chuan looked at Xia King's shy and expectant look and asked in confusion, what method? Xia King was stunned and said, brother Lu Chuan doesn't know? Lu Chuan was confused. I don't know, tell me about it. Xia King said shyly, I heard from other ghosts that when our souls are about to fly away, we can find living people to absorb yin and replenish yang and restore our condition. The so-called absorbing yin and replenishing yang is actually a human ghost that, you know, but this method will cause considerable harm to people. Isn't brother Lu Chuan trying to save me in this way? Lu Chuan's face was full of black lines, and he said, the method you said is indeed feasible, but I have a better way to save you. King's face was immediately full of disappointment and said, "Is that so? Then what is Brother Luchuan's method?" Luchuan said, "Your soul has been severely damaged, but because you have no physical body, it is like rootless water. It cannot be nourished, and it is difficult to recover. And many elixirs that can restore the soul can only be taken through the physical body and then fed back to the soul. So my solution is to find you a body and let you possess it first. When your soul is fully recovered, you can come out again, so that your soul will not be scattered." King didn't expect Luchuan to have such a method. Considering that the method she said would cause harm to Luchuan, she didn't insist, but asked, "But where can we find a suitable body?" Luchuan thought about it and said, "Wait for me here for a while." Then he got up and left the room. After a while, Luchuan came back, followed by Tang Yurao. Tang Yurao was obviously a little nervous. When she saw King, she hurriedly greeted her tremblingly, "Hello, ghost sister." Because she was afraid of ghosts since she was a child, she instinctively became afraid when she really saw a ghost. She was very well behaved in front of King, and she didn't even dare to speak loudly to Luchuan. King smiled at Tang Yurao and said, "Hello." Luchuan said, "Yurao, King's soul has been seriously damaged. It is very likely that her soul will be scattered, so we need your help now." Tang Yurao asked tremblingly, How can I help?" Luchuan said, "It's actually very simple. Let King temporarily borrow your body to recover. When she recovers, she will leave your body. Don't worry, this process is very fast and will not occupy your body for too long." Tang Yurao widened her eyes and thought to herself, "Isn't this a ghost possessing her?" But because King was right beside her, she didn't dare to say what she was thinking and asked weakly, "Will there be any problem doing this?" Luchuan said, "Don't worry, I will try to protect your body from being harmed by the power of ghosts." Tang Yurao couldn't refuse, and considering that Luchuan was still a reliable guy, she had to agree. "Okay then." King immediately took Tang Yurao's arm happily and said, "Sister, you are so great. When I recover, I will definitely repay you well." Tang Yurao was instantly horrified. Her hair stood on end, and she turned her head stiffly and said, "No. You're welcome, ghost sister. When you get behind me, you can't do anything out of line with my body." King smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Seeing that Tang Yurao agreed, Luchuan said, "Since you have no objection, just lie on the bed." Tang Yurao obediently lay on the bed. Luchuan began to cast a spell. Tang Yurao quickly closed her eyes, as if she was asleep. After a while, Luchuan finished casting the spell, and said to King, "Lie on her." King immediately did as she was told, and lay on Tang Yurao, slowly merging with her. Soon, Tang Yurao opened her closed eyes, and sat up from the bed. She turned her head to look at Luchuan, smiled, and shouted, "Brother Luchuan." Luchuan looked at Tang Yurao. Although her face was still the same, her temperament was very different. It was obvious that King was more likable. "It's a little late today. You can use Yurao's body to recover first. I'll go buy herbs tomorrow to make a pill that can restore the soul." King nodded seriously, then touched the things around her and said, "I haven't had this real touch for a long time. I feel like I'm alive. No wonder some ghosts always possess other people." Luchuan smiled and wanted to say that people are dead, and no matter how many times they possess other people, they can't change this fact, but thinking that this is a bit heartbreaking, he changed his words and said, "Then take this opportunity to experience the joy of being alive again." King got off the bed, came to Luchuan, and said with a smile, "Brother Luchuan, let me touch you." After that, she raised her hand and gently stroked Luchuan's face. "Is this the warmth that belongs to Brother Luchuan? I will remember it forever." King looked up at Luchuan with affectionate and smart eyes, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. "Brother Luchuan, I'm no longer a ghost, so why don't I?" King stood on tiptoe, looking like she wanted to kiss Luchuan. Seeing this, Luchuan quickly pushed her away, thinking to himself, "Didn't you say you knew your limits? Why do you want to do this kind of thing with someone else's body, right after you got on top of her?" He coughed twice and said, "King, you are using Yurao's body now, so be careful." Xiao King's face showed embarrassment, and she blushed and said, "I'm sorry, I'm only thinking about repaying brother Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Don't say such words about repaying or not repaying in the future. Saving you is just a small matter for me, but for me, it's a big deal." Xiao King didn't continue the topic, and instead said, "Brother Lu Chuan, it's getting late, let's go to bed." After that, she lay back on Lu Chuan's bed. Lu Chuan looked helpless and said, "You are a person with a physical body now. We can't sleep together. You should sleep in your house room." Xiao King stood up with embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I haven't been a human for too long." After that, she left Lu Chuan's room with a red face and almost fell down. When she went out, Lu Chuan looked worried and said to himself, "Xiao King feels alive again. She won't use Yurao's body to do anything she shouldn't do, right? Forget it. Xiao King is a good ghost and shouldn't do anything out of line." Then he didn't think about it anymore, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to stabilize his realm. The next day, Lu Chuan went to buy the necessary medicinal materials and refined the elixir to restore the soul. He asked Xiao King to eat the elixir and told her, "This elixir should be able to completely restore your soul, but you still need to use the nourishment of the body to absorb the medicinal effect of the elixir, which is estimated to take a day." Xiao King's eyes lit up and said, "Then can I be a human for another day?" Lu Chuan nodded. Xiao King immediately took Lu Chuan's arm and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, this may be my last day as a human being. Can you fulfill one of my little wishes?" Lu Chuan's face was immediately alert and he said, "Don't even think about those outrageous things. I will keep an eye on you today. Yu Rao is still an unmarried girl and she can't be harmed by you." Xiao King was embarrassed and angry and said, "Oh, brother Lu Chuan, am I such a ghost in your heart? I haven't even told you what my wish is." Lu Chuan looked at Xiao King suspiciously and said, "Then tell me what your wish is." Xiao King said, "I want to spend this day shopping, watching movies, and eating steak with brother Lu Chuan, just like a boyfriend and girlfriend, spending a simple and beautiful day." Lu Chuan still didn't believe it and asked, "Is it really just shopping, watching movies, and eating? Nothing else?" Xiao King bit her lip and said, "No. Brother Lu Chuan, am I so unreliable?" Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Lu Chuan said, "Okay, I'll stay with you for a day, and at night, you have to come out of Yu Rao's body." Xiao King happily agreed, took Lu Chuan's arm, and shouted, "Xiao King, let's go on a one-day trip to return to the soul." Lu Chuan couldn't help but be infected by Xiao King's optimism, and took her out of the Tang mansion. Tang Shaoli accidentally saw the backs of the two people walking away arm in arm, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He said, "It seems that they have developed faster than I thought. Yu Rao is the same. Yesterday she told me that she would never marry Lu Chuan, but today she went out with him arm in arm. My daughter is really a person who says one thing and means another. She is so much like her mother in this respect. No, I have to talk to my daughter's mother and settle the marriage. Otherwise, such a good son-in-law, once he runs away, I will never find him again." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the room. Yundi, I have something important to discuss with you." Lu Chuan took Xiao King shopping, eating steak, watching movies, and going to the amusement park according to her idea. The two people had a full schedule for the day, and Xiao King had a lot of fun. Finally, she experienced the happiness that she could not experience in her life. In the evening, the two returned to the Tang mansion and came to the yard where Lu Chuan was. Xiao King was still immersed in the feelings of the day and had a feeling of wanting more, but she understood that her experience card for the one-day return to life had been used up, and it was time to return her body to Tang Yurao. She was obviously reluctant in her heart. Lu Chuan looked at Xiao King and said, "Your soul should have recovered almost, and it's time to come out of Yurao's body." Xiao King hurriedly said, "Brother Lu Chuan, wait a moment." Lu Chuan asked, "Is there anything else?" Xiao King didn't give Lu Chuan time to react. She took a step forward, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him. Xiao King seized the opportunity to experience the feeling of kissing. Lu Chuan widened his eyes and quickly stepped back, but by then Xiao King had already finished the kiss. Xiao King's face was full of spring, her face was blushing, as if she was recalling the feeling just now. "So kissing is like this." She raised her head, stuck out her tongue at Lu Chuan, and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, I'm sorry, this time I didn't know how to control myself." Lu Chuan looked helpless and didn't know what to say, so he waved his hand and said, "Come out quickly." Xia King smiled, and seeing that Lu Chuan didn't blame her, her heart was full of joy. Then she stood up and slowly floated out of Tang Yurao's body. Tang Yurao looked confused, looked around, and asked, "Is it over?" Lu Chuan nodded. Xia King floated to the side of Tang Yurao and said gratefully, "Sister Yurao, thank you." Tang Yurao's hair stood on end again, and then asked, "You didn't use my body to do anything you shouldn't do, right?" Xia King patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I know how to control myself." Tang Yurao was relieved. At this time, Tang Shaoli ran over in a hurry. After seeing Lu Chuan, he said solemnly, "Lu Chuan, the Sun family father and son are here with people from the supervision department." Chapter 148 Karma. Lu Chuan frowned and asked, "Is it about Zhang Beizhao?" Tang Shaoli nodded. Although the supervisory department is nominally responsible for the affairs of warriors in various places, the monks are also under their jurisdiction. If time permits, they will also maintain social order and punish criminals. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Beizhao has done many evil things. I killed him for justice. I have no fault. Even the supervisory department cannot arrest me just because I killed Zhang Beizhao. Let's go and meet them." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Xia King and said, "Xia King, you go back to the jade first." Xia King nodded, turned into green smoke, and drilled into the jade. Lu Chuan, Tang Shaoli and Tang Yurao walked outside together. The three came to the main courtyard. Lu Chuan saw that in addition to Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan, there were 7 men in uniform standing in the courtyard. These 7 people were extraordinary, and they were all masters at first glance. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face and a beard. Lu Chuan felt the power fluctuations on his body and judged that this man's strength had reached the realm of transformation, but he didn't know what level of transformation it was. It was so grand to arrest me, and so many masters came. They really think highly of me, Lu Chuan thought secretly. When Sun Shaoan saw Lu Chuan coming, he quickly said to the square-faced middle-aged man, "Master Zhao, this guy is the one who killed Zhang Xianqi and didn't even leave him a complete corpse. You must catch him and sentence him to death." Sun Guoxing echoed, "That's right, we all saw Zhang Xianqi's body broken into pieces. This guy is simply a devil. Not only did he kill people, he also blew them into pieces. This kind of person is a disaster. If he stays in the world, he must be brought to justice." Sun Shaoan looked at Lu Chuan with a gloating look, and the provocative eyes seemed to say, "Let's see what you can do now." The square-faced middle-aged man walked up to Lu Chuan and asked, "Are you Lu Chuan?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Did you kill Zhang Beizhao?" "Yes." Lu Chuan didn't intend to shirk responsibility. Sun Shaoan sneered, "What a fool, he admitted it so easily. When I came, I was still thinking about what to do if he refused to admit it. Now it seems that I was worrying too much." Sun Guoxing said lightly, "The supervisory office will definitely not let him go this time." The middle-aged man with a square face bowed to Lu Chuan and said, "I'm Zhao Ke, the head of the Qingyang City Supervisory Office. You are so young, but you can kill Zhang Beizhao. This talent is really amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely not believe that there is such a genius like you in the world." Lu Chuan's face was full of surprise. He thought that the people from the supervisory office would arrest people directly without saying a word, but he didn't expect that the head would be so polite to him. This made him a little overwhelmed, and he subconsciously replied, Thank you for the compliment." Sun Shaoan obviously did not expect this scene to happen, and quickly said, "Mr. Zhao, you don't have to be polite to him. This guy is the murderer of Zhang Xianqi. Just arrest him." Sun Guoxing said, "That's right, there is no need to waste time talking to him, just arrest him." Zhao Ke glanced at the father and son, and said coldly, "Who told you that I'm here to arrest him today?" Sun Shaoan and Sun Guoxing were stunned. Sun Shaoan asked, "If we are not here to arrest him, then who are we here to arrest?" "Lord Zhao, you can't protect him just because he is young and talented, right? He just admitted with his own mouth that he killed Zhang Xianqi, and we all heard it. Isn't it inappropriate for you to protect him in front of us? Sun Guoxing snorted coldly and said, your supervisory office is responsible for supervising warriors and cultivators. You can't confuse right and wrong. If you want to protect him, just because this kid is so talented, I will go to your headquarters to complain about you. Lu Chuan, Tang Xiaoli and Tang Yurao were also confused. They didn't understand what the people from the supervisory office meant. Zhao Ke turned and looked at Sun Guoxing and Sun Shaoan, father and son, and said, Zhang Beizhao has committed many evil deeds, practiced evil skills, and killed other people. He has long been on the blacklist of our supervisory department, but due to his powerful strength, the headquarters cannot mobilize manpower, and we have never been able to do anything to him. Now Lu Chuan is doing justice for us, and getting rid of this scourge for us. We can't praise him enough. Why do we want to arrest him? Sun Shaoan's face changed, and he said, Master Zhang is on your blacklist? How is this possible? Zhao Ke curled his lips and said, do you really think that our supervisory department can't distinguish right from wrong, and can't tell the good from the bad? Sun Guoxing swallowed his saliva and said, then why didn't you tell us earlier, and lied to us, that you were going to arrest Lu Chuan? How can your supervisory department deceive us ordinary people like this? Zhao Ke snorted coldly and said, if I told you in advance, wouldn't you two have a chance to run away? Now we suspect that you two have colluded with Zhang Beizhao to kill people. We are arresting you. We hope you will cooperate. As soon as he finished speaking, the masters behind him arrested Sun Shaoan and Sun Guoxing. Sun Shaoan cursed, let me go, you guys who don't know right from wrong. We are legal tax-paying citizens, and Lu Chuan is a murderer. You didn't arrest him but arrested us. You are too dark. I will expose you. Zhao Ke slapped Sun Shaoan in the face and said lightly, if you slander the supervision department again, I can execute you on the spot. Sun Shaoan immediately became honest and didn't dare to say anything. Sun Guoxing, who wanted to shout, quickly shut up when he saw this. Zhao Ke took out a stack of documents from his arms, threw it on Sun Shaoan's face, and said, you just said that you are a legal taxpayer. These are the evidences we found that your Sun family evaded taxes. In addition, you teamed up with Zhang Beizhao to harm people. It is enough to sentence you to death 10 times. Sun Shaoan and Sun Guoxing turned pale immediately. They had no idea that they had been targeted by the supervisory department. Tang Xiaoli couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. He was thinking about how to deal with the Sun family. He didn't expect that the father and son of the Sun family would play themselves into trouble. This saved him a lot of trouble. Zhao Ke turned around and looked at Lu Chuan, bowed and said, we came here today mainly to thank you and catch these two idiots. We also want to thank you for helping us get rid of Zhang Beizhao. Punishing evil and promoting good is our traditional virtue of China. I hope you can continue to maintain it in the future. Lu Chuan also bowed politely and said, Mr. Zhao, you are so polite. The supervisory department of Qingyang City is really reasonable. It's all because of that stupid woman Yuzin. I always felt that the supervisory department would make trouble for me. Now it seems that I thought too much. There are still more reasonable people in this world. Zhao Ke added, you are so talented. I wonder if you are interested in joining our supervisory department. If you are willing to join, you can directly enter the headquarters and obtain the top resources, which will be of great help to your improvement. Talents are always sought after, no matter where they go. Lu Chuan refused and said, sorry, I don't have this idea at the moment. Zhao Ke did not insist and left a phone number for Lu Chuan, saying, if you have an idea, you can call me, and I will introduce you. Lu Chuan nodded. Zhao Ke and others did not waste any more time, and after thanking Lu Chuan again, they took Sun Shaoan and Sun Guoxing away. Tang Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and said, I was really scared. I thought the people from the supervision department were here to arrest you. Tang Yurao also looked at Lu Chuan differently and said, it seems that you are still capable. I will reluctantly praise you for being awesome. Lu Chuan smiled and said, you can praise me, it's really a blessing. Tang Yurao's expression froze and she yelled, am I so mean in your eyes? Tang Xiaoli looked puzzled and said, what's wrong with you two? Didn't you go out to play together arm in arm yesterday? Why are you arguing now? Tang Yurao glared, arm in arm. Lu Chuan thought it was not good and quickly ran to his room. Well, I'm sleepy. I'll go back to my room and sleep first. Tang Yurao immediately chased after him and shouted, "Stop right there. What on earth did you do with my body? Explain it to me quickly." Tang Xiaoli was confused and said to himself, do young people nowadays like to be different every day? Is it more exciting this way? The Sun family went bankrupt due to serious tax evasion. Sun Guoxing took all the blame and was eventually sentenced to death. Sun Shaoan escaped prison, but he could not escape the crusade of a group of shareholders. He hid from the police every day and lived a life worse than a dog. That night, Sun Shaoan, who was as dirty as a beggar, bought 2 loaves of bread with the remaining money on his body, then quietly entered a building, came to the roof of the building, leaned against the wall, and ate the bread voraciously. He has been hiding here for the past few days. Only this kind of place will not be found by debt collectors. Damn it, Lu Chuan, you have ruined my family. I will definitely avenge this. You wait for me to make a comeback, and then I will make you live a life worse than death. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. A voice sounded. Sun Shaoan was so scared that he trembled all over. He quickly got up, looked around, and shouted, "Who?" Lu Chuan appeared in front of him. Sun Shaoan was panicked and said, How do you know I'm here? What do you want to do?" Lu Chuan said calmly, "I don't want to do anything, but someone, oh no, a ghost wants to take revenge on you." Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing appeared out of thin air. Sun Shaoan was so scared that he shouted, "Ghost, ghost." Xiaoqing looked at Sun Shaoan with anger and shouted, "Sun Shaoan, you killed me and asked someone to torture me with affirmation so that I can't reincarnate. Today we will settle all the accounts together." After that, Xiaoqing turned into a ferocious ghost and chased after Sun Shaoan with fangs and claws. Sun Shaoan was so scared that he turned around and ran away, shouting, "No, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." He slipped and accidentally fell off the half-meter high wall. Byaji Xiaoqing returned to normal, her face full of surprise, and said, "I just wanted to scare him, let him reflect on his mistakes, and then turn himself in. But why did he fall down? The building is hundreds of meters high. If you fall from here, you will definitely die." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "You were forced to jump off the building by him, and now he has fallen from the building. It's karma." Xiaoqing quickly accepted the result and nodded and said, "Well, he deserves it." Lu Chuan looked at Xiaoqing and said seriously, "Xiaoqing, your revenge has been avenged. It's time to reincarnate." Xiaoqing heard this, and her face immediately showed reluctance. But she also knew that she couldn't always be a lonely ghost, and reincarnation was her only destination. Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You don't have to be too sad. You will have a new life after reincarnation. I have also used some means to mark your soul. This time you will definitely be reincarnated into a good family. But after reincarnation, you will forget all the memories of your previous life. I hope you can live happily in your new life." Xiaoqing took a deep breath and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, thank you. But there is something I haven't told you. I originally planned to keep it a secret, but after thinking about it, I still plan to tell you." Lu Chuan was full of confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" Xiaoqing suddenly became shy and said, "That's right, you refined the elixir for a day and a night, and you were so tired that you fell asleep quickly." Chapter 149, The Lustful Female Ghost. Lu Chuan recalled that he was exhausted after getting up that day, as if he had done physical work all night. A little uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart, and he quickly asked, "What did you do?" Xiaoqing didn't dare to look at Lu Chuan's eyes, and lowered her head and said, "Out of curiosity, I played with the sachet and bell on your table, and then I accidentally discovered that the bell can control others." Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, his face turned pale, and he said, "The bell is called the soul controlling bell, but it can only control the person wearing the sachet. How do you know it can control people?" Xiaoqing said embarrassedly, "I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I played a little prank and tied the sachet to you. I just wanted to see if it looked good." Lu Chuan was almost suffocated. After getting along with Xiaoqing for the past few days, he has silently given Xiaoqing the nickname the sexy ghost girl. He believes in Zyra King's ghost quality, but he doesn't believe that Zyra King will use the soul controlling bell to control his future ghost quality. Although he had vaguely guessed what Zyra King had done, Lu Chuan still pretended to be calm and asked in a trembling voice, "So, what did you do to me with the soul controlling bell?" Zyra King coughed twice and said, "After I found that I could control you, I asked you if there was a way for me to retain my memories of my previous life when I reincarnate. You gave me a positive answer, but said that it was very difficult to do this. I asked you to help me retain my memories of my previous life out of selfishness, so that night we went out together to find various materials, and then you cast a spell and finally successfully set up a means to retain my memories of my previous life on me." After listening, Lu Chuan was stunned and asked, "What about you?" Zyra King raised her head and said with a face full of shame, "Then there was nothing else. You were already very tired from refining the elixir for a day and a night, and I asked you to work with me all night. After I finished, I asked you to rest quickly." Lu Chuan couldn't believe it. This was completely different from what he thought. After the sexy female ghost controlled herself, she just asked herself to help her retain her memories of her previous life. He still didn't quite believe it and asked tentatively, "Are you sure you let me sleep after you finished all this and didn't do anything else?" Zyra King looked sincere and said, "No." Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Her face suddenly became red with shame, and she said, "Oh, actually I also wanted to do something that I shouldn't do with you while you were asleep, but I felt sorry for you being too tired, so I didn't have the heart to do it." Lu Chuan then breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he really misunderstood Zyra King. Zyra King stared at Lu Chuan with big eyes and asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, do you want to have an experience before I reincarnate?" Lu Chuan quickly said, "Stop. You'd better reincarnate quickly, otherwise you won't be able to be born into a good family." Zyra King stuck out her tongue at Lu Chuan and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, you must not forget me. I will come to find you in 18 years. Lu Chuan looked helpless and said, "Are you really going to keep the memories of your past life when you reincarnate? In my opinion, starting a new life is a better choice for you." Zyra King looked firm and said, "Forgetting brother Lu Chuan's life is boring for me." Lu Chuan was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, is the word boring really appropriate? He sighed and said, "Okay, I wish you a smooth reincarnation." Zyra King came to Lu Chuan, hugged him, and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, you must wait for me. When I grow up, I will come to you and give you my first time." Then her figure began to fade, and there were dots of light around her. After a while, she disappeared in this world. Lu Chuan's ears echoed with Zyra King's last words, with a helpless look on his face. But he didn't take it to heart, just thinking it was the naive idea of the little girl. After all, 18 years later, he was already an old man over 50 years old. Zyra King was in her youth at that time, and she must have known how stupid he was when he said that. Maybe at that time, it was Zyra King who avoided him. Without thinking anymore, Lu Chuan left the roof of the building and returned to the Tang mansion. At noon the next day, Tang Shaoli prepared a table of sumptuous dishes and invited Lu Chuan to eat together. At the table, Tang Shaoli, Yundi, and Tang Yurao sat on one side, and Lu Chuan sat on the other side. Tang Shaoli and Yundi were full of enthusiasm, but Tang Yurao was a little shy and embarrassed. She would steal a few glances at Lu Chuan from time to time, and when Lu Chuan looked over, she would quickly look away, completely different from her usual self. Lu Chuan noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he asked, "Master Tang, what's the good day today? I'm flattered by such a sumptuous table." Tang Shaoli laughed and said, "It has nothing to do with the day, it has to do with you. Lu Chuan, you helped my Tang family overcome this crisis, and by the way, solved the big trouble of the Sun family. This is a great favor to our Tang family. Naturally, I have to treat you well." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Master Tang is too polite. I accepted 300-year-old medicinal herbs, and it is my duty to do this." Tang Shaoli hurriedly said, "You can't say that. How can you repay your kindness to us with just 300-year-old medicinal herbs? After careful consideration by my wife and I, we decided to give you another big gift. You must not refuse." Lu Chuan was a little curious and asked, "What gift?" Tang Shaoli and Yundi looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Yundi said, Lu Chuan, you are also at the age of marriage. Although our Yurao is a few years younger than you, the current society does not care about this age gap at all. As long as it is suitable, two people can be together. We have also discussed it with Yurao. She said that, after getting along with you for a while, she found that you are also a reliable person, capable, and has a positive outlook, so she is not opposed to marrying you. The big gift we are talking about is actually Yurao. We entrust such a beautiful and lovely daughter to you. You must not refuse it. Tang Xiaoli followed and said, that's right. Our meal today is mainly to talk about your marriage and set the wedding date by the way. Tang Yurao lowered her head shyly. Although she didn't say a word, it can be seen that she no longer resisted this matter. During this period, Lu Chuan's various behaviors were very much in line with her wishes. She has accepted the marriage arranged by her grandmother. Lu Chuan's scalp tingled after hearing this. He never expected that Tang Xiaoli and his wife would actually want to marry Tang Yurao to him. He quickly refused and said, Master Tang, Madam Tang, I can feel your intentions, but let's forget about letting Yurao marry me. Upon hearing this, Tang Yurao immediately raised her head, slammed the table, and glared at Lu Chuan, saying, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of you? Lu Chuan quickly said, that's not what I meant. I really don't have any such thoughts, and we are really not suitable. If Master Yan Yu knew that he was going to marry her granddaughter, not to mention Gu Hongxiang's life would be over, he himself would probably not live for many days. Tang Yurao's face was full of grievance and she said, why is it not suitable? You just dislike me. How could I dislike you? I just cherish my life. Lu Chuan looked helpless and said, I swear on my personality that I really don't dislike you. I really don't have that idea yet. Tang Xiaoli stared at Lu Chuan for a while and suddenly asked, Lu Chuan, you said before that you were entrusted by someone to help our Tang family. Who asked you to come? Lu Chuan did not hide it and said, Master Yan Yu. Tang Xiaoli clapped his hands suddenly and said, isn't that right? Let me tell you, Master Yan Yu is my wife's mother, my mother-in-law. You should know how powerful she is, right? Lu Chuan nodded and said, that's quite powerful. Tang Xiaoli continued, so, it doesn't matter whether you have the idea of getting married or not. What's important is that my mother-in-law has calculated that you will definitely marry Yurao in the future. This is destined, and you can't change it. Lu Chuan was confused. Master Yan Yu said that I will definitely marry Yurao in the future? This is impossible. Isn't it possible that I'm lying to you? She personally left a brocade bag to point out this matter. Otherwise, why do you think we must match you and Yurao? Tang Xiaoli said, took out the brocade bag, and handed it to Lu Chuan. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Lu Chuan opened the brocade bag, and took out the note inside. He saw that it was written on it, let Yuruash-People with the surname Lu. There are two words on it that are not clear. Lu Chuan said. Tang Xiaoli said, that sentence is about letting Yurao marry someone with the surname Lu. Only this explanation makes sense, and the facts have proved that the mother-in-law's vision is very correct. Your surname is Lu, and you have helped our Tang family solve such a big problem. She must want Yurao to marry you. Lu Chuan frowned. Based on his understanding of Master Yan Yu, the note was most likely written, let Yurao stay away from people with the surname Lu. After all, she was hurt by Lu Chuan's grandfather Lu Ziyuan, so how could she ask her granddaughter to marry someone with the surname Lu? The Tang family completely misunderstood Master Yan Yu's intention. He looked at Tang Xiaoli and Yundi with embarrassment and said, is there a possibility that the two words that are not clear are written as stay away? Tang Xiaoli was stunned, and then said firmly, impossible. You are a rare talent in a century. How could my mother-in-law let Yurao stay away from someone like you? Lu Chuan was helpless and didn't know how to explain for a while. He couldn't tell the love and hatred between his grandfather and Master Yan Yu. Yundi on the side sighed and said, although mother has great magical powers, her predictions may not be accurate every time. Since Lu Chuan doesn't want to, let's not force it. Maybe the children of our GUI family are really not destined to be with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment and asked, GUI family? Madam Tang, isn't your surname Yun? Hyundai said a little embarrassedly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I say this, but actually my real surname is Gui, but I think it sounds too ugly, so I took my mother's surname. And my mother always said that my father was a heartless and irresponsible beast. When my mother was pregnant with me, my father was irresponsible and disappeared, leaving her alone to give birth to me. I also had a little resentment towards this father, whom I had never met, so I was also very resistant to him, and didn't want to admit that I was his descendant. But no matter how resistant I am, I'm still a member of the GUI family after all, and no one can change that. Lu Chuan was stunned after hearing this. Why is the father she was talking about so similar to the grandfather mentioned by Master Yan? But my grandfather's surname is clearly Lu. Where did this guy surnamed Gui come from? Could it be that after Master Yan was dumped by my grandfather, she was dumped by this guy surnamed Gui? After a moment of hesitation, he asked, may I ask what is the full name of Madame Tang's father? Yundi said faintly, Gui Zian. Lu Chuan stood up in an instant, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground on the spot. Chapter 150 Yu Rao is my cousin. Seeing Lu Chuan suddenly so excited, Yundi was a little confused and asked, what's wrong with you? Lu Chuan looked at Yundi, then looked at Tang Yurao who was staring at him with resentment on her face, opened his mouth, closed it, opened his mouth again, closed it again, and didn't say a word for a long time. Grandpa's name is Lu Zian, and Yundi's father is Gui Zian. If they are not the same person, Lu Chuan would rather believe that there is Ultraman in this world. He has guessed that Yundi's father is his grandfather, and Master Yanayu is resentful because she can't get love and is pregnant with her grandfather's child, so she deliberately told Yundi that her father's surname is Gui, which is clearly scolding her grandfather. Lu Chuan can understand Master Yanayu's mood. Changing grandpa's surname to Gui is considered good, but if his guess is true, then Yundi is his father's half-brother or half-sister, and he has to call Yundi aunt. And Tang Yurao becomes his own cousin. This sudden relationship of kinship made Lu Chuan feel overwhelmed. The most important thing was that Yundi, who was unaware of the situation, still wanted to marry Tang Yurao to him, which was really too ridiculous. Master Yanayu is such a fool. Since Yundi is my aunt, why didn't she just say it directly at the beginning? What if I couldn't resist their lobbying and agreed to marry Yurao as my wife? Wouldn't that be a mess? Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't answer her, and the expression on his face was sometimes frowning and sometimes full of worries, which was quite interesting, she asked, Lu Chuan, what's wrong with you? Say something. Lu Chuan looked up at Yundi and said, Aunt. Yundi was stunned for a moment, then laughed and scolded, stinky boy, what are you shouting for? Are you acting Yang Jiuo and Xiaolanu here with me? Lu Chuan said, no, aunt, you really are my aunt. Tang Shaoli on the side asked in confusion, Lu Chuan, why did you call Yundi's father aunt when you heard his name? Could it be that you are also from the GUI family? Lu Chuan's face turned black, and he explained, in fact, there is no such thing as the GUI family. The surname was deliberately changed by Master Yanayu to vent her anger. Yundi frowned and asked, what are you talking about? Lu Chuan immediately told him about the relationship between Master Yanayu and his grandfather Lu Zian and his own guess. Yundi was dumbfounded after hearing it. Tang Shaoli was also dumbfounded. Tang Yurao was also dumbfounded. Lu Chuan looked at the reactions of the three people with a helpless look on his face. He felt the same way after he figured it out at that time. Although I know this is a bit outrageous, it is probably true. Grandpa was indeed a bit too romantic back then. But to be on the safe side, let's confirm it in other ways first. He looked at Yundi and said, drop a drop of blood into my palm. I will try to sense whether there is a blood relationship between us. If there is, this drop of blood will float on my palm. If not, it will be rejected. Yundi nodded, then bit her finger, and ripped a drop of blood into Lu Chuan's palm. The drop of blood slowly fell, and when it was about to reach Lu Chuan's palm, it quietly floated there. Lu Chuan sensed the connection between blood and this drop of blood, and all the suspicions in his heart were swept away. He raised his head, looked at Yundi, smiled bitterly, and called, Aunt. Then he looked at Tang Shaoli and called, Uncle. Then he looked at Tang Yurao and called, Cousin Yurao. Tang Yurao was stunned. She had finally convinced herself to accept the fact of marrying Lu Chuan, and all the things Lu Chuan had done during this period had made her feel a lot of favor. As a result, Lu Chuan suddenly became her cousin, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to a girl. Moreover, her attitude towards Lu Chuan was ambiguous before, and she treated him as a marriage partner. Thinking about it now, it was so shameful. Tang Xiaoli was stunned and said, "My good son-in-law is gone just like that?" After accepting this fact, Yundi couldn't help but clenched her fists and shouted at Lu Chuan, "There is really no good person in your Lu family." Lu Chuan was quite embarrassed and said, "Aunt, you are also from the Lu family." Yundi's face was stern. "Except me." Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, "Since we are a family, let's not talk about letting Yurao marry me." Tang Yurao blushed to her neck and said angrily, "Who said I want to marry you? Arrogant, narcissistic." Lu Chuan quickly said, yes, I'm too narcissistic. Well, I'm full, you guys eat slowly." After that, he quickly got up and left here. He had to let the family of 3 digest this fact. After Lu Chuan left, Tang Yurao threw herself into Yundi's arms and cried loudly, "Mom." Yundi quickly hugged Tang Yurao, patted her back and said, "My dear girl, don't cry. What's the matter? Although you can't marry Lu Chuan, but you have a cousin." Tang Yurao cried even harder. Yundi looked helpless, turned her head to look at Tang Xiaoli, and asked, "Can't cousins get married? I remember that in ancient times, cousins always married cousins. Isn't that Lin Dai Jiabaoyu's cousin?" Tang Xiaoli's face was full of black lines, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Yundi finally accepted her identity as a member of the Lu family. Although Lu Chuan was actually the descendant of her mother's rival in love, she felt that it was all the grievances of the previous generation. She couldn't make things difficult for Lu Chuan because of this, not to mention that Lu Chuan saved the Tang family from fire and water. So she gladly accepted this nephew. That afternoon, Lu Chuan was refining a formation plate in his room with the jade he had obtained at the previous auction. Now that the crisis of the Tang family had passed, he had fulfilled his promise to Master Yan Yu, and could go back and ask Master Yan Yu to return Gu Hongxiang's life. He had also successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, and after some more preparations, he could return to Yuncheng to seek revenge on Long Xian'er and Long Heo, father and son. But before that, he had to refine a formation that he could carry with him. Not long after, the formation plate took shape, and Lu Chuan engraved many formation patterns on it. Coupled with the excellent quality of the jade, it was fully capable of carrying most of the powerful formations in the Foundation establishment realm. Next, I need to consider what kind of formation to refine with this formation plate. Although I'm only in the early stage of foundation building, I will not feel any pressure when facing masters of the 3rd or 4th level of the transformation realm. Once the sword raising good is used, even if the opponent is not prepared, I may be able to kill him, even if he is in the 9th level of the transformation realm. So what I still lack is the means to deal with others' beatings. Then this formation must have a range attack, so that I can handle it with ease when many people are besieging me, and not be too embarrassed. Lu Chuan carefully flipped through the various formations recorded in the inherited memory. After careful consideration, he finally decided to refine a formation called 5-element Divine Thunder Formation. This formation is considered to be one of the more powerful formations in the foundation building realm. Once the formation is activated, it can transform the power of the 5-element into Divine Thunder for attack. The thunder summoned by the purple cloud beads before made Lu Chuan see the power of thunder. The divine thunder released by this 5-element divine thunder formation is much more powerful than the thunder summoned by the purple cloud beads, enough to cause substantial damage to masters of the transformation realm. The most important thing is that this 5-element thunder formation can release dozens of thunders at a time, and even if there are many enemies, they can be easily suppressed. Of course, the power of the 5-element thunder formation is unquestionable, but it is also extremely difficult to refine, and it requires many rare materials. Lu Chuan made a rough calculation, and found that the money for buying materials alone would cost more than 10 million. Although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely impossible to have no money. Fortunately, there is enough money in my card. Otherwise, I have only the method to refine the formation, but no money to buy materials. This is the greatest sorrow of contemporary practitioners. After deciding to refine the 5-element thunder formation, Lu Chuan left the room and planned to find Tang Xiaoli to help him buy the materials he needed. After all, Qingyang City is the home of the Tang family. If he doesn't ask this new uncle to help at this time, when will he wait? He came all the way to Tang Xiaoli's study. Lu Chuan saw that Tang Xiaoli was frowning at the moment and was a little depressed. "Uncle," Lu Chuan shouted. Tang Xiaoli looked up at Lu Chuan and replied, "Nephew." Lu Chuan asked, "The Sun family has gone bankrupt. Qingyang City will be ruled by the Tang family in the future. You should be happy. Why do you still look so worried?" Tang Xiaoli sighed and said, "It is true that the Sun family has gone bankrupt, but I invested too much in Yunwu Villa before. Although it is no longer haunted, no one dares to buy a house there because of the rumors in the past. If no one buys, the funds cannot flow back, and my previous investment will be wasted. This loss cannot be made up by the bankruptcy of the Sun family. The financial pressure on the Tang family is still very great. If I can't find a way to solve it, I'm afraid I will have to find a way to sell some of the family property to fill this hole in Yunwu Villa." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that solving the Sun family still did not help the Tang family through the crisis. It seems that he still has to find a way to help the Tang family solve the problem of Yunwu Villa. He thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Uncle, I have a way to help you sell all the houses in Yunwu Villa." Tang Xiaoli stared at Lu Chuan and said, "You are outstanding and have all kinds of unexpected magical powers. I admit that you are a genius, but the real estate industry is not the same as fighting and catching ghosts. It is not as simple as you think. The houses in Yunwu Villa cannot be sold just by saying so." Lu Chuan said, "I really don't understand real estate, but people choose not to buy houses in Yunwu Villa because of rumors of haunted houses. Will they also scramble to buy houses in Yunwu Villa because of the arrival of miracles in Yunwu Villa?" Tang Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, then said, "That's true, but there are no miracles in this world. If we deliberately create them, it will become a joke." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Just listen to me. I promise to help you sell all the houses in Yunwu Villa. Of course, before that, I need you to buy some things for me. It's not much, just materials worth 10 million. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.